Chapter 1 Rebirth. The sun sets and the sky glows. Outside Manhua City, on Suayan Peak, there is a stone table, beside which there is a stone bench, and a pair of young men and women are snuggling with each other. The teenager was thin, his face pale, and his face was pristine. The girl has a snow-white long skirt with skin like jade and beautiful appearance. The girl's head was leaning on the shoulder of the teenager, and it was like a pair of fairy couples under the sunset. "Yao, I wish I could do this forever," said the young man with a happy smile on his face, and said gently. "Brother Ming, of course, we have said that we will be together for a lifetime." A happy smile appeared on the girl's face. The boy is named Lu Ming and the girl is named Lu Yao. Looking at the smile on Lu Yao's face, Lu Ming's eyes were more gentle, holding Lu Yao's weak and boneless jade hand, and said, "Yao, although my veins are blocked, I can't condense my true energy, but as long as I can wake up my blood, to when the elders will buy elixir to clear meridians, then I can practice. I will definitely become a martial arts strongman, guarding you all your life." "Thank you, Brother Ming." Lu Yao's eyes showed a touch of color, and he said, "Brother Ming, there was really a pulse tester. Have you inherited your father's bloodline?" "Yes, Yao, so in the future your man will definitely be a strong man." Lu Ming's face showed a confident smile. Lu Yao smiled slightly and picked up the wine glass on the stone table. In the wine glass was the famous blood tongue orchid wine, which exuded a light fragrance. Lu Yao made a quick kiss on Lu Ming's face, his face was ashamed, and he picked up the glass and said, "Brother Ming, come, Yao rewards you." Lu Ming took the wine glass and said, "Yao, you invite me to drink a glass of blood tongue orchid wine every day. I really appreciate having you by my side. Talk about it, pick up the glass, and drink it." The aroma of wine lingered at the tip of the tongue. Lu Ming's heart was as sweet as the aroma of wine, but at the next moment, he felt a bit of a spin. "Yao, why am I a little dizzy?" "Your wine." Lu Ming held the stone table and looked at Lu Yao, but at this time, he found Lu Yao's face a little cold. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, Yao has been with you for 3 years, it's nothing more than Yangmai. Now is the time, don't you contribute your bloodline?" At this time, a middle-aged man appeared from the side and was Lu Yao's father. Rumble. Like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, it exploded in Lu Ming's mind. "Yao." Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao in disbelief, but Lu Yao's eyes were full of indifference. "Why? I love you so much." Lu Yao's indifferent eyes, like a sharp knife, thrust into Lu Ming's heart. He roared and pounced on landing Yao. But Lu Yao just retreated slightly, he threw himself on the ground. Xianyuan Sword School Duan Mulan, 6 years old, cultivated 2.5 years, and entered the warrior realm, 9 years old, entered the warrior realm, now 16 years old, one of the 4 geniuses of Xianyuan Sword School, and you, frail and sick, the meridian is blocked, and bluntly, you are just waste. Even if you wake up your blood, it is still waste. Can you compare with Duan Mulan? This kind of genius is my good match. If you want to marry him, you must awaken the powerful bloodline. Since you love me so much, it is better to complete me. With your bloodline, help me awaken a stronger bloodline." A cold voice came from Lu Yao's mouth. Bump. At this time, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back, a sharp knife appeared in his hand, and said, "Lu Ming, give your blood." "What?" In the spine, the pain of the heart drowned Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared, and the voice was full of loneliness, helplessness and despair. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into boundless darkness. "Lu Yao, I treat you like a love, why do you hurt me?" Lu Ming roared, and suddenly sat up from the bed, and the bed made of pressed nanmu made a creak. Lu Ming sweated a lot, it turned out to be a dream. No, it was not a dream. How could all this be a dream? It was a fact that happened 3 days ago. Lu Ming is a descendant of the Lu family, his father is the owner of the Lu family. And Lu Yao, the daughter of the first elder of the Lu family. They grew up together, and they can be said to be inseparable from each other. In private, they have even vowed to swear all their lives in private. Lu Ming couldn't think of it. Lu Yao and the elders would shoot him and take him away. Strength, everything is because of my lack of strength. If I have extraordinary talent and strength, how dare they treat me like this? Lu Ming clenched his fists, trembling, and his eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. Waste. This is what Lu Yao called him. It seemed that Lu Yao's words 3 days ago still echoed in his ears. Squeak. At this time, the door was pushed open, walked into a weak middle-aged woman/person, looking at Lu Ming on the bed, and asked with concern, "Ming heir, do you have nightmares again?" This beautiful woman is Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, it was Li Ping who was worried about Lu Ming's safety and went out to find Lu Ming, otherwise Lu Ming was dead. Since Lu Ming's father was rumored to be killed outside when he was rumored 6 years ago, he and Li Ping lived together. Lu Ming looked at Li Ping, his eyes softened and said, "Mother, it's okay, just a dream." Looking at Lu Ming's pale face, Li Ping was sitting by Lu Ming's bed, touching Lu Ming's forehead, and said in a heartache, "It has been 3 days. Every time you yelled Lu Yao to harm you, Minger, what the is going on? What? Is your injury because of Lu Yao?" Lu Ming said, "Mother, nothing, you heard it wrong." Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping that Lu Yao and the elders had done it, because Li Ping did not practice martial arts and told Li Ping that it would harm her. Li Ping stepped back and said, "Minger, in the future, you can't call Lu Yao's name directly. 2 days ago, Lu Yao awakened a 5th level bloodline and also opened a god-level meridian, which has now been obtained. Recognized by the Presbyterian College, 2 months later, the Lu family will be in charge of the Lu family and become the owner of the Lu family. Calling the name of the family owner directly, I am afraid that it will be disrespected." "What? Lu Yao wants to take charge of the Lu family? She doesn't think about it." Lu Ming let out a low roar, his eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clattered, his teeth were all crushed, and blood bleed out. After Lu Ming's father was rumored to have been killed 6 years ago, the Lu family has been managed by the elders' home for the past 6 years, and no new owner has been established. Seeing Lu Ming look like this, Li Ping was so scared that Lu Shen had no master, just holding Lu Ming's head, tears kept flowing, and said, "Ming heir, you don't want to scare the mother has lost your father and can't lose you anymore. Dad. Where are you? Minger believes that you will not die, now, Minger is helpless, and even the head of the family can't be kept." Lu Ming held a pendant tightly around his neck. With too much force, his nails penetrated into the flesh, and blood oozed out continuously. This pendant, made of bronze, is the size of a broad beam. It was sent back from outside by Lu Ming's father before the accident. For the past 6 years, Lu Ming has been with him. The blood from the palm oozed out and flowed to the bronze pendant. Buzz. Suddenly, the bronze pendant shook slightly and became hot. Lu Ming hadn't reacted yet. The bronze pendant was shocked and turned into a little powder. He drilled into Lu Ming's palm and disappeared into his palm. Then, Lu Ming felt that there was a hot energy, from his palm, along the arm, one up. After a while, he stayed in the Yintang cave of the eyebrow. Kowloon is not dead, the blood is reborn. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind, and the shaking Lu Ming's mind buzzed. Kowloon is not dead, the blood is reborn. Kowloon is not dead, the blood is reborn. A continuous roar rang continuously in Lu Ming's mind, and then, a hot breath, starting from the eyebrow, rushed to Lu Ming's spine. At the next moment, the roar disappeared, but there was a burst of itching on the spine, and the whole body became hot. What happened? Lu Ming was completely puzzled. At this point, the itching on the spine became more intense, and it seemed that something was slowly growing. "Minger, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother." Feeling the abnormality in Lu Ming, Li Ping was even more afraid, and was somewhat at a loss. Blood rebirth? Can I really be reborn? Lu Ming wondered. There are records in ancient books that only a very small number of people, after being deprived of their blood vessels or damaged for other reasons, can regenerate their blood vessels and grow a new blood vessel. However, most of the rebirth of the bloodline is very low, and it is not useful. But there are also very few people who can stand up and stand back, regenerate cocoons, rise in destruction, detach from the past, and awaken to the strongest bloodline. But the odds are so small that they are negligible. There are few records in ancient books. Lu Ming didn't think about the awakening to the strong bloodline, but after all, the chance is too small. As long as he can awaken the bloodline, he is very happy. With blood, he can practice martial arts and change his destiny. At this moment, the strange body slowly disappeared, and Lu Ming smiled on his face, saying, "Mother, I'm fine." "What are you doing?" "This is the main palace. You can't break into it." Suddenly, there was a soft drink outside, and Lu Ming heard it. It was the voice of Li Ping's personal maid Chuyue. Snapped. "Go away." With a cold drink and a slap, a young man with a somber face came in. "Madam, young master." A girl about 16 years old followed, her face red and swollen, and a slap mark appeared, which was Chuyue. Lu Chuan, you. What do you want to do? Lu Ming got up and drank coldly. The person named Lu Chuan is Lu Yao's eldest brother. He is 31 years older than Lu Yao and 16 years old this year. When Lu Chuan saw Lu Ming, his eyes flashed with surprise, and it seemed a little surprised that Lu Ming was not dead, and then a sneer, Lu Ming, you are right, my sister Lu Yao, will be in charge of the Lu family, staying in the main house, so this main house, you are no longer eligible to live, please move away. Li Ping turned pale. Although she knew that there would be such a day, she didn't expect it to come so fast. Li Ping smiled miserably and said, Lu Chuan, Ming'er is injured. After 2 days, Ming'er is injured, and we will move away. In 2 days. I will move out today. Do you want to be here, do you think I don't know? Lu Chuan sneered. Today. Ming'er has a wound. It's so late today. Let Ming'er rest overnight and move. Li Ping begged a little. Resting? He can't wake up with a single bloodline. The waste that is blocked by the meridians is better to rest. It's better to die. Well, I must move away today anyway. Lu Chuan said indifferently. Chapter 2 War Dragon. Lu Chuan was carrying his hands, his face was cold, looking at Lu Ming, showing disdain. Ming'er. Li Ping wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Lu Ming. Mother, we don't need to beg him, just move away, Lu Ming said. Ming'er, but your injury is still not good. What should you do in case of a cold this night? Li Ping said with concern. Lu Ming shook his head stubbornly and said, Mother, I'm fine, let's move away, but sooner or later, we will move back. The main house is where you and your father are married, and no one can take it away. Fine then. Li Ping sighed and asked Chuyue to pack things together. Lu Chuan carrying his hands, looked at with a sneer, glanced around, suddenly his eyes light up. Wait a minute, you can't take this sword away. Lu Chuan walked towards Li Ping, who was holding a sword in his hand. Li Ping's face was white, and he held the long sword in his hand subconsciously, begging, this sword is the only token left by Ming'er's father. It will be left for Ming'er in the future. You can't take it away. Since it was left by the former head of the family, you can't take it away. That's the property of the Lu family. You have to take it for confiscation. Moreover, Lu Ming can't even cultivate the real energy. What is the use of this long sword? Is it waste? Lu Chuan drank coldly, and his eyes showed fiery colors. He could see that this sword was very extraordinary, and it was a spirit soldier. No, Lu Chuan, I'm begging you. Li Ping, holding his long sword, was reluctant to let go. Lu Chuan's eyes were cold and he shouted, toast without eating fines. Lu Chuan shouted. Lu Ming's eyes were red and his hands clattered. Lu Chuan, the sword, you can take it, but you remember to me, sooner or later, I will get my own thing back, and it will be taken back 10 times and 100 times. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold and he stared at the river. When Lu Ming stared at him, Lu Chuan felt cold all over, but then he chuckled and said, Lu Ming, is it just a waste that you can't awaken with your bloodline? Do you want me to give it back 10 times and 100 times? I wait written. For the past 3 years, Lu Yao has been under the wine that Lu Ming drank every day to suppress the blood veins of Yen Luo pollen. Therefore, 3 days ago, Lu Ming failed to awaken the blood vein under the eyes of everyone. After the failure, Lu Yao and the elders took the opportunity shot. Mother, give him. Lu Ming said. Seemingly infected with Lu Ming's determined eyes, Li Ping gave Lu Chuan some reluctance. Then, after finishing things, Li Ping touched down and walked out of the main gate of Lu family. Lu Ming looked back and glanced at the main house of the Lu family. One day, I will be back. A small courtyard in the Dongxiang partial courtyard was originally a place where the people lived. There were 3 rooms and a small courtyard. At this time, Lu Ming and his 3 moved here. Late at night, the ice was biting. Lu Ming sat in the courtyard and clenched his fists together. Strength, this world, strength is everything. I just didn't have strength, so I was dug away by Lu Yao and the elders, and I didn't have strength. I couldn't even keep the main palace, and the sword left by my father couldn't. In this world, there is no strength, you can only suffer humiliation, there is no way to resist. Now, I can feel that my bloodline has been slowly reborn. Even if the bloodline of the rebirth is lower, as long as I work harder than others 10 times, 100 times, I believe that I will not be worse than others. One day, I can truly control my destiny and protect my loved ones. Footsteps came from behind. Li Ping took a robe and put on Lu Ming, said, Minger, it's cold outside, the room has been packed, please go into the room and rest. Mother, you have to rest earlier. Lu Ming smiled. Back in the room, sitting on the bed, Lu Ming still had trouble sleeping. When will my bloodline be fully reborn and grow? Lu Ming thought about it, and then sank his mind into the spine. He wanted to take a good look at what happened to the blood that hadn't grown. At this time, there was some tingling sensation in the spine, and a hazy red light flashed out. In the red light, there was a finger-sized, worm-like figure faintly. But it's a bit illusory and can't be seen. My bloodline hasn't fully grown, can it actually show up? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Generally only the fully awakened blood can be revealed. Since it can be seen, let's see if we can practice like a normal bloodline. Thinking of this, Lu Ming began to run the basic Qigong that everyone in the Lu family would know. Immediately, the aura in the space kept converging towards the body of Landing Ming. The speed of absorbing aura is almost comparable to that of the secondary bloodline. Feeling the concentration of Reiki gathered around him, Lu Ming was overjoyed. In the wild land of the gods, the warriors are divided into ordinary warriors and bloodline warriors. However, ordinary warriors and bloodline warriors can't be compared at all. Bloodline warriors, awakening the blood in the body, not only can increase the combat power, but also the speed of cultivation is unmatched by ordinary warriors. However, the number of bloodline warriors is extremely rare, and among the dozens of people, one person may not necessarily be able to awaken the bloodline. But now, Lu Ming's bloodline has not yet fully grown, and the speed of absorbing qi can be comparable to the second-level bloodline. What happens if it grows completely? What effect will it have? Lu Ming looked forward to it very much. Reiki is constantly gathering, absorbed by Lu Ming, and penetrates into the body. After an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes. After an hour of cultivation, he felt his injuries were better, and his original body was weak and sickly, and he had improved a little. If you go on like this, within a few days, my injury will heal, and my physique will gradually improve. Then, the speed of cultivation will increase. Lu Ming thought, could not help reaching out to touch his neck, where there was only a silk thread, and the bronze pendant was gone. I can be born again, it should be related to the bronze pendant. Now the bronze pendant has reached my eyebrows. I don't know what effect it has. Lu Ming thought, his heart sank into his eyebrows, and wanted to feel it. As soon as his mind sank into his eyebrows, a ring of halo emanated from his heart, and then the halo turned into a vortex. The vortex continued to grow larger and enveloped Lu Ming. At the next moment, the sky turned around, and Lu Ming found him in another place. Lu Ming was taken aback, and looked around quickly. At this time, he was standing on a flat stone platform. The stone platform was about 10 meters long and wide, and the three directions of the stone platform were all chaotic. There is only one direction, with a row of stone ladders. After the 99th stone ladder, it is also a platform, and that platform is forward, and there is another row of stone ladders. One layer after another, I don't know how many, and the top of the stone ladder and platform is a palace. Because of the distance, Lu Ming couldn't see the truth. He could only vaguely see that the gate of the palace seemed to be open. In the haze, there seemed to be a figure sitting there, and a sound of chanting came from the palace. The sound of chanting passed into his ears. Lu Ming felt a moment of spirit, all his troubles seemed to disappear, his mind and body fell into ethereal, and his mind was extremely clear. What's going on? How can I appear here? Where is this? Hey, there is a stone tablet there, and a black iron box. On one side of the platform, there is only a stone tablet and a box. There are 4 words written on the steel, Supreme Temple. Apart from these 4 words, there is nothing else. Later, Lu Ming turned his eyes to the black iron box. The box is not large, less than half a meter wide, and less than 1 meter long. Lu Ming opened the box and found 3 books and a jade bottle inside. On the jade bottle, there are 3 words written, wash the pill. Shidan pill. Actually Xiandan pill. Lu Ming was ecstatic, and quickly opened the lid of the jade bottle. Suddenly, a strong medicinal fragrance rushed to the nose. In the jade bottle, a fiery red elixir, the size of the fingertips, was crystal clear. Washing the pill, it is said that it can wash the essence and cut the pith, make people reborn, and greatly enhance the physique of the warrior. This is a panacea that is hard to find. Wind and Fire City has not appeared a few times in the past 1,000 years. With the washing pills, can my frail constitution and the problem of meridian blockage be greatly improved? Lu Ming was extremely hot and excited. Take a deep breath, cover the jade bottle, set it aside carefully, and then pick up the 3-step book and read it. This is the 3 skills of martial arts. True Dragon Warrior, Fire Dragon Fist, Dragon Snake Footwork. Lu Ming first opened the Treasure of the Dragon. True Dragon Warrior, God-level exercises, cultivated to the peak, with the power of the dragon, unparalleled combat power, sweeping the world. God-level exercises. Lu Ming's eyes glared round, his breath thickened. The martial arts skills are generally divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mystery, yellow and non-influx. And each level is divided into 2 grades. The highest level is not influx, as the name implies, the lowest is not in grade. But above the celestial level exercises, there is actually another level, which is the divine level. But God level, it is just a legend. Lu Ming has never heard of anyone who has God level skills. As far as he knew, one of the highest exercises of the Lu family was only at the top grade. But now, there is a book of God level exercises in front of Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming not be surprised? How not to be excited? It is a pity that this Zhonglong Zhenju only has the first level of mentality, and can only be cultivated to the level of the Tongmai, and the cultivation of the next level requires the second level of practice. On the second floor, there is a box on the second platform after the 99 stairs. Lu Ming turned from page to page, to the last page, and found a line. If you want to practice the second layer of the true dragon war, you need to get through the 3 gods. If you don't get through the 3 mountains, you will forcibly practice the second layer, and you will definitely burst through the veins and die. Lu Ming took a breath. This cultivation requirement is too high. The warrior cultivation is divided into Tongmai, warrior, warrior, great warrior, warrior, warrior. The level of Tongmai is the foundation of the martial arts practice and the easiest. The human body has 9 meridians and 81 acupoints. The first 3 are called human veins, the middle 3 are called earth veins, and the last 3 are called heaven veins. The warrior can break through to the next realm, the warrior realm, and become a real warrior as long as he breaks through the 9 meridians of the heaven and earth. But in fact, there are 3 meridians above the 9 meridians, which are called the divine meridians. But there are too few who can get through the spirit. Lu Yao just got through a magical line, and alarmed the whole wind and fire city, and the elders' court made a direct decision to let her take charge of the Lu family. For God-level exercises, I must get through 3 godlings. Lu Ming shook his fist, then looked at the other 2 cheats. The other 2 books, one is boxing, yellow-level inferior martial arts, and the other is body style, also yellow-level inferior martial arts. Although it is a yellow-level inferior martial art, even the Lu family can't come up with a few. Putting down some martial arts, Lu Ming picked up Shidan Dan again, opened the bottle cap, and swallowed Shidan Dan in the mouth. The powerful medicine dissolves in the body, penetrates into Lu Ming's muscles, bones, and internal organs, and begins to improve Lu Ming's physique. Lu Ming could even hear the vibration of the bones in the body and the sound of the muscles crawling. He was hot all over, and a trace of black impurities were discharged from the body. His body is constantly becoming stronger and stronger, which originally blocked the withered meridians, and has become alive and vivid. Chapter 3 Condensate. After the medicine of Zidandan was fully refined, it was almost noon the next day. I didn't sleep all night, but Lu Ming was not sleepy at all, but felt refreshed and full of strength. A pill to wash the pill completely transformed him. His body is stronger than ordinary young people, the meridians are not blocked, and he is full of resilience and vitality. It's just that there is a thick layer of dirt on his body, all of which are discharged impurities, sticky and very uncomfortable. As soon as his thoughts moved, Lu Ming returned to the room. I crept open the door and walked out. I found that Li Ping and Xiao Yu were not there. I thought I should go out and buy food. Lu Ming went to the well in the yard, picked up well water and washed away the dirt on his body, changed a set of clean clothes, and felt refreshed and comfortable. At this time, Li Ping and Xiao Yu also came back from the outside. When they saw Lu Ming, they both stared at landing with surprise. Now, Lu Ming is full of energy, and is far from the image of the frail and sick in the past. No wonder they will be surprised. Minger, are you getting better? Li Pingzi asked Landing Ming carefully. Yes, son, you seem to be a little different from before. Qiu Yue also asked with wide eyes. Lu Ming smiled and said, Mother, I don't know why. After this injury, I practiced Qi Gong last night, and actually cultivated a ray of Qi, so my body is better. What? Minger, have you cultivated your true energy? When Yan, Li Ping ecstatic, tears in his eyes, that is happy. Lu Ming didn't tell Li Ping about the Supreme Temple, but there are God-level exercises in it. If they pass out, the three of them will be in great trouble. But he swallowed the pill, and his body has changed. There is no saying that Li Ping will inevitably be surprised. Therefore, he only revealed that he cultivated his true energy. Minger, great, great. Li Ping burst into tears in excitement. Although, she only cultivated her true energy, not even an ordinary warrior, let alone compared with the bloodline warrior, but she was still very happy for Lu Ming. Master, then you have to protect my wife and me in the future. Qiu Yue also showed a happy smile. Then, Li Ping and Qiu Yu started to cook, and soon, the smell was tangy. The three sat happily together for dinner. The food is very simple, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian. Minger, your injury is not good, you eat more meat and replenish qi and blood. Li Ping slammed the meat into Lu Ming's bowl. Mother, Qiu Yue, you eat too. Lu Ming said. Since the news of Lu Ming's father Lu Yuntian's being killed, the lives of their mothers and children have become worse and worse in the past 6 years, and the family members have given less and less regular money. They rarely eat meat. Even if occasionally, Li Ping and Qiu Yue were given to Lu Ming, and Qiu Yue even more, when growing up, the nutrition could not keep up and appeared a little thin. Martial arts practice requires a lot of energy, and it is relatively important to eat. Those warriors who awaken the bloodline of the Lu family eat not the meat of ordinary beasts, but the meat of demon beasts. Even those with high talents, in addition to the monster meat, swallow the blood, bone meal, and dragon and tiger pill refined with various precious medicinal materials every day. Dragon tiger pill contains powerful essence, which can not only strengthen the muscles, bones, meridians, organs of the martial arts, but also turn into true qi, help practice and improve cultivation. Eat like Lu Ming, nutrition is actually not enough. Minger, you have already developed your true energy. It is not enough to eat these meals. There are 8 dragons and tigers in the mother. You can take it to practice. Li Ping carefully took out a bottle and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Ping could come up with 8 dragons and tigers. He said doubtfully, Mother, dragon and tigers need 1 or 2 silvers. Where are you so silver? Mother naturally has a way. It was originally bought for you to build a healthy body. It just happens that you can practice true energy and just use it. Li Ping smiled. Your son, my wife sold the dragon and phoenix bracelets before I bought these 8 dragons and tigers. Qiu Yue seemed to be unable to stand, and then answered. Qiu Yue. Li Ping whispered, seeming to blame Qiu Yue for talking, saying, Minger, you can rest assured to practice, as long as you can cultivate true energy, strengthen your body. What is a dragon and phoenix bracelet? Mother. Lu Ming's nose was a little sour, and his hands held the bottle of Longyudan tightly. The dragon and phoenix bracelet was a sentimental token given to Li Ping by Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming knew how much Li Ping saw the dragon and phoenix bracelet, but now for Lu Ming's body, Li Ping sold the dragon and phoenix bracelet. Mother, you can rest assured that I will definitely become a strong man, use my strength to protect you, and never let you be aggrieved. Lu Ming secretly vowed in his heart, and his eyes were firm. After dinner, Lu Ming took Longyudan and returned to the room to enter the Supreme Temple. Upon entering the Supreme Temple, Lu Ming turned his attention to the second platform above the 99 stairs. Because there is also a box on the second platform, and it is bronze. In the first black iron box, there is the first layer of True Dragon Warrior, Yanlong Boxing, and Dragon Snake Footwork, and the Pill Wash. What is the second box? Lu Ming was very curious and walked towards the stairs. But he walked up to the 99th ladder and wanted to climb to the second person's platform, but he couldn't climb up. There was an invisible force blocking him. Is it because I didn't cultivate enough? Lu Ming had no choice but to retreat. Then he sat cross-legged, poured out a dragon and tiger pill, swallowed it in the mouth, and began to practice. When Lu Ming swallowed dragon and tiger pill, the spine suddenly became hot, and a strong attraction was generated, which absorbed all the power of dragon and tiger pill. Then, a pure energy flowed from the spine. So fast. Lu Ming was startled and then ecstatic. Ordinary people want to refine a dragon and tiger, it takes at least a day, but he is completely refined in an instant. It's because of the blood that hasn't grown. This bloodline that has not yet grown is really magical. Not only does the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth aura equal to the second bloodline, but it also has the effect of quickly refining the elixir. Okay, now start to attack the meridians. Immediately, Lu Ming condensed his mind and ran the War Dragon, starting to impact the first of the 3 personal connections. The rolling energy was controlled by Lu Ming, toward the first pulse. Boom! Boom! There seemed to be roaring sounds in the body, and the holes were washed away one by one. When the energy is not enough, Lu Ming swallowed another dragon and tiger. In this way, when the evening came, all 8 dragons and tigers had been used up, and Lu Ming had successfully used the 8 dragons and tigers to successfully get through 3 personal connections. Tongmai level is divided into early stage, middle stage and later stage. Opening 1 to 3 connections is the early stage of Tongmai, 4 to 6 connections are the middle stage of Tongmai. The Tongmai realm is the foundation of the warrior and the easiest. Of course, the easiness is also different from person to person. The general bloodline martial arts, as long as 1 month, as long as 1 year, will definitely be able to get through all 9 meridians. But ordinary martial arts are not necessarily, and some people may not be able to get through 9 meridians in their lifetime. But like Lu Ming, 3 meridians were opened in 1 afternoon, which is very rare, and if it is transmitted, it will definitely make people stunned. This is inseparable from the dragon's true secret and the peculiar qualities of the undeveloped bloodline. The true tactic of Zhanlong is the god-level exercises, and the ungrown blood veins can instantly rejuvenate the elixir, which has achieved such a miracle. Feeling the dragon's true energy in the body running in the 3 meridians, Lu Ming was full of joy and fighting spirit. After dinner, Lu Ming hurriedly entered the Supreme Temple and began to practice. Now, he intends to practice martial arts, Fire Dragon Fist. Martial arts, the muscles and bones of the body are driven by the true energy to attack. Different martial arts, true energy operation, and musculoskeletal operation are all different, so the effect of martial arts is different, the resulting moves are different, and the power is also different. Therefore, the control of true energy and the control of the body are very high. It is difficult to cultivate a martial art home without hard work for many years. The more advanced martial arts are, the more difficult and complicated the control of devotion is, the more powerful it is, of course. Lu Ming opened his posture and began to practice. Above, the chanting sounds in the palace kept coming out, making Lu Ming's head extremely clear, and some tips about Yan Long Quan kept flashing in his mind. True Qi moves, pouring into the feet, and then driving the bones and muscles of the feet. Drink. Lu Ming took a light drink and stepped forward with his feet. The power poured from his feet into the lumbar spine. The spine twisted like a big dragon. A more powerful force poured from the waist to his hands. Boom! Lu Ming burst out with a punch, the power burst out, and the trembling air roared. First glance at the door. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. The cultivation of martial arts is divided into 6 levels according to the different types of fire. First glance at the doorway, a little success, blending through, the fire is pure and green, fascinating, human and martial. The 6 levels, 1 step at a time, are difficult to achieve overnight. The higher the level of martial arts, the harder it is to upgrade. Lu Ming didn't expect that he could reach the first level when he first started to practice Fire Dragon Fist and get a first glimpse of the path. This is a yellow level inferior martial art. If you are an average person, it will be difficult to reach the door in a few months. The chanting sounds in that palace helped me a lot in practicing martial arts. Lu Ming looked at the palace deep in the stairs and thought about it. Lu Ming speculates that the reason why he practiced so fast is that the important factor is the sound of chanting, and his own understanding is probably not weak. Now that he has such an effect, Lu Ming naturally works harder. Without Long Hyuden, Lu Ming's speed of getting through the meridians was greatly reduced. But 3 days later, he still opened the 4th meridian and entered the middle of the Tongmai. And Fire Dragon Fist. He even cultivated to the 2nd level and achieved a little success. However, in the past 3 days, the bloodline has not grown, and it is still growing slowly. With a slight smile, Lu Ming exited the Supreme Temple and walked out the door. As soon as he walked out of the room, Chiyue came back from the outside with red eyes. "Master, please call your wife back. The wife has been kneeling at the Li family for several hours." Chiyue said with a cry. "What? What's going on? Let's go." Lu Ming hurriedly and Chiyue walked outside. On the way, Chiyue told Lu Ming. Since Li Ping knew that Lu Ming could cultivate true energy, he was very happy. But to practice martial arts requires skills and martial arts, so Li Ping thought of the Lujia bookstore and rented several books of martial arts and martial arts for Lu Ming, but the elders who guarded the Lujia bookstore were the elders. Li Ping was just sent waste. No way. Li Ping found Lu Chuan, found the elders, and even knelt down to beg them, but still did not give Li Ping an incompetent martial art. Li Ping, who had nowhere to go, found the Li family, hoping to gain martial arts skills. The Li family, a small family in Fenghua City, Li Ping's mother's family, is now Li Ping's elder brother, also known as Lu Ming's uncle. However, Lu Ming's uncle refused Li Ping because Lu Ming was a child of the Lu family, and the Li family should not borrow merits and martial arts. Li Ping is really helpless and can only kneel in the lobby of Li's family, hoping to get a copy of martial arts. Damn! Lu Ming roared in his heart, his anger filled his chest. Chapter 4 Monster Mountain. Wind and Fire City, Lu family is a veritable giant family, no other family can match. The Li family was originally an unknown family in Fenghua City. Later, because Li Ping married Lu Yuntian, the owner of the Lu family at that time, the Li family relied on the Lu family's power to straighten up and grow stronger. Lu Ming remembered that at that time, the Li family was very good to Li Ping and him. However, after the Lu Yuntian accident, the Li family's attitude towards their mother and son changed. Especially after the death of Lu Ming's grandfather, his uncle in charge of the Lu family became more and more alienated from their mother and son, and even ignored them. Human relations are cold and warm, this is the reality. Li family, in the compound. Li Ping knelt there and shivered slightly. Around him, there were many children of the Li family pointing and pointing. Above the compound, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a paw looked at Li Ping indifferently. "Little girl, when are you going to kneel, isn't it embarrassing?" He is Li Ping's eldest brother, Li Fu. "Brother, I beg you, Ming'er finally cultivates true energy, but he is your dear nephew, you give him 1 or 2 martial arts skills." Li Ping tearfully pleaded. "Little girl, to say something you don't like to listen to, Lu Ming has been very sick since childhood, and can't awaken the bloodline. Even if she is lucky enough to cultivate a trace of true energy, what use is there? There won't be any achievements in the future. Become an ordinary person and finish this life. And I tell you, the elder Lujia has passed through with me, let me correct my position, my little sister, my elder brother is also very embarrassed, help you, offend the elder." Li Fu said lightly. "Brother, please, I don't want Ming'er to have any great achievements. As long as I can become a warrior, I will be satisfied with my physical fitness. Brother, I promise this is the last time I beg you, and I will never embarrass him." Li Ping continued to beg. Li Fu frowned, pondered for a moment, and took out a book and threw it in front of Li Ping, saying, "Looking at the sentiments of brothers and sisters for many years, take this, 3 swords with a sword, and take it, although it is not influential, but Lu Ming is enough, don't bother me again. Mother." At this time, Lu Ming and Chuyue arrived. Lu Ming lifted Li Ping and felt Li Ping's body tremble slightly, apparently because of kneeling for a long time. "Ming'er, don't thank you uncle yet." Li Ping took a deep look at Li Fu and said to Lu Ming. "Thank him." Lu Ming's chest was filled with anger and said, "Without their alms, mother, let's go back." Lu Ming didn't look at the martial art, but helped Li Ping and left the Li family. It's shameless to give a face, but it's just a fluke to cultivate a trace of true energy, and really treat yourself as a genius. Just a waste. All the children of the Li family sneered. Lu Ming ignored these people, had no strength, and said nothing useful. Too much talked, but let the other party look down on him. But Lu Ming vowed that one day, he would use facts to tell these people to shut up. After leaving the Li family, Li Ping sighed and said, "Ming'er, you are too impulsive, that is a martial art, as long as you can become a martial arts, even if the mother is grieved, it is worth it." Lu Ming stood straight, like an Excalibur, and his eyes were very firm. He said, "Mother, even without the Li family's charity, I will definitely become a martial artist, and still be a martial arts master." After returning to the residence, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Temple and worked harder. After practicing Yanlong Quan again, Lu Ming began to practice Dragon Snake Step. Dragon Snake Step is a martial arts technique, very mysterious, and after cultivation, between the move, like the dragon and snake walking, like rapid electricity. With the help of the chanting sound in the palace, Lu Ming made rapid progress. Just practiced it twice, and then you'll have a first glance at the path. Ah! Ah! Lu Ming twisted his body like a dragon like a snake. His waist twisted and he stepped out in one step. He was more than 3 meters away. The distance of more than 3 meters is 1 foot. Dragon snake step reaches the first level, first glance at the door, 1 step can be 1 foot away, and to the second level, 1 step out, you can reach 2 feet, every time you break through a level, you can increase the distance by 1 foot, I'm still far away, continue. Next, under Lu Ming's hard practice, the past 10 days. In the past 10 days, Lu Ming has opened 2 meridians in a row, and reached the peak of the middle period of the Tongmai. The greatest achievement is martial arts. Fire Dragon Fist and Dragon Snake Step, both practiced to the 3rd level, blending together. True Qi cultivation is still too slow. If you go on like this, you want to get through the 3 gods. I don't know when it will be. Lu Ming thought about it. If you want to get through the meridians quickly, and then condense the cyclone and enter the warrior realm, you must have a lot of dragons and tigers. But Long Hyuden has 100 or 2 silvers, and he can be said to be penniless. Now that I have reached the peak of the middle stage of Tongmai, the 2 martial arts skills have also reached the point of communicating through, and with some self-preservation, it is time to try my luck in the Monster Mountain. The Monster Mountain is a huge mountain range 50 miles away from the City of Wind and Fire. The mountain range is hundreds of miles away, and the ancient trees are towering. There are many elixir growing in the mountains, attracting a large number of warriors in Fenghua City to seek medicine in the mountains. Of course, opportunities are often accompanied by risks. In the mountains, there are a large number of beasts, even monsters that are much stronger than the beasts. Many warriors die every year at the mouth of the monsters. Lu Ming didn't want to go deep into the Monster Mountain, he just wanted to try his luck on the periphery of the mountain and hone his martial arts. After making an excuse and talking to Li Ping, Lu Ming went to the Monster Mountain. 2 hours later, Lu Ming came to the foot of the Demon Mountain Range and looked up. The Demon Mountain Range is like a giant beast, giving a strong sense of oppression. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming rushed into the Monster Mountain. Roar! Just went a few miles into the land, and a fierce beast rushed to Lu Ming. This is a big white-headed tiger with a hanging neck. It is more than 1 meter high and 3 meters long. Before it arrives, there will be a fierce breath. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, took a deep breath, his figure flickered, flashed to the side, and then he started to move in a true air, starting with his feet and reaching the waist and spine, driving the strength of the whole body and punching out. Flame Dragon Boxing. Bump. This punch hit the tiger's neck heavily. The power exploded, and the tiger's tumbling out directly. Roar. The tiger was painful, more fierce, and screamed at the landing. Lu Ming showed off the Dragon Snake Step, twisted his body, avoided the tiger's pounce, and then hit Yanlong Fist, hitting the tiger's waist. The tiger was hit again and fell out. Lu Ming practiced the god-level exercises, True Dragon Warrior. The true Qi he practiced was like a dragon shape that walked in the meridian, and it was extremely explosive. Although Lu Ming's cultivation base is the peak of the Mid-Tongmai period, the power of the explosion is not comparable to that of the general Mid-Tongmai peak. With the Yanlong Fist, the power of Lu Ming's one punch is at least nearly a caddy. The tiger was hit by Lu Ming for 2 consecutive punches. He was seriously injured and blood was dripping from his mouth. At this time he roared, and turned to escape. Lu Ming was hotly chasing. A few minutes later, the tiger fled into a cave, Lu Ming hesitated a little, then chased in. Entering the cave and discovering that the tiger is lying in the cave, blood is constantly leaving in the mouth, and it is already dying. Huh. That's the first-class inferior silver bellflower. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In a crack in the cave, he saw a spirit grass with 9 leaves. Each leaf looked like a bell. The spirit grass is divided into 9 levels, and each level is divided into inferior, middle and top grade. The first-class silver bell grass contains a huge aura and is worth 302 silvers, comparable to 3 dragons and tigers. I didn't expect to have this harvest soon after I entered the Monster Mountain. This trip is worthwhile. After a punch, the tiger was completely resolved, and then Lu Ming took out a rucksack that had been prepared, took off the silver bell grass and put it into the rucksack. Brother Feng, do you really know a path that leads to the sand snake robber's den? Just then, there was a sound outside the cave. Chapter 5 Kill. Lu Ming's heart moved, he held his breath and listened carefully. Huh, of course, but I took a lot of effort to get a concubine from the leader of the sand snake robber. Only then did I know the path from the mouth of the naughty girl. If it were not your best relationship with me, I won't bring you here. Another voice sounded. As you can hear, both are young people. I knew, Brother Feng, you are handsome and handsome, which woman can block your style, Feng Feng. Ha! Brother Na Feng seemed very proud, and said, there is a cave here. Let's take a rest here. When the head of the family fights with the sand snake robber, then we sneak into the sand snake robber's den. Stealing the treasures of the leader is all ours. With that said, two young people aged 17 or 18 entered the cave. As soon as they walked into the cave, they saw Lu Ming at a glance. Lu Ming, it's you. Why are you here? One of the youths with a black mole on his face exclaimed. The Li family. Lu Ming was also shocked. These two young people, he knew, were Li Ping's mother and young children of the Li family. One is called Li Feng, the handsome one is quite handsome, and the young mole is called Li Fei. Lu Ming, did you hear what you just said? Li Feng stared at Landing with a somber face. Lu Ming said, I heard it. Lu Ming, since you heard it, you blame you for your bad luck. Li Feng's eyes revealed a murderous path. You want to kill me? Lu Ming's face sank. Lu Ming, remember to be smarter and wasteless in your next life. Don't run around everywhere. Otherwise, it's easy to cause death. Li Feng's voice was cold and his tone was disdainful. Brother Feng, why don't you shoot me? I killed him. Li Fei stepped out without taking Lu Ming in his eyes. Although the two also saw the body of the tiger in the cave, they didn't think it was killed by Lu Ming, they just thought they were killed by other beasts or monsters. Lu Ming, what level do they still not know? Li Feng nodded and said, well, quick battles and quick fixes have solved this waste. Let's take a quick break. Brother Feng, rest assured, one solution. Li Fei grinned, clawing at the Landing throat. Li Fei, the cultivation practice of Tongmai in the middle period, opened 5 meridians. This claw has at least 500 pounds of force. If this claw is grasped, Lu Ming will also be seriously injured if he does not die. Since you are going to kill me, you have to kill you first. Lu Ming whispered, the murder in his eyes flashed, his body moved, and a punch came out. Flame Dragon Fist. The punch came first and hit Li Fei's chest directly. Bump. Li Fei was like a sack. He was shot and flew out, hitting the wall of the cave heavily, blood sputtered in his mouth, and then he lost his breath. Li Fei was killed by Lu Ming. You killed Li Fei. How is it possible? Aside, Li Feng's eyes widened, full of incredible, screamed, aren't you a waste? Can you kill Li Fei? Waste? Haha, then I'll take you on the road as, waste. Lu Ming sneered. Send me on the road? Ridiculously, I've got through 8 meridians. Can you kill me? Do you think I'm Li Fei? Let me die. Soon, Li Feng calmed down, his long sword unsheathed, and a sword pierced Lu Ming. However, Li Feng is just an ordinary martial arts are not influential, the fire is worse, whereas Lu Ming's opponent. With a flash of dragons and snakes, he escaped Li Feng's sword light and punched out, hitting Li Feng's stomach. Li Feng screamed and flew out. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. However, Li Fengxiu was stronger, but was seriously injured and did not die. Just like you garbage, still call me waste. Lu Ming walked towards Li Feng, and Ling Sun's murderous opportunity came out. No, don't kill me. Li Feng scared his soul away, yelling again and again. He couldn't even dream of it, Lu Ming was so powerful. Why is the path leading to the sand snake robbing the old den? Tell it. Lu Ming asked. Originally, Lu Ming was able to kill Li Feng with a single boxing. The reason why he didn't kill him was because of the old den of sand snake thieves. Sand snake robbers, a group of robbers active near the monster mountain, burned and looted without any evil. However, due to the complex terrain in the mountains and forests, it has not been annihilated. Over the years, the sand snake thief did not know how much treasure to converge. If he could get it, then Lu Ming would not have the money to buy Longyuden. You want to know the path leading to the sand snake robbing the old den, I can tell you, but you have to spare me not to die. Li Feng's eyes flashed and said. At the same time, he roared in his heart. When he went back this time, he would have to revenge Lu Ming crazy, not only Lu Ming, but also his mother, but also to let her not die well. Now you are not qualified to discuss the conditions with me. You don't say that I will kill you immediately. Lu Ming's voice was cold, and his murderous eyes stared at Li Feng. Li Feng felt cold in his heart and called, okay, I said. At the moment, Li Feng said the path leading to the sand snake robbing the old den. Now can I go and see, said Li Feng. Lu Ming sneered and said, go. Let me go, will you go back and revenge me? After talking, he punched Li Feng in the chest and killed him. Over the years, Lu Ming has seen great ups and downs. The world of martial arts, weak meat and strong food, sometimes, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. Therefore, Lu Ming will not treat his enemies softly, because once he is soft, he is the one who dies. Later, Lu Ming fumbled on Li Feng and Li Fei. These two guys are also poor enough, and the silver tickets on them won't add up to 52. It was Li Feng who found a secret book. One word: electric sword, a non-influential swordsmanship. Although the level is not high, Lu Ming is just suitable. Lu Ming's attacking methods now have nothing but Yanlong Quan, and he can just practice a sword technique. Put all the cheats, silver tickets and silver bell grass into the supreme shrine, and then Lu Ming came out of the cave and headed towards the old nest of the sand snake robber as Li Feng said. Sand snake robber's nest is on a mountain more than 30 miles away. This mountain peak has steep cliffs on all three sides. The monster ape is difficult to get through, and only a narrow road leads directly to the mountain. It took Lu Ming 2 hours to arrive near this mountain. A few times along the way I almost encountered the monster, thrilling again and again. Monsters, powerful and fierce, are divided into 9 levels, each level is divided into 9 levels, and the martial arts, starting from the warrior realm, each level is also divided into 9 levels. Therefore, even the worst level 1 heavy monster beast is equivalent to the weight of a warrior samurai, which is simply not what Lu Ming can handle now. Lu Ming was waiting nearby. According to Li Feng, today, the owner of the Li family, Li Fu, will lead the master of the Li family to come to suppress the sand snake robbers. Of course, Li Fu is naturally not so kind. He wants to eliminate harm for the people. His goal is also the treasure that the sand snake robbers have fought over in recent years. Sure enough, not long after, hundreds of figures appeared in the mountains and forests, rushing towards the nest of sand snake robbers at a very fast speed. Enemies! A roar rang out on the mountain. What followed was a fierce shout. It's time. Lu Ming moved his figure, struck a dragon and snake, and shuttled between the mountains and forests. Soon, he came to the back of the sand snake robbing old den, where there is a secret path to climb the mountain. This is the retreat left by the sand snake robbers, in case one day they cannot resist the attack of the enemy, they can retreat from here. Chapter 6 Get Rich. Lu Ming looked for it carefully and found a mountaineering path. Although this one was steep, it was enough to climb Lu Ming's cultivation base. Lu Ming was overjoyed and climbed up the road. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming came to the top of the mountain. The sand snake thief seems to think that no one will know this path, so he is assured that no one is guarding this area. On the top of the mountain, quietly, presumably everyone went to Xianxia to resist the Li family. According to Li Feng's portrayal, Lu Ming headed toward the bedroom of the leader of the sand snake thief. According to Li Feng, the leader of the sand snake robbed the treasures looted over the years under the bed of his bedroom. If it wasn't for a concubine of the sand snake pirate leader, he often had to impersonate ordinary people to buy things from Fenghua City and was hooked by Li Feng. No one really knew where the treasure of the sand snake pirate leader was. Soon, Lu Ming came to the bedroom of the leader of the sand snake robber. After turning over the floor under the bed, he found 2 large boxes and 1 small box. The 2 large boxes are all filled with silver, and the small box is all silver tickets. Lu Ming was overjoyed and had no time to count. All of them were received in the supreme shrine, and then he flew back and forth along the way. Going down the mountain, Lu Ming did not stop, and headed towards Fenghua City. This time, regardless of winning or losing, the Li family is destined to be completely empty. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to the Lu family. Upon his return, he greeted Li Ping and returned to the room. He entered the supreme temple and hurriedly counted it. The count after the count surprised Lu Ming. There are a total of 100,002 silver tickets, and 2 large boxes of silver also have 32,000. A total of 130,002. It can be seen that in the past few years, the sand snake has robbed the house, but it has really plundered a lot of treasure, but now it is all cheaper. Lu Ming. With these silvers, I can buy a lot of Longhuden cultivation. Lu Yao, at the Lu family meeting more than a month later, you do not want to be in charge of the Lu family, and I will take back my own things. Lu Ming clasped his fists tightly, his eyes full of unyielding and firm. Later, Lu Ming left the Supreme Temple and went to Fengshe in Fenghua City. Fengshe in Fenghua City is the most prosperous place in Fenghua City, where there are various shops, such as Dan Yao Pu, weapon shop, material shop, etc. The caravans around, the population is endless. On the way, Lu Ming bought a black robe and a black hat, wrapped the whole person in hat and black robe. This time, he had to buy a lot of dragons and tigers, and his identity could never be discovered by others. The Lingyatang is the largest store of immortality medicine in Fenghua City. It covers an area of 10 acres and is as high as 4 floors. It is said that the Lingyatang is very big, and it is based on the Xianyuan sword school. Entering the Lingyao Hall, a young girl greeted her immediately and said with a smile, "This guest official, what's the need?" She has seen more strange guests, so there is nothing strange about Lu Ming wearing a black robe. And often such eccentric guests, the business may be bigger. "I want to buy Long Hyuden, what price do you have here?" Lu Ming deliberately lowered his voice, and it seemed a lot thicker. It sounded like a middle-aged man in his 30s. Guest officer, first grade and low grade dragon and tiger Dan, 102 silvers, first grade and middle grade dragon and tiger Dan, 102 silvers, 1 grade and high grade dragon and Hyuden, 1002 silvers. What grade did you buy? How much did you buy? The girl clerk asked. Elixir, also divided into 9 levels, each level is divided into 3 grades. 30 grades of first grade and 30 grades of middle grade. Lu Ming said. This, so many. The female clerk was taken aback, followed by ecstasy, more respectful, and said, "Guest, the price you want to buy has already exceeded 12,000 silver. I can't be the master. The Lord personally took over. Waiter, wait a minute, I will report to our host." After talking, the female clerk trod into the back hall. After a moment, the female clerk came out and said, "Guest, our host asks you to come to the back hall to talk." Lu Ming nodded and followed the female clerk to the back hall. Then the female clerk helped Lu Ming to pour tea, and then retreated. The back hall is very elegantly arranged. Lu Ming glanced at random, picked up tea and took a few sips. At this time, a fragrant wind came, and a young woman in her 20s came in. The young woman was wearing a red tight-fitting long skirt, and a huge meatball in front of her chest propped up the red skirt, as if she could not wait to jump through the clothes. The waist is full of grip, twisting like a water snake, and the extremely tall buttocks highlight the long skirt in a very attractive curve. Coupled with a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water, ruddy lips, and blown skin, these all add up to form a strong visual impact and ultimate temptation. This is a voluptuous woman who is in trouble for the country and the people. Lu Ming saw at first glance that her heartbeat could not help but accelerate. This visiting official, the young woman Mulan, is the host of this elixir hall. I heard that you are going to buy 31st grade lower grade dragon and tiger dragons and 31st grade middle grade dragon and tiger dragons. The sound is sweet, it seems to make people's bones crisp. Lu Ming took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and pressed his voice, "Yes. For customers who spend more than 12,000 at a time, we are all discounted by 10%. The total amount of elixir combined is 122,000 silver. When discounted by 10%, it is 10,800. Mu Lanjiao said. A pair of beautiful eyes swept around Lu Ming. "Thank you, Master Mu." Lu Ming clenched his fists. Later, Mulan clapped his hands, and a maid-looking girl came in carrying 2 boxes, each containing 30 dragons and tigers. Lu Ming also took out 10,082 silver tickets and handed them to Muran. "Mr. Tang, leave now." After taking Long Hyuden, Lu Ming said goodbye to Mulan. If the guest official needs to buy the elixir, he can come to the Ling Yao Tang, and he will get a 10% discount. Mulan showed a charming smile, twisting the water snake's waist, close to Lu Ming, and suddenly a charming Yoxiang got into Lu Ming's nose. This is Mulan's body fragrance, very tempting and full of fantasy. What a tempting demon girl. Lu Ming jumped in his heart and hurriedly hurried to leave. Looking at the direction where Ming Ming left, Mulan's ruddy lips pursed slightly and said, "Interesting. Miss, I think this man is wearing ordinary hats, but they are very ordinary." "What's the point?" the maid asked a little curiously. Mulan smiled and said, "Xiaoya, did you not see it? He just lowered his voice deliberately and pretended to be a middle-aged man. In fact, he is just a teenager. In Wind and Fire City, there are not many teenagers who can easily take out 2,000 silver. And my bloodline gives me super sense of perception. Just now I felt that this person's bloodline is very strange, it seems to contain powerful power, but it is not complete, it seems to be growing, so it is very interesting. Miss, is it really interesting to hear that? The maid also blinked. Xiaoya, if this person comes next time, you must inform me. Muron's eyes flashed with curiosity. Chapter 7 Rapid Progress. After leaving Fong City and returning home, Lu Ming couldn't wait to enter the Supreme Temple and opened one of the sandalwood boxes. Inside, there are 30 dragons and tigers arranged neatly. This is the first grade and lower grade dragon and tiger pill, impacting the 7th to 9th meridians. The first grade and lower grade dragon and tiger pill should be enough. Take out a dragon and tiger pill and swallow it. After Long Hu Dan swallowed the entrance, a hot spine appeared, and a faint red light flashed out. A strong attraction was generated, which absorbed all the power of Long Hu Dan, and then, a pure energy from the spine is gushing. What is my bloodline? The speed of this alchemy is really terrifying. Lu Ming's heart moved, and then manipulated the energy in the body, swimming in the meridians that had been opened, and turned into small dragon-shaped true chi, and finally went to the 7th meridian pulse. The dragon shape is really chi, extremely sharp, like a broken bamboo, and soon, a big hole in the 7th meridian was washed away. Next, unstoppable, one big hole after another was washed away. When there was not enough chi, Lu Ming swallowed a dragon and a tiger, transformed into chi, and continued to strike. The 7th to 9th meridians, known as the heavenly veins, are of course not as easy to get through as the previous meridians. After 2 days in a row, Lu Ming refined 24 dragons and tigers in succession, and then he broke all 3 veins. Lu Ming's Shui also reached the peak of the late Tongmai in one fell swoop. After practicing here, you can actually start condensing cyclones in Dantian and break through the warrior realm. But Lu Ming certainly won't do this. His goal is to get through the 3 gods, and then break through the warrior realm. However, the Shenmai is not so easy to get through, it can be said that it is very difficult. Lu Ming did not rush to start to attack the Shenmai, but swallowed all the remaining 6 first-class inferior dragons and tigers and transformed it into true energy. One day later, Lu Ming's real chi became more condensed and thick, and then he began to attack the pulse. Picking up a first-grade middle-grade dragon and tiger pill and swallowing it into the mouth, it was also absorbed and refined by the blood vessels in the spine, and an energy several times stronger than that of the first-grade lower-grade dragon and pill was poured into Lu Ming's body. It is worthy of the first-class Chinese medicine. Lu Ming ran Zhenlong Zhenju and ran Qi, starting to attack the first divine vein. Boom! Lu Ming felt a shock and numbness, but the first big hole of the first divine vein still didn't break away. Lu Ming was not discouraged, and then began to accumulate strength and continue to shock. Boom! Boom! After 7 shocks in a row, the first big hole of the first divine vein was finally washed away, and the turbulent true energy poured into the first big hole of the first meridian. Lu Ming's body lit up one spot after another, and they were all big holes that had been broken through. 81 spots were also lit up at this time. A light spot must be bright. Just broke through a big hole, I feel the true energy in my body is stronger, continue. Lu Ming continued to shock. However, the divine vein is the divine vein, the energy consumed, and the horror. After 3 days in a row, all 36 first-class Chinese medicines were completely consumed, which opened all the 9 great points of the first divine vein. What a powerful force, the power of my pure chi burst now is 1,500 kilograms. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. Before, when he peaked in the middle of Tongmai, he combined with the Yanlong fist to explode the force of 1,000 caddies. Except the bonus of the Yanlong fist, the power of pure chi burst should be around 700 or 800 caddies. Now it has doubled. The ordinary warrior, at the peak of the late Tongmai, the strength of the outburst of true energy should be about a caddy. While condensing the cyclone and breaking through the weight of the samurai, the strength of the true chi explosion can be increased to 2 kilograms. 2,000 caddies, for the strength of a cow. Of course, the algorithm here does not include martial arts and bloodline bonuses, there are martial arts and bloodline bonuses, and the strength is even stronger. Dragon Tiger has been used up, but I am not in a hurry to buy it first. The cultivation in these few days is too fast. It takes time to consolidate and practice martial arts by the way. Martial arts practice one step at a time. Breaking through too quickly will cause unstable foundations and impure purity. Therefore, Lu Ming intends to spend some time to consolidate a few times, and then go to buy Longyuden and continue to impact the rest. 2 divine veins. Then, Lu Ming began to practice Yanlongquan and Dragon Snake. In a blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. On this day, while Li Ping and Chuyue were not present, Lu Ming practiced Yanlong boxing in the courtyard. Call! Call! The boxing wind roared, Lu Ming's body twisted like a big dragon, and the air exploded with every punch. Drink! In the end, Lu Ming exhaled and punched a stone on the size of a human head in the yard. With a bang, the stone was torn apart by Lu Ming. Bang. The fourth level of martial arts is perfect. Lu Ming received the power, showing a happy look. After 7 days of cultivation, Yanlong boxing finally reached the fourth level. Young Master, have you become so powerful? Suddenly, a clear voice came from the door, which was a little weird. Autumn moon. Lu Ming was stunned, but it was difficult to get martial arts in the yard, so Chuyue saw it. At this time, Chuyue looked at the stone broken by Lu Ming, and then looked at Lu Ming. The tears in his eyes were spinning, and he rushed to Lu Ming a few steps, holding Lu Ming's hand tightly and saying, "Young master, it's really great, master is so powerful," and finally became a martial arts strongman. If the lady knows, she doesn't know how happy she should be. Speaking, tears flowed down. Although Chuyue's body is weak, she is a full-blown beauty. At this time, the pear blossoms brought rain, and Lu Ming couldn't help feeling soft. She reached out and wiped away the teardrops on Chuyue's face. Are you happy? Why are you crying? Master, am I happy for you? Chuyue snorted, and suddenly found that her little hands were still holding Lu Ming's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of the landing Ming's heart, and suddenly her heart hit like a deer, like a frightened bunny, jumping back a few step, small face flushed. Looking at Chuyue's shy face, tears and hazy eyes, Lu Ming blurted out subconsciously and said, "Chuyue, how beautiful you are." This time, Chuyue turned red, like a ripe apple, her head was deeply lowered, and she whispered, "Master, what do you say?" Cough. Chuyue, I have some adventures recently, so I have this kind of cultivation, but I can't tell you about it for the time being. Lu Ming coughed and quickly diverted the topic. Chuyue blinked her tearful eyes, and gave Lu Ming a deep look, saying, "Master, can you tell my wife?" "Not for now." Lu Ming said. "Well, I promise you." After Chuyue finished speaking, she pondered for a while, as if she had made up her mind and said again, "Master, I want to ask you something." "What's the matter?" Lu Ming asked. Chuyue bit her lip and said, "Master, can you teach Chuyue to practice martial arts?" Lu Ming froze for a while and said, "Chuyue, do you want to practice martial arts?" "Yes, master, Chuyue wants to practice martial arts, and she can repay her father and mother in the future, and Chuyue hopes she can help the younger master and his wife in his own future." Chuyue rode. Lu Ming little by little, he knew some of Chuyue's life experience. Chuyue's parents were a poor family outside Manhua City, and Chuyue was not born by her father and mother, but was retrieved from outside. Because of being too poor, Chuyue was sold to Lu's family when she was 8 years old, and became Li Ping's personal maid. She grew up with Lu Ming from an early age. She is 1 year older than Lu Ming and feels the same as her brother. "Okay, Chuyue, but your body is too thin, you need to take Bushue Dan to replenish qi and blood, and then I can try to help you awaken your bloodline." Lu Ming smiled and agreed to Chuyue. "Master, did you agree?" "That's great." Chuyue was overjoyed and almost rushed into Lu Ming's arms, finally holding back with blushing. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Chuyue, I just want to buy something. Let's go to Xianxia together and buy some blood-enriching pills by the way." Chapter 8 This is too low. Shenbing Pavilion, the place where Manhua Qingfang City buys weapons, contains not only ordinary soldiers for ordinary people, but also spiritual soldiers for warriors. Spirit soldiers are built with cherished materials. They are extremely sharp. They cut iron like mud and even add to the warrior's combat power. Therefore, spirit soldiers are the best weapons of the warriors. Like before, Lu Ming's father stayed, and the long sword captured by Lu Chuan was a spirit soldier. Spirit soldiers are mainly divided into 9 levels, and each level is divided into lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. This time, Lu Ming just wanted to buy a spirit soldier first and use it to practice swordsmanship. Lu Ming and Chuyue entered the Shenbing Pavilion together. In the Shenbing Pavilion, there are 2 rows of young and beautiful women. They are female shop assistants who receive guests in the Shenbing Pavilion. But when Lu Ming and Xiao Yu walked into the store, these female shop assistants frowned, and none of the female shop assistants approached them. Lu Ming and Chuyue are not very good at wearing Lu Ming is wearing simple denim clothes, and Chuyue is wearing a maid's clothes. These shop assistants are old rivers and lakes, and at a glance, they know they are not the kind of money. Naturally no one wants to receive two people. Lu Ming frowned slightly, and ignored it. In the Shinbing Pavilion, most of them are ordinary soldiers, and there are very few first-level spirit soldiers, and most of them are only first-level inferior spirit soldiers, and there are very few middle-grade spirit soldiers. Lu Ming turned around and only saw 3 put Zhongpin Lingbing. Lu Ming didn't take a fancy at all. He wanted to buy it. He planned to buy a better one. Do you have any help for this, son? I can recommend it for you. At this moment, a timid voice sounded. Tang Feng turned around and saw that she was a young female clerk with a round face and a red face. She looked a little cramped after seeing Lu Ming. She is a new clerk at this weapon shop. She is relatively shy and has poor performance. She saw no one was receiving Lu Ming just now, so she boldly came up. This girl has no performance this month, it's really anxious, what kind of people will she also receive? With my vision for many years in this industry, this kid can buy a 12 silver iron sword is good. Isn't it? Receiving such a countryman, I might as well stand here and rest. Not far away, several female shop assistants whispered to Lu Ming. Although the voice was not loud, it still passed into the ears of Lu Ming, Chuyue and others. Young master. Chuyue pulled on Lu Ming's sleeve. It's okay. Lu Ming smiled at Chuyue, these were just ordinary people, and he was too lazy to have general knowledge. When I was about to ask the round-faced female clerk if she had a higher spirit soldier, she was interrupted by a discordant voice. Yo-yo, isn't this Master Lu Ming Lu? What wind is blowing you here? As the voice fell, a young man and a woman came in. The man's face was pockmarked and he was not tall, but he was wearing a gorgeous silver robe. The woman has a few looks, but she has a nostril and a proud look. Lu Bing, Lu Mei. Lu Ming looked. The Lu family is divided into 7 main branches and 8 veins. Lu Ming knew the 2 of them, one was the son of the 5th branch of the Lu family, and the other was the daughter of the 6th branch of the main vein. It was Lu Bing who spoke just now. Lu Bing looked at Lu Ming for a while, and some contempt, said, why? Lu Ming, I heard that your bloodline awakening failed, and you can't condense, but also learn from others to buy weapons. Do you want to buy a kitchen knife to kill the chicken? Ha ha ha. Lu Matzi, let go, you are in the way. Lu Ming responded without hesitation. Lu Ming, what are you talking about? Lu Bing hated people calling him Matzi in his life. Now Lu Ming actually calls him in front of so many young beauties, especially Lu Mei's face, and suddenly makes him angry. Wang Matzi, I tell you to let go. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, you are looking for death, are you still the master of the main vein? After the clan will pass, Miss Yao will take the position of the head of the house, you will be nothing, do you understand? Do you dare to offend me? Hurry, you come to stop me now and apologize to me, I will still reward you with a bowl of rice. Lu Bing cried like a stray wild dog. But Lu Ming looked at him so coldly, like an idiot. Lu Ming, you wait for me. The cold color flashed in Lu Bing's eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Randomly and sarcastically, he looked at Landing Ming and said, Lu Ming, was it right? I came to buy a kitchen knife and go back to kill the chicken. Also, with you, what good things can you buy? Master Lu Bing, you are welcome to come, please ask what you need, despite speaking. Several female shop assistants had already surrounded Lu Bing, and their faces were full of flattering smiles. Hey! Looking at the Landing Ming, there was a round-faced female clerk, Lu Bing sneered, and deliberately shouted, today is my sister Lu Mei's birthday. I'm going to buy a spirit soldier for her as a gift. Say, what's the good? Recommended by Spirit Soldier. The word spirit was specially bitten specially. Master Lu Bing wants to buy spirit soldiers. The female clerk's eyes suddenly brightened, and one by one strongly recommended. Master Lu Bing, what do you think of this green pine sword? The first-class lower-grade spirit soldier contains pine patterns. This silver ice sword is also very good. However, Lu Mei shook his head after looking at the spirit soldiers, apparently dismissed. Lu Bing gritted his teeth and shouted, don't fool me with those first-class lower-grade spirit soldiers, and take out your first-class middle-rank spirit soldiers. Master Lu Bing, do you want to buy a first-class middle-class spirit soldier? When the female shop assistants heard it, their eyes glowed all over, their excited bodies trembling, and they were surrounded by landing soldiers selling like chicken blood. A middle-class spirit soldier is worth at least 802 silvers, and their commissions are absolutely great when they are sold. Is it strange that you are not excited? On Lu Ming's side, the round-faced female clerk looked enviously. She was shy by nature and could not compete with the other clerk at all. After some mission recommendation, Lu Bing chose a first-class middle-class spirit soldier, the Breeze Sword. 1,002 silver. Lu Bing paid some silver tickets with some pain. 502 denominations of silver tickets were deliberately shaken in his hand. After looking at Tang Feng, he looked contemptuous. Why? Lu Ming, haven't you picked the weapon you want to buy? Is the weapon here too low level, you can't look down on it? Ha ha ha. Lu Bing laughed arrogantly. Of course, brother Lu Bing, but the master of the main line, how can he be regarded as a middle-class spirit soldier? Lu Mei smiled lightly, holding the Qin Feng sword, looking left and right, and could not put it down. How do you know? I really think the weapons here are too inferior. Suddenly, Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. Then he said to the round-faced female clerk, Girl, do you have a first-class spirit soldier here? Show me. What? The audience was suddenly quiet, including the round-faced female clerk, Chuyue, and other female clerk, Lu Bing. Lu Mei all looked at the landing stunned. What? Lu Ming, do you want to buy a first-class spirit soldier? Do you know how much silver a first-grade spirit soldier needs? This is not just talking, can you buy it? Lu Bing's eyes flashed and cried to Lu. The price of a first-class spirit soldier is at least several times that of the first-grade spirit soldier. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could buy it. Son, do you mean you want to buy a first-class spirit soldier? The round-faced female clerk asked in disbelief. Why? Do you have no first-class spirit soldiers here? Or are you afraid that I don't have enough silver? Lu Ming smiled and took out a stack of silver tickets from his arms, all of which were denominations of 502, with a dozen or so. How do you have so many silver tickets? Looking at the stack of silver tickets held by Landing Ming, Lu Bing's eyes almost glared out. Lu Mei and several other female shop assistants almost glared out their eyes. Chuyue also opened her mouth, staring at the landing stunned. It seems that the young master really got the adventure. Chuyue thought to herself. Chapter 9. See you again. The round-faced female clerk was even more excited, and her face turned red, stuttering, Yes, there are first-class spirit soldiers, wait a minute, I'll get it for you. After talking, the round-faced female clerk rushed towards the back, and after a while, she and several big men came with 4 or 5 spirit soldiers. Master, these are first-class spirit soldiers, please see, this one is called Choshue's sword. The round-faced female clerk took a long sword and pulled it out. The sword is 1 and 5 meters long, slightly thin, and the sword is like a Wang Qingchuan, which actually emits a circle of water vapor. Good sword. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Compared with this sword, the Breeze sword in Lu Mei's hand is garbage. However, Lu Ming shook his head. The attribute of the sword did not match his skill, and then he looked at it. I read a few in a row. Kind. The last one, named Hei Feng sword, has a dark body and emits fluorescence, like black jade casting. The cold light flashes on both sides, full of sharpness. That's it. Lu Ming's eyes lighted up and said, The treasurer, this one, how much silver? The young man is really good eyesight. This ebony sword, among the first-class spirit soldiers, is a fine product. It is not expensive for you, even if it is 3,002 silver. The round-faced female shop assistant said. Good. Lu Ming took out 652 denominations of silver tickets very cheerfully, and handed them to the round-faced female clerk. Anyway, they were all silver from the sand snake robbers. Lu Ming did not feel distressed at all. Aside, Lu Bing's gloomy face, Lu Mei looked at the Qin Feng sword in his hand, and at the Heifeng sword in Lu Ming's hand, full of envy. And the round-faced female clerk was even more excited, her face flushed, the transaction of 3,002 silver, how much commission could she get? The other female shop assistants looked at the round-faced female clerk one by one with great envy, regretting it in her heart. If Lu Ming was so rich, how could the round-faced female clerk rob it? Envy is envious, but it is too late, and I can only admonish myself secretly in my heart. Lu Ming picked up the Heifeng sword, pulled Chuyue's small hand, walked to Lu Bing, looked at the Breeze sword in Lu Mei's hands, and whispered, You can also see such rubbish? After talking, he went out laughing. Lu Ming. Lu Bing's face was ugly, and his teeth bite and rattled. Master, I was really relieved just now. That Lu Bing, and that Lu Mei, have always looked down on people, and now they are finally slapping themselves. Out of the Shenbing pavilion, Chuyue waved her fist with a look of excitement. Lu Ming smiled slightly. To tell the truth, Lu Bing he did not mind at all, his goal is Lu Yao. Walking in Fong City, Chuyue's big-eyed boss looked away. Things in Fengshi are generally expensive. Chuyue has not been here a few times in recent years. Naturally, I am very curious. Lu Ming also accompanied Chuyue for a while, and then took out 202 silver tickets and gave them to Chuyue, saying, Chuyue, you can take some silver to buy some food. I still have things. You bought it here. Wait for me. Master, what would the wife say about where the silver came from? Chuyue asked. Well, I told my mother that I got a spirit grass outside the monster mountain and earned some money. Tang Feng Luo thought about it. Chuyue nodded and said, well, then I'll go to the young master. Chuyue held the silver and happily went shopping. Later, Lu Ming found a place where no one was, put on the black robe, and came to the Lingyao Hall again. He plans to buy another batch of dragon and tiger pills, and then buy some Bushue pills for Chuyue. It was Muran who received him. Today, Muran changed to a black tight veil, more tempting. The curves are concave and convex, and the fair skin is looming under the black gauze skirt, making people want to tear the black gauze skirt to find out. Guest officer, are you here again? As soon as he saw Lu Ming, Mulan smiled. I haven't spoken yet, how do you know it's me? Lu Ming lowered his voice. Muran smiled gigglingly, his chest firm and undulating. Lian Bu lifted slightly, and approached Lu Ming, saying, because of the smell on your body, people can smell your smell. With that, the small and delicate nose was still sniffing beside Lu Ming. An orchid-like scent went straight to Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming was just a 15-year-old boy with blood and energy. Where did he stand up to such battles? His heart suddenly thumped. Mr. Mu, I came here today to buy Long Hyuden. Lu Ming narrowed his mind. Mu Lanbai glanced at Lu Ming and said, guest, what are you in a hurry, don't you want to see people? No, Master Mu, you misunderstood. I still have other things to do. Lu Ming waved his hand quickly. He really wanted to leave here quickly. Anything like Muran could not be eaten by any man. Cough, well, how much do you want to buy? Mulan Zhao asked with a smile. 121st class middle grade dragon and tiger pill, 30 pill tonic. Lu Ming said. What? So much? This time, Muran and the maid Qi were taken aback. Why? Master Mu, isn't there so much medicine hall? Lu Ming frowned lightly. The last two divine veins are definitely more difficult to get through. He must buy more. Mulan took a deep look at Lu Ming and smiled again, saying, yes, of course, Xiaoya, go to prepare the elixir. Xiaoya nodded and went out. Not long after, Xiaoya came in carrying a few boxes. 121st grade middle grade dragon and tiger pill, 30 pill for blood. Muran said, guest officer, 121st class middle class dragons and tigers. After 10% off, the total amount will be 32,400, even if it is 32,000, there are, those 310 Bushue Dan, even if I gave it to the guest official. Thank you Mr. Mu. Lu Ming took the elixir, paid the silver, and with a fist, left the Lingyao Hall in a hurry. Miss, is this person really interesting? It's only a few days. Did the dragon and tiger pill he bought last time run out? Didn't he buy it together because many people couldn't use it together? After Lu Ming left, the maid Xiaoya curiously said. It's hard to say, but I think he has a stronger breath than when he came last time. It's really interesting. You are watching here. I'm going to see for myself to see which young talent in Fenghua City. Handsome. Muran gave a command, his figure twisted like a gust of wind, and the sound disappeared. Out of the Lingyatang, he found a place where no one was. Lu Ming took off the black robe and took it together with the elixir into the Supreme Temple, and then found Chuyue at the place agreed with Chuyue, together with Chuyue go back. But in an alley back to the Lu family, they were stopped by Lu Bing with two people. Lu Bing looked gloomy, staring at the landing and said, Lu Ming, finally willing to come back, I have been waiting for a long time. You, what do you want to do? Chuyue subconsciously guarded Lu Ming. Lu Bing sneered and said, Lu Ming, you waste, have you dared to tear down my lift in front of so many people? I really don't know what to do. Now I will give you a chance to hand over all the silver you have, and then in front of the Lu family gate, kneel down and yell 3 times, I am waste, and I will spare you. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, you are indeed a waste. You, what do you say? Do you dare to scold me? Today I won't smash your mouth, I won't call Lu Bing. Lu Bing shouted angrily. Chapter 10 Open up 2 divine veins. Facing Lu Bing's roar, Lu Ming looked calm and sneered, good dogs don't block the road, get away. Go to death, break my mouth. Lu Bing snarled. Yes, fewer soldiers. The 2 behind Lu Bing are also young men, 16 or 7 years old. Like Lu Bing, they come from the 5th branch. The 2 forced Lu Ming, and one of them sneered, Lu Ming, do you still think that you are the main descendant of the Lu family and are the young masters of the Lu family? You are now just a waste, and no one is as good as the next. It's a waste, now we will let you clearly recognize yourself, some people can't offend you. Master. Chuyue's small face was scared of Shuabai, and a pair of small hands grasped Lu Ming's sleeve tightly. Don't be afraid, just 2 dogs. Do you think your young master will not pay? Lu Ming touched Chuyue's head and smiled slightly. Of course, these words also came into the ears of the 2 young people. Now. Waste. Court death. The 2 roared and rushed to the landing, screaming at the fist, and blasted Lu Ming's face. Although both of them are ordinary martial artists, one has 7 meridians and one has 8 meridians. Under the joint force, the momentum is quite weak. The 2, including Lu Bing, sneered at the corners of their mouths, as if they saw Lu Ming cut into a pig's head. Get me back. Seeing that their fists were about to fall, Lu Ming drank coldly and then slammed them out. This slap, as fast as lightning, only listened to 2 pops, and then 2 screams came out, 2 figures, carrying blood and dozens of teeth, flew away from the distance, and fell heavily. On the ground. My face, my teeth. The 2 screamed while lying on the ground, with their faces swollen high, blood continually leaving their mouths, and only half of their teeth remained. Lu Bing was stunned and watched landing inconceivably. Lu Ming, this waste, actually slapped 2 masters under his hand. How is this possible? Lu Bing, you opened your mouth and said that I was a waste, and also said that you would smash my mouth. Now the mouths of the 2 dogs under your hands are rotten, and now it is your turn. Lu Ming looked at Lu Bing coldly. Lu Ming, I don't know what luck you have gone, what treasures you have gained, so that you can cultivate for the great advance, but you think you can beat me with these 2 wastes. Are you fighting? Really naive, but I'm a warrior of bloodline. Lu Bing took a deep breath and restored himself to calm. What can Lu Ming do? It's just an ordinary warrior whose bloodline can't awaken, and he is a bloodline warrior who has awakened the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming, I will let you know what a bloodline warrior is now. Lu Bing shouted, and then a flash of blood came behind him, and a fiery red wolf appeared above his head, walking in the air, majestic. Fighting wolf punch. Lu Bing shouted, stepped out like a wolf, and roared towards the landing. The peak of the late Tong Mai, the 2nd bloodline. I want to see how strong it is. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A toe stepped, a waist twisted, and Yanlong punched out. Bump. Lu Ming collided with Lu Bing's fist. Click. Immediately after a roar, a rattling sound of bone fracture sounded. Then, Lu Bing flew back at a faster speed than the charge, fell heavily on the ground, and screamed with his right hand. Blood warrior, just this ability? Lu Ming smiled disdainfully, his eyes cold and walked towards the landing soldier step by step. Lu Bing was terrified, and his figure kept moving back, calling, Lu Ming, what are you going to do? I warn you not to mess up. It's nothing, robbery. Now, hand over all your valuables. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Don't think about it. Lu Bing roared. Oh, since that's the case, you have to smash your mouth. Lu Ming sneered and raised his foot, and would step on the landing soldier's face. Seeing Lu Ming really started, Lu Bing was finally afraid and shouted, wait a minute, I will give you all the valuables. To be honest, Lu Bing really has a lot of money on his body. He actually turned out more than 3,002 silvers, and gave Lu Ming the pain. That's it. Lu Ming pouted, and put away his disgusted face. This made Lu Bing almost vomit blood, less than 3,002. His younger Lu family can have 3,002, which is already very good. This time around you, but the next time, it won't be able to be evened out with a few silver pieces. Lu Ming left a cold word in his eyes, and then left here with a dazed autumn moon. Lu Bing, after all, is the son of the fifth main pulse master. Lu Ming is really treating him now. The fifth main pulse master will never give up. He was fearless himself, but he had to think about Li Ping and Xiu Yu. Damn it, there are few soldiers. Lu Ming is so arrogant. Let's go back to the master and ask him to teach Lu Ming. One of the young men whose teeth were beaten came to Lu Bing and said viciously. You idiot, do you think it's not enough to be embarrassing? If someone else knows that I was defeated by the waist of Lu Ming, will I still be confused? I tell you, don't say anything about today's affairs. Lu Bing shouted. Yes, yes, there are few soldiers, we won't say a word. The two nodded quickly. Humph. Lu Bing snorted and said, there is still a month or so, that is the clan meeting. Since the boy Lu Ming can practice, he will definitely compete with Lu Yao at that time. At that time, the elders would naturally shoot Lu Ming, why should we do it ourselves? Soldiers are rare. The two followers immediately piled up. Subsequently, the three also quietly left here. Just after Lu Bing and others left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the alley. Not Mulan, who can it be? Cough, it's interesting. It turned out to be the famous waist master of the Lu family. It seems that everyone was cheated by you. With a whisper, the figure flashed, and Mulan's figure disappeared. Returning to the residence, handing the blood-blowing pill to Qiuyue, Lu Ming returned to the room and entered the Supreme Temple. Later, Lu Ming began to swallow the dragon and tiger pills, and began to attack the second divine vein. The second divine vein is more difficult to get through than the first. This time, Lu Ming fully consumed 45 first-class middle-class dragons and tigers, and it took 5 days to get through the second divine vein. As soon as the second divine vein broke through, the true energy in Lu Ming's body surged again. I'm just a real explosive force, I should have the power. Generally speaking, the warrior's one-pronged power of true qi is a force of cattle, and now Lu Ming's real power exploding power is not weaker than that of the samurai. Now, continue. Then, Lu Ming began to attack the third divine vein. The third divine vein is also the most difficult. It took a full 10 days to refine 70 dragons and tigers to refine the third vein. When the third divine vein broke through, Lu Ming's body lit up one by one, 108 holes, like stars in the sky, radiating a dazzling light. 108 large holes and 12 meridians form a complete large cycle. The surging true qi rushes through Lu Ming's meridians, which is very strong. It's so strong. It's so much more powerful than the two. It's so much stronger than the two. Lu Ming felt the strength in his body and was very excited. Although there is only one difference between the 3 divine veins and the 2 divine veins, the difference between them is quite different. 3, representing perfection, and 2, are flawed after all. Lu Ming now feels that he can condense a cyclone in Dantian at any time and enter the warrior realm. Not yet. I haven't got the second layer of Zhonglong Zhanji yet. Lu Ming suppressed it forcibly, and then, after looking at the 99 steps, above the second platform. This time, should I be able to go up? Lu Ming got up and headed towards the second platform. Soon, he stood on the 99th step. Last time, he was blocked here. But this time, without any resistance, Lu Ming stepped onto the second platform in one step. Chapter 11 Tome complete. On the second platform, there was also a box, but it was made of bronze. Open the box, there are 2 books in it, and a jade box. One of the books, not paper, looks like gold and not gold. It has hundreds of pages. It is light and fluttering, and seems to have no weight. There are 4 big characters written on it, True Dragon Warrior. Lu Ming quickly opened it and looked at it carefully. It turns out that this is not the second layer of the War Dragon's true secret, but the complete War Dragon's true secret. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then looking down, the smile on Lu Ming's face grew stronger and stronger. According to the above record, the Dragon War recipes I saw on the first platform were not the first layer, but the opening chapter of the Dragon War secrets, which was mainly used to lay the foundation and better open up the 3 gods of. From here, the real trick of the dragon is the real beginning. The real dragon and the real trick are divided into 9 layers. The true tactic of fighting dragons is to condense the dragon's true energy. The true energy produced is much thicker than the ordinary true energy. According to the above records, as long as the first level is practiced, the concentration of true Qi is twice that of ordinary true Qi. The second level of practice is 3 times, and so on. If you reach the 9th level of practice, the concentration of true Qi is 10 times that of ordinary Qi. Lu Ming ecstatic, 10 times. What is this concept? It's like the contrast between steel and rotten wood. When steel hits, rotten wood crushes bones. Worthy of being God-level exercises, it is really horrible. However, if you want to practice successfully, the difficulty is great. Don't say anything about the 9th weight, even if it is the first weight, the condition is to get through the 3 divine veins, otherwise you never want to practice successfully. It's no wonder that the true recipe for the dragon warrior obtained on the first platform is stated in the opening chapter. It is necessary to open up the 3 divine veins in order to practice the following exercises. This is the first level, and the second level requires a lot of materials to assist in cultivation, all of which are extremely precious materials, and even some Lu Ming have never heard of it. I don't care about it later. I can cultivate to the first level. The strength and condensing of Qi is twice that of other Qis. This is already terrifying. Lu Ming showed excitement in his eyes, glanced at the Zhanlong real secret in detail, and then picked up another book. Streamer Swordsmanship, Yellow Grade Top Grade Swordsmanship, Successful Cultivation, Sword Light like Streamer, Fast as Lightning, Endless. This is actually a martial art of the top grade. It is necessary to know that the martial art of the Lu nationality is only the top grade of the yellow class. In addition, there is a jade box that reads, Ling Yuan Dan. Ling Yuan pill, it is a 3rd level pill. It has a value of at least tens of thousands of silver and has no market value. It can quickly improve the cultivation base, and it is of great use to the martial arts. For the warrior, the effect is even greater. The last time was pill washing pill, and now it is Ling Yuan pill, which is suitable for me. Lu Ming suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, revealing the color of thought. He has a feeling that these are all artificially arranged, otherwise how is he applicable every time? Strange. But unable to figure it out, Lu Ming shook his head, not thinking about it. Lu Ming turned his attention to the 3rd platform. The first and second platforms have such precious things, what about the 3rd platform? There are still 99 steps leading to the 3rd platform. When Lu Ming walked to the 99th step, there was no accident, and there was a resistance that blocked his way. On the 3rd platform, there is no imaginary box, empty, only in the middle of the platform, there is a stone platform, cannot see what role. Look forward to. Lu Ming had a strong curiosity about the 3rd platform and the platform above, but it was helpless to go up. Shaking his head, Lu Ming returned to the 2nd platform and started to operate War Dragon. It's time to break through the warrior realm. True Qi moves in 12 meridians, 108 big points light up, and the surging True Qi finally converges in the Dantian. Ha! In Dantianshong, a cyclone suddenly appeared, spinning rapidly, and the True Qi in the 12 meridians kept converging towards the cyclone. The cyclone started to be very large, like a mist. Over time, the cyclone became smaller and smaller, and it became more and more solid. Finally, it was clearly visible as an entity. Ao. As if there was the sound of a dragon chant, the True Qi in Lu Ming's body, like tiny dragons, shuttled between the meridians and cyclones, and Lu Ming's breath was powerful. Warrior realm, breakthrough. Lu Ming finally reached the warrior state. The true skill of fighting dragons is also a natural first step. Call. Lu Ming opened his eyes and exhaled for a long time. This breath, like a column of air, shot more than a meter away before dissipating. Boom! Lu Ming got up suddenly and banged out with a punch. The air exploded like a bomb. Good strength, how strong is my current strength, samurai double or triple? Lu Ming, through the 3 gods, has already surpassed ordinary people, and now he has become the first layer of the Zhanlong true secret. The concentration of true Qi is twice that of ordinary true Qi. Lu Ming really doesn't know what his explosive power is now. Later, Lu Ming turned his attention to Ling Yuan Dan. During this time, my cultivation is too fast, and I need to consolidate it. It is not suitable to swallow the Ling Yuan pill, and now it is still 18 days away from the clan association, which is enough. When it is about to arrive at the clan association, swallowing the Ling Yuan pill will make the clan society more confident. Lu Ming clenched his fists, feeling the powerful power in his body, and he was full of confidence. In the following time, Lu Ming consolidated his cultivation practice while practicing several martial arts, especially the streamer swordsmanship. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed by. At this time, only 3 days away from the clan association. But for so long, Lu Ming's bloodline has not yet grown, but the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth aura is faster, and now it is already comparable to the 3rd level bloodline. In addition to the War Dragon recipe, even if Lu Ming is practicing normally, the speed of absorbing aura is no worse than that of the ordinary 4th level blood. In the past half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation practice was not only fully consolidated, but cultivation practice was also moving forward steadily. Has reached the peak of the samurai. In terms of martial arts, Yanlongquan is still at the 4th level, and is well-rounded. Martial arts, the further back, the greater the difficulty of upgrading. Some people may not be able to cultivate a yellow-level inferior martial arts to perfection in their entire lives. However, Dragon Snake stepped up, and also reached the 4th level, perfect in fire. As for the streamer swordsmanship, it is even more difficult to practice at the yellow level. Half a month later, with the help of the chanting sounds, Lu Ming was only able to cultivate to the 2nd level, a little successful. Lu Ming sat on the stone bench in the yard, made a cup of tea, and slowly drank. After continuous practice for so long, Lu Ming also wanted to relax a little, and then do the final sprint. Master, young master, I want to tell you good news. The words fell, and a charming girl appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. It is Chuyue. Chapter 12 The Change of Autumn Moon. But Chuyue has changed a lot compared with half a month ago. Chuyue has been taking Bushue Dan for half a month, and now he is no longer thin. The clear face is like a hibiscus out of water, revealing a bit of charming red, smart and delicate. The slightly swollen chest, like the buds waiting to be released, seems to be ready to bloom at any time. The slender waist, the rounded buttocks, and the slender beautiful legs are even more slim and flattering. Definitely a beautiful embryo. What good news? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Master, you only care about your cultivation all day, and don't come to see me. I tell you, I have opened 4 meridians. Chuyue lay on Lu Ming's ear and said softly, a faint fragrance burrowed into Lu Ming's nose, which was very good. Boom! But Lu Ming didn't even think about it. He spewed out a cup of tea, and his eyes almost stared out. He looked at Chuyue incredulously and asked, Chuyue, what are you saying? You have already got through 4 meridians. Yeah, master, is there anything strange? That meridian is very easy to get through, I will get it at once. Chuyue blinked his big eyes and asked curiously. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth began to tremble. He clearly remembered that Chuyue had been conditioning her body for the first 10 days or so. It was not until 3 days ago that Lu Ming passed Kijigong to Chuyue and taught her how to communicate. But it was only 3 days. Chuyue got through 4 meridians, and the blood was not awakened. The most junky, Qigong, was used. This is incredible. Also, what does it mean to get through in a dozen? Isn't this the rhythm of madness? Is Chuyue a peerless genius practicing martial arts? Lu Ming's heart was a little hot. Cough, nothing, Chuyue, can you feel the power of the bloodline? Lu Ming coughed a few times and asked. I don't know why the power of the bloodline can't feel it. Chuyue was also puzzled. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, Chuyue, you come to my room, I will check it for you. Well, good. But Chuyue blushed slightly without knowing what she thought of. Coming to Lu Ming's room, the two sat on the bed. Tang Feng is going to help Chuyue to check the blood veins. Although he cannot accurately measure the blood veins, he can know a little. Master, how can I check? Chuyue looked a little nervous, her hands twisted to each other, her face flushed, and she asked in a low voice. Chuyue looked so beautiful, and Lu Ming's heart swayed involuntarily, revealing a smirk, and said, of course I took off my clothes and checked. Ah! Take off your clothes. Chuyue exclaimed, the little blushing was about to bleed, even the roots of the ears were red, and a pair of small hands clutching his clothes was obviously very nervous. Huh, silly girl, I'm kidding you, as long as I input true energy on your back. Lu Ming laughed. Chuyue blushed, Master, you are dead. Okay, let's get started. Lu Ming smiled, then stretched out his palms and put it on Chuyue's back. Although it was still warm through the clothes, Chuyue was like an electric shock. His body trembles, his mouth blew, his face flushed, his big eyes looked at Lu Ming with watery eyes, then he quickly lowered his head. Lu Ming took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then slowly infused into Chuyue's spine. Later, Lu Ming's palm gently pushed upward from the bottom of Chuyue's back so as to stimulate the blood vessels and check the situation. At this moment, Lu Ming's face changed, because he felt a strong resistance in Chuyue's spine, hindering his true energy. What happened? Lu Ming frowned, then, increased the input of qi. At this moment, the mutation suddenly occurred. At the spine of Chuyue, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, and then, a strong force emerged from the spine of Chuyue and rushed toward the landing. Lu Ming couldn't resist this force at all. With a bang, Lu Ming was directly blasted by this force and hit the wall. At this moment, the red light at Chuyue's spine disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Master! Chuyue was shocked and jumped out of bed to help Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming got up, and besides qi and blood rolled over, there was nothing else. Although the strength of Chuyue's spine was strong, it was not lethal. Master, just fine, just scared me to death. Chuyue patted his chest. Lu Ming frowned, but he was sure that Chuyue should contain blood, but it was very strange, and it would produce vigorous flying to him, which was unheard of. Seeing Lu Ming frowning, Chuyue knew that Lu Ming was troubled by her bloodline, and said softly, Young master, if Chuyue can't awaken the bloodline, then forget it. Yeah, master, I'll cook for you and your wife. After talking, Chuyue opened the door and went out. After Chuyue left, Lu Ming thought about it, and couldn't figure out why, so he could only temporarily put it down. In the future, he would be free to look up the classics to see if there were any similar records. After eating, Lu Ming returned to his room and re-entered the Supreme Temple. There are still more than 2 days before the tribe meeting. Lu Ming intends to take Lingyuan Dan to do the final sprint. Lingyuan pill, a third-level medicine. Ordinary people want to completely refining in more than 2 days. It is impossible. Medicine is 3-point poison. All medicines will have impurities, toxins in it. It takes time to slowly refining, but for Lu Ming, this is not a problem. After swallowing the Lingyuan pill, Lu Ming began to run the war dragon. At the spine, there is a strong attraction, which absorbs the energy of Lingyuandan, and then pure energy emerges. In Tan Tianzhong, the cyclone spins quickly, absorbing this energy. Lu Ming's cultivation is rapidly improving. In just over 2 days, it was a flash. The Lu clan association finally arrived. Lu Yao, elder, I will surprise you. Lu Ming opened his eyes from the cultivation, feeling the surging vitality in his body, and a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. Out of the Supreme Temple, came to the courtyard. Huh? Why aren't Nyang and Chuyue here? After looking around, Lu Ming found that Li Ping and Qiu Yu were not there. It is logically impossible. Today is the clan association, and Li Ping and Qiu Yu will definitely be waiting for him here. Hurry, wash quickly, wash these clothes, and wash the latrine again. At this time, there was a sharp, duck-like cry from the next door. Lu Ming lived in a place where they lived before, so the next door is naturally where the people live, and it is also a place for work. You are too much, just tell us to wash our clothes, and want to tell us to wash the latrine. My wife is the wife of the housekeeper. You are too much. I will go to the elders' court to sue you. At this moment, a scream of anger rang out. Boom! The squeal was like a thunder bursting in Lu Ming's ears, and Lu Ming's eyes turned red in an instant, a burst of anger directed at his chest. Because this sweet drink is Chuyue, the lady that Chuyue said is naturally Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. These servants actually called Li Ping and Chuyue to wash their clothes, and even clean the latrines. Damn it! Lu Ming moved, rushing towards the next door. Chapter 13 Anger. At this time, in the courtyard next to Lu Ming, Li Ping and Qiu Yu were doing laundry. In front of them, a lot of clothes piled up, all of which were changed by the people of the Lu family. In the front, a middle-aged man with an obese figure and 2 beards, followed by 2 sturdy and strong men. The obese man, the housekeeper of the elders, was named Duan San. At this moment, Duan San sneered, staring at Chuyue and Li Ping, and said, "Oh, you still think of the elders' court to sue me? It's a delusion. What the wife? Shit, after today, it is Miss Lu Yao who will take over, then you will be nothing. I tell you, you will have to do these jobs every day in the future, so give me some practice now. You think about it, my young master won't let you succeed." Qiu Yueqi's face was flushed, pointing at Duan Sanjiao. Lu Ming's waist, ha ha ha, you actually want to land Ming, that waist can save you, don't dream about it, or if you don't find him today, it is he who did the toilet washing work at this time. Duan-san gave out an unpleasant, sharp smile, and a pair of small eyes glowed with kinky/evil rays, sweeping around Chuyue, saying, I didn't expect it, I didn't see you for a while, but you girl is so watery, like this come to the room, and serve Duan Yi well. As long as Duan is comfortable, I can consider not letting you wash the toilet. Don't think about it. Chuyue turned pale, subconsciously stepping back 2 steps. Duan-san looked cold, and said, I don't think about it. I just want to take this girl down and bring it to my room. Yes. Behind Duan-san the 2 strong men responded. No, no, I beg you, Duan Butler, let go of Chuyue, whatever you want me to do, please let go of Chuyue. In front of Chuyue, Li Pinggu looked at Duan-san pleadingly. Go away. The 2 strong men sneered, and one of the strong men, with a slap in the face, was going to fan Li Ping. At this time. Bump. The gate of the courtyard suddenly burst open, and pieces of wood flew around. Suddenly, the 2 big men stopped, and everyone looked at the gate in unison. A young figure stepped in. Lu Ming, it's you. You came just now, and now I'll clean the latrine. When he saw Lu Ming, Duan-san was relieved and his face sneered. This young man is naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not look at Duan-san, but walked to Li Ping in a few steps and said, Mother, are you okay? Mother is okay, Minger, how are you here? We are all here, you go quickly. Li Ping said anxiously. Lu Ming shook his head and said, Mother, the baby is late. From now on, the baby will never let the mother suffer such grievances. Lu Ming, you waste, I talk to you, have you heard it? Behind, there was a call from Duan-san. Lu Ming slowly turned around and stared at Duan-san, his eyes were extremely cold, like the eyes of a demon from hell. The situation at the scene made Lu Ming have a strong anger filled in his chest and would burst at any time. The fiery anger turned into Ling Xian's murderous opportunity, and a cold word came out of Lu Ming's mouth, Duan-san, you it. The cold eyes made Duan-san feel cold, but the thought of Lu Ming was just a waste, and his courage was strong, showing a terrible color, calling, Lu Ming, you dare to threaten me, find death, and interrupt me. Limbs. Yes. The 2 strong men also showed a terrible color, one after another shot, grabbed Lu Ming's arm. These 2 strong men have the cultivation of the peak of the middle period of Tongmai. Minger. Li Ping was shocked. Duan-san sneered. Click. Click. 2 sounds of broken bones rang, followed by 2 screams of screams, stiffened Duan-san's sneer, and made Li Ping stunned. Because it was 2 strong men who screamed. Lu Ming just grabbed the wrists of the 2 strong men, and the bones of their wrists were crushed. Ah! Ah! My hands! The 2 strong men screamed. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming burst into his breath and poured into the bodies of the 2 strong men. The 2 strong men snorted and flew away from the distance. They fell heavily on the ground and no longer had any breath. They had been shattered by Lu Ming. At this moment, Duan-san reacted and screamed, Lu Ming, you are so brave, they are big elders, you dare to kill them, you are looking for death. It's you who died. Lu Ming snorted loudly, stepped out, and punched Duan-san with a punch. With a punch, the violent true air spewed out, completely covering Duan-san. This real energy is too strong, Duan-sanru falls into the ice cellar, the strength of a warrior with a heavy weight is difficult to express, and the scared hysterical shouted, don't. Bump. As soon as the words fell, Lu Ming's fist hit his stomach. Duan-san screamed, his fat body fell out like a dead pig, and fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a dust. Ah, Lu Ming, you abandoned my cultivation, Miss Lu Yao and the elder will not let you go. Duan-san screamed in despair. Is it? Lu Ming walked to Duan-san's body and slammed it on Duan-san's leg. Click. The bone of Duan-san's foot was trampled directly. Duan-san screamed like a pig, his tears and his nose run down. Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he looked at Duan-san and said, just now you said that you would interrupt my limbs. Now, I will interrupt your limbs. Then he stepped on the other leg of Duan-san and broke his bones. My leg, Lu Ming, no, Ming Xiao, I beg you, forgive me, all this is done by the elders and Lu Chuan told me, what they ordered, how dare I from. Duan-san wailed mournfully. Great Elder and Lu Chuan. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold, and then 2 consecutive feet, directly discarding the 2 arms of Duan-san, then turned around and walked towards Li Ping and Qiu Yu. Minger, what do you do? At this moment, Li Ping looked at Landing with great excitement, tears twirling in his eyes. Mother, baby, have encountered adventures during this time, and I will elaborate with you later. Let's go to Yanwucheng now. Lu Ming said. Li Ping changed his face and said, Ming heir, go to Yanwucheng. Great Elder and Lu Yao are there. Don't be impulsive. Although Lu Ming cultivated during this period, can he be Lu Yao's opponent? Lu Yao not only awakened the blood of the 5th level, but also married the Duanmu family of the Xianyuan sword faction, but she heard that during this time, the Duanmu family sent a lot of precious elixirs. Repair. She naturally worried about Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said, Mother, you can rest assured, Lu family head, Lu Yao can't take it, no one can take it, that's father's, who wants to get involved, I will pick someone. Ma'am, rest assured, young master will definitely do. Qiu Yue also said. At the moment, a group of 3 went to Yanwucheng to the landing home. Chapter 14 The tribe will start. The Lujia Yanwucheng, on the east side of the Lujia mansion, covers a very wide area and can accommodate 100,000 people without any problem. In the middle of Yanwucheng, there is a huge platform with a length and width of 200 meters, which is completely made of stainless steel rock. In the north, east and west of Yanwucheng, there are grand stands. The northern stand is the main seat, seated by the Lu family, and the east and west stands are seated by other celebrity families in Fenghua City. At this moment, at the top of the main seat, sit 7 gray-haired elders. These 7 elders are the 7 core elders of Lujiazwang's nursing home. The core elders of the Lu family home are the most qualified and selected by the Lu family. The final reputation is all dedicated to the Lu family, so it is relatively fair and will not be biased. They put the interests of the Lu family first. Next, sitting is Lu Yunxiong, the elder of the Lu family. Next to him, sits a 15-year-old girl in a snow-white long dress, which is beautiful and beautiful. It is Lu Yao. Elder Lu, congratulations, I heard that Ling AI is unparalleled in talent, and the awakening is a 5th-level bloodline, and his future achievements are unlimited. Li Fu, the head of the Li family, congratulated the elder with a flattered face. You're welcome. The elder responded casually. Then, some other families and celebrities from the locals of Fenghua City came over to congratulate the elders. The elders nodded at random to respond. Roar! Roar! At this time, on the street in the distance, bursts of beast roar suddenly came, and the roar rushed to the sky, like thousands of monsters and beasts. Soon, dozens of blood-red giant tigers 2 meters tall and 4 meters long appeared in front of everyone. On top of each giant tiger was a figure wearing a fiery red robe. A strong fierce air and a hot breath filled the audience. The Red Flame Tiger is one of the 5 courtyards of the Xianyuan Sword School and the people of the White Tiger Court. Is it the owner of Duanmu? The crowd exclaimed. Bai Huayuan took the initiative to send people to come, is it to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple? Someone guessed. The elder stood up loudly, walked down the stands, his face excited, clenched his fists. Xian Yuan Jian sent the white tigers to visit the distinguished guests, and Lu was greeted by far away, forgiveness and forgiveness. Huh, the elders are kind, I am Duan Muqing, deacon of the Zuanyuanjian school of white tigers. This time I came to congratulate Lu Yao on taking charge of the Lu family, and secondly, officially recruit Lu Yao as a disciple of the Zuanyuanjian school of white tigers. On the most huge red flame tiger, a middle-aged man in fiery red robe said. The messenger is welcome, please be seated. The elder smiled broadly. Duan Muqing smiled slightly, and led 2 people to the red flame tiger, and came to the main seat. The others stopped the red flame tiger aside. It seems that Lu Yao's talent is really terrifying. The Xianyuan Sword School is still 2 months away from the formal recruitment of disciples. Generally, others take the initiative to go to the Xianyuan Sword School. After undergoing a lot of assessments, those who are qualified can join the Xianyuan Sword School. There are very few who let the Xianyuan Sword School come to the door directly. No, it is said that Lu Yao was also seen by the genius of the Duanmu family in the Xianyuan Sword School, and his future will be even more limitless. The Lu family has an extraordinary genius, more genius than Lu Yuntian in those days. Around him, an individual was talking excitedly. Quack! At this moment, a huge chirp sounded in the sky, very sharp, resounding through the sky, even if they were far apart, they could be heard clearly. The crowd's gaze involuntarily looked in that direction, and then their pupils contracted involuntarily. A huge goshawk, snow white all over the body, huge, with wings spread out, is 50 meters wide. A pair of eagle claws, as sharp as a knife, and a pair of eagle eyes are extremely sharp, sweeping across the crowd. Everyone felt cold and sweating. Several people stood on the back of the eagle. Snowy goshawk is the snowy goshawk of the Suzakuin of the Shenyuan Sword School. Suzakuin is also here. The crowd exclaimed. Shenyuan Jian sent the Suzakuin Lu Qian to come today and represent the Suzakuin and want to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple. On the snowy night eagle, a graceful figure, a young woman in her 30s, said. Cici. At this time, a huge flying snake came from afar, and the fierce anger filled the spot. Duan Muqing, Lu Qian, Yu Bai Huayuan and Zukuiyuan came quite quickly. Zuan Yuanjian sent King Glanjuan Tizhong to represent King Longtang, and wanted to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. Shenyuan Sword School, Zuan Huiyuan Gao Shi, on behalf of Zuan Huiyuan, wants to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. Then, another voice sounded. The empire where Lu Ming is located is called the Sun Empire. The territories of the Scorching Empire are extremely vast. The city of Wind and Fire, in the huge Scorching Empire, is just a small city, and all the cities of the Scorching Empire add up to tens of thousands. There are 5 major sect gates in the entire Scorching Empire. These 5 sect gates stand high and overlook the mountains and rivers, just in the east, west, south, and north of the Scorching Empire, and rule the huge Scorching Empire. The Shenyuan Sword faction occupies a huge territory in the eastern part of the Lai Empire, Fenghua City, which is in the easternmost part of the Lai Empire, and is under the jurisdiction of the Shenyuan Sword faction. The Shenyuan Sword School, which is divided into 5 courtyards, is Qinglong, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Suzaku, and Qilin. The Duanmu family is a big family of the Zuanyuanjian school of White Tigers. Although it is a sect, it is definitely indispensable for the 5 courtyards to compete with each other and fight openly. Therefore, whenever there is a genius, he naturally wants to be recruited into his own courtyard. 4 consecutive groups of people came, causing a commotion. Oh my god, Xian Yuanjian sent 5 courtyards, but actually came to 4, all want to accept Miss Lu Yao as a child, which is really incredible. Yeah, there are nearly 2,000 cities under the Shenyuan Sword School, and the 5 courtyards are high above the ground. Very few take the initiative to send people to receive which one is a disciple. This time, there were 4 courtyards. It was amazing, amazing. Around, other people talked excitedly. To say that Bai Huayuan sent people to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple, it is better to say that because of the marriage relationship between Lu Yao and the genius of Duanmu family in Bai Huayuan. But now, the other 3 courtyards have sent people to recruit Lu Yao as their disciples. That only shows that Lu Yao's talent is so good, and has already alarmed the other courtyards. Shenyuan Sword sent the 4 courtyards to accept Lu Yao as a disciple, which made Lu Yao's body more dazzling. 3 messengers, please be seated. The elders quickly invited the people from the 3rd courtyard to take their seats. He was really happy. The White Tiger Academy was able to come. That was what he expected, but the other 3 schools came, but he did not expect it. This invisibility gave him more face. Yaoer, you brought me all this. The elder clenched his hands, surging, and muttered to himself. He knew that the reason why the 4 courtyards would send people to come to the door was due to Lu Yao and his daughter. At this moment, he lamented that the efforts of the previous 3 years were not in vain, and everything was worth it. Suzakuin, King Glanjuan, Zuan Huiyuan, what are you doing here? Lu Yao is my Bai Huayuan, do you want to rob people? Duan Muqing looked at the messengers in the other 3 courtyards, and his face was a little unsightly. Duan Muqing, I know that Lu Yao is married to Duan Mulan of your White Tiger Academy. Even so, the girl Lu Yao does not necessarily have to choose the White Tiger Academy. They belong to the Shenyuan Sword School. Choosing other schools is not the same. It's just not appropriate. King Glanjuan Tizhong laughed. I see you this time, it is destined to come for nothing. Duan Muqing sneered coldly. The elders on the side were even more excited. The Lu family would not have started yet, and the 4 courtyards had the momentum to Lu Yao, which made him glow. At this time, a fragrant wind came, and a graceful figure came, instantly attracting all eyes. Mr. Mu, I didn't expect you to be here, please take a seat. The elders quickly welcomed. The coming person is the host of the Lingyao Tang, Mulan. Behind the Lingyao Tang, it is also the Shenyuan Sword School. Uncle Mu, you are also here. Lu Qian of the Suzaku house quickly went forward to salute, which surprised many people, and speculated that Mulan was in the Suzaku Institute, and his status was very unusual. Lu Qian was in his 30s and actually called Mulan as his uncle. Well, I look at the excitement. Mulan smiled and walked to Lu Qian to sit down. Why is she here? The faces of the other three houses changed. At this time, Lu Ming and Li Ping, Qiu Yu, also came to the crowd. Chapter 15 Goodbye Lu Yao. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s and elegant looks walked onto the platform in the middle of Yanwuchang. He is the second master of the Lu family, and the elder of the Lu family, Lu Yunfeng. Today, the Lu family meeting, it is a great honor for Lu Jiatian to send the envoys of the Xuanyuanjian faction. As soon as Lu Yunfeng opened, it was a kind of polite remarks, and then the words changed, saying, "So today, young children of the Lu family, you must perform well and come up with all your skills, maybe you can be favored by the emissaries. It is recommended to enter the Xianyuan sword school directly." As soon as Lu Yunfeng's voice fell, the younger generation of the Lu family began to breathe quickly. Normally, the Xuanyuanjian faction opened its doors to recruit disciples 2 months later, but at that time, geniuses from nearly 2,000 cities in the eastern part of the raging empire competed together, and the chance of success was too small. But if it was favored by several Xianyuan Jianpai messengers today and directly recommended to enter the Xianyuan Jianpai school, that would be a huge jump. On the main seat, several messengers smiled and did not refute. It was regarded as the default, which made the eyes of the younger generation of the Lu family even more bright. Seeing that the goal had been reached, Lu Yunfeng's face was filled with joy, and he began to announce, "Okay, now the clan meeting will officially start. This time the clan meeting will be divided into 3 steps, the first test willpower, the second pulse test, the third contest." As we all know, the road of martial arts, one step at a time, is full of hardships, so it is impossible to go far without strong willpower. Now you want to participate in the clan meeting, come up and take the first step, climb the flame ladder. The words fell, and around them, there were young men and women of the Lu family, all on the platform. These are Lu's back children, male and female, but none are over 18 years old. At the moment, above the main stage, Lu Yao's figure stood up, and all of a sudden the eyes of the audience gathered on her. Lu Yao, a snow-white long dress, with a slender figure, beautiful curves, and skin like white jade, plus a beautiful face, is really like a fairy out of the picture. There are good people who used to call Lu Yao the first beauty in Fenghua City. She lifted her lotus lightly, walked towards the main platform, and walked towards the battle platform in the middle of Yanwuchang. Fenghua peerless. Many people lamented. Lu Yao is not only outstanding in appearance, but also unparalleled in talent. I heard that Lu Yao broke through 9 meridians before awakening the bloodline. Once he awakened the 5th level bloodline, he immediately opened a divine line. Now it is even more unfathomable. If such a proud girl, if she can marry her, I really have no regrets in this life. I heard that Lu Yao has been married to Duan Mulan, the peerless genius of the Duanmu family of Baihuayuan. Perhaps, only Duan Mulan and other geniuses can match Lu Yao. I heard that Lu Ming and Lu Yao were very close in the main vein of the Lu family. I thought it was a pair. How could that waist be worthy of Miss Lu Yao? It was a flower inserted in cow dung. Fortunately, it didn't come together, otherwise God is really unfair. Many people are talking. Among the crowd, Lu Ming smiled faintly when he heard it. He will soon make these people shut up. After a while, Lu Yao stepped on the battle platform and stood at will. The other Lu family children beside her were overshadowed. Above the main platform, the eyes of the messengers of the 4 courtyards all stared at Landing Yao. After all, they all came for Lu Yao. At this time, more than 30 young men and women of the Lu family's 7 veins have come to power. Is there any more? The second elder asked loudly. At this time, a figure walked out of the crowd and walked towards the battle platform step by step. Lu Ming. Seeing this figure, many people were shocked. Isn't this Lu Ming's main waist Lu Ming? Why? He also wants to participate in the Lu family test. Many people are surprised. On the main seat, the big elder's eyes were cold, he did not expect that Lu Ming really dared to come. The core elders of the 7 elders' homes in Lujia sitting at the top were also curious and surprised. Ming'er. Li Ping and Xiu Yu's hands were tightly held together in the crowd. On the battle platform, Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming, frowning, and said, "Lu Ming, what are you doing up here? This is not what you should come up with, go on." Lu Ming did not say anything, just stared at Landing Yao. This is the first time Lu Ming has seen Lu Yao after he was captured, but the woman he loved in the past can never let him have the slightest tenderness, and some are just indifferent in his eyes. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lu Yao shook his head and said, "Lu Ming, I know you are the master, but you want me to inherit the position of the head of the house. You are unwilling, but you should be clear about your own conditions. The position of the head of the house, the capable person lives, you and me are too far apart, there is a gap between them that is difficult to bridge. I and you are destined not to be a person of the world, my world is just beginning, but you are destined to mediocrity, all your things are over." "Really? You are really confident, but there is a saying that you are right, we are indeed not a person of the world." Lu Ming smiled faintly, then stood aside and ignored Lu Yao. He came today, not to waste his saliva, but to speak with practical actions. Lu Ming. On the main stage, the elders snorted. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the elder. He wanted to see what the old guy had to say. "Lu Ming, you are naturally weak and sick, you can't condense your true energy, Yao is kind, I miss you as a descendant of my main Lu family, and I will accompany you every day, encourage you, and want you to be excited, if you can wake up your father's blood, then can also inherit the position of the head of the family. However, you can't even awaken the bloodline. The position of the head of the family can't let you inherit it. Yao just awakened the 5th level bloodline and was favored by the genius of the Duanmu family. He wants to marry Yao. You are holding a grudge, not only don't miss Yao's kindness to you, but also have indiscriminate thoughts about Yao, want to do something wrong, and even want to destroy the marriage between Yao and Duanmu's house, it's just abominable. It's the main son, Yun Tian's only son, I can't blame it. Now, let me go down." The faint voice of the elder came. "What? This Lu Ming is so abominable. The girl Lu Yao has been with him for several years in order to take care of him. He is so sad and mad, will he revenge? It's awful, this waste, no wonder it's waste." The people around glared at Lu Ming as soon as they heard the words of the elders. "Lu Yunxiong, you are going to talk nonsense." In the crowd, Li Ping shivered with anger and shouted at the elder. "Mother, such a person, there is no need to argue with him." Lu Ming said to Li Ping. The elder of the elder, it was simply the base of despicableness, and it was apparently that they were mean and shameless. After calculating Lu Ming for 3 years and seizing his blood, he now reversed the black and white. He actually slandered Lu Ming for Lu Yao's mischief and said that he would destroy the marriage between Yao and Duanmujia. For such a person, Lu Ming is too lazy to say anything to him. The truth will soon be revealed. Is there such a person? It's a terrible thing. Such a person, and it's a waste that his blood can't awaken. What should he do to stay on stage? Don't get down. Duan Muqing, the messenger of the White Tiger Academy, snorted. Which green onion are you? My Lu family will, what is your business? Lu Ming squinted at Duan Muqing without giving him a face. Bold, you are bold, do you know who I am? Duan Muqing was furious and got up, killing herself coldly. Lu Ming, you waste, how dare you offend the messenger of the Shenyuan Sword School by Huayuan? The elder also pointed to the landing tweet. Who are you responsible for my farting? And, Lu Yunxiong, today is my Lu family meeting. Are you trying to help outsiders and deal with me, the main descendant of the Lu family? Are you the core elder? Lu Ming squinted at Duan Muqing and the elders with clear characters, which spread throughout the audience. The people around the field were dumbfounded. This Lu Ming was too courageous, and he dared to offend the messenger of the Xuanyuanjian faction. You. Big elder's face flushed red. Okay, Yunxiong, and the messenger of Duanmuqing, who was ignorant in Lu Ming's youth, just forget about this matter. Sure enough, an old man of the Lujia core elder spoke. They will not favor anybody and concentrate on safeguarding the interests of the Lu family. Even, they will protect the interests of the main vein, otherwise, they will not consume resources at the beginning, and awaken the blood vein for Lu Ming in the form of an altar. Good, Duan Muqing, what do you care about with a junior? Isn't it shameful? Muran glanced at Duan Muqing and said lightly. Humph. Duan Muqing sneered, but he seemed to be very embarrassed to Muran, did not speak, and sat down ugly. The elder also sat down with a pale face. Lu Ming, when Yao is in charge of the Lu family, how do you think you died? The elder big eyes gloomy. Okay, the family does not stipulate that if there is no awakening blood, you cannot participate in the clan meeting. Lu Ming can participate. Let's start now. A core elder announced. Chapter 16. The flames burned, and I walked in court. Okay, now test the perseverance. Lu Yunfeng announced. On the left side of the platform, there is a ladder made of jade, a total of 9 steps. This is the flame ladder. This is a big price for Lu Jiahua, and it is made by Master Minglian. It is engraved with wonderful inscriptions, which is very mysterious. As long as a person walks up, the inscription on the ladder will inspire and emit a hot breath, covering the person walking up. People on it, like in flames, have to endure the pain and torture of burning flames. Although it is not a real flame, it is no different from the feeling in a real flame. Moreover, 9 steps, one is hotter than the other. This time, the test is longer than who is on the ladder and who can climb the ladder. The higher the time, the longer the time, naturally, the stronger the willpower. I'll come first. A 16-year-old Lujia child first walked towards the ladder of flames. When he stepped up the ladder, the entire flame ladder suddenly shone, flashing a fiery red light. The teenager's face changed greatly, and it seemed a bit painful, but then he gritted his teeth, stepped out again, climbed the second ladder, and then stepped on the third. At this point, he stopped and began to resist the pain of burning flames. But after just 10 breaths, his body began to tremble, his face pale and ugly, obviously suffering greatly. 10 more breaths, he yelled, and could no longer resist, and jumped down the flaming ladder. Lu Li, the third ladder, 20 breath. Lu Yunfeng announced. Then, the Lu family's children stepped forward to test one by one. But most of them are on the third ladder and the fourth ladder, and the time is about 20 or 30. I'll try. Lu Chuan walked out, glanced at Lu Ming, sneered, and stepped up the stairs. He was fast and didn't stop at all, and stepped directly on the 5th ladder. Then he stayed on the 5th ladder, and stayed for 52 breaths. This surprised everyone. Well, it's Lu Yao's elder brother, his sister is unparalleled in talent, and his brother is not bad. He can stay on the 5th ladder for 52 breaths. Duan Muqing praised. The messenger Duanmu passed the prize. The elder laughed. Lu Chuan smiled proudly. Then, the test continued. Several people had good willpower, and even 2 were not weaker than Lu Chuan. One stayed on the 5th ladder for 52 breaths and one for 55 breaths. But no one dared to step on the 6th ladder. Soon, only Lu Yao and Lu Ming were left on the platform. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Ming, then walked towards the ladder of flames. At this moment, everyone's eyes gathered on Lu Yao. There are too many auras on Lu Yao, and everyone wants to see how Lu Yao's willpower is. Talent is high, and willpower is not necessarily strong. Lu Yao lifted the lotus step lightly, stepped on the 1st ladder, and then stepped toward the 2nd ladder. Step by step, without a pause, he stepped directly on the 6th step. The 6th staircase, which has surpassed everyone before, the whole audience held their breath and looked at it seriously. However, Lu Yao did not stop, and took another step, stepping onto the 7th ladder. Lu Yao actually stepped on the 7th ladder, which is really amazing. Let's see how long she can persist. Everyone guessed. But soon, there was an answer. 86 interest. Lu Yao stayed on the 7th ladder for 86 breaths before jumping down the ladder. Awesome, really awesome. Unexpectedly, Lu Yao is not only talented, but also has such strong willpower. No, that's the 7th staircase, it's not comparable to the previous staircase. There was a lot of discussion on the field. Lu Yao's face was plain, and he seemed to have done a trivial thing. He turned and walked to the side. When he passed Lu Ming's side, his eyes showed contempt. Did you see? This is the gap between you and me. A soft voice echoed in Lu Ming's ear. Really? You have to remember this sentence. Lu Ming sneered at the corner of his mouth and walked towards the flame ladder. Unrestrained. On the main seat, the elder sneered. You said, how many steps can Lu Ming take? On the platform, Lu Chuan asked other youths with a smile. In my opinion, at most the 2nd ladder. Look, I can't stay on the 2nd ladder for 10 breaths. Several other youths laughed. But as soon as they finished speaking, the smile on their faces froze and their eyes widened. Because at this time, Lu Ming had already crossed the 2nd staircase and stepped on the 3rd staircase directly, but he did not mean to stop at all, and went to the 4th staircase again. Then, it was the 5th, the 6th. When Lu Ming stepped into the 7th ladder, he still didn't stop, stepped out and stepped up to the 8th. However, this is not the end of Lu Ming. At this time, he raised his footsteps and stepped out. The heart of the audience seemed to hang with Lu Ming's step, and then, as Lu Ming straddled the 9th ladder, he fell heavily. Then, there was a violent noise. God, Lu Ming actually stepped on the 9th ladder. Did he make a mistake? What if you set foot on it? The key is whether you can hold on. If you can't hold on, you can take a breath and you'll be ashamed. The elder said indifferently, if you can't control yourself, you can't stand the kind of pain later, and your mind will collapse and become an idiot. That's fun. Naruto. Master. Under the stage, Li Ping and Chiu Yu, both hands clenched, were cold sweats, eyes full of worry. But, slowly, the discussion on the court was quieter. Because this time has passed 10 breaths. Lu Ming actually stood on the 9th stairway for 10 breaths, but had not come down. Obviously, 10 interest is just the beginning. Time passes slowly, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. Soon, it exceeded 100, but Lu Ming was still on it. He was slender and stood on the 9th ladder, like a sword. The audience was silent. I think he collapsed, won't he die already? The elder said coldly. But at this moment, Lu Ming smiled, and his voice was far and wide, Lu Yao, you were right, this is the gap between you and me. This sentence is not only like a slap, but also on the face of the great elder, but also on the face of Lu Yao. This sentence was sent to Lu Ming by Lu Yao just now. Now, Lu Ming gave it to her in fact. Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming on the blaze of flames, her eyes flickered, but she quickly calmed down again, saying, Lu Ming, you have been a waste of life, despised by others, but the mentality is good, but quite resistant, but the way of martial arts, willpower is only the foundation, talent is the main thing. Next, I will let you see the real gap between you and me. As soon as this remark came out, the audience suddenly realized. Think about it too, Lu Ming is a waste. After all these years of ridicule and firm mind, that is normal. It turns out so. Tuan Muqing sneered. Is that really the case? Muran smiled inexplicably on her face. She was looking forward to Duan Muqing, what would be the expression of Lu Ming's performance after the elders and others. On the ladder, Lu Ming's eyes were calm and he smiled faintly, walking down the flaming ladder like a stroll in the court. Okay, now the first round is over, and the second round begins, the pulse is tested, and the altar of pulse verification is lifted. The second elder announced. Subsequently, more than a dozen big men moved to a 1 meter 5 meter altar with dense inscriptions on it. Chapter 17. What about this? The pulse test is also very simple, as long as you put your palm on the altar and enter the true energy, the altar will react. The altar will estimate a person's approximate potential based on the strength of the warrior's true energy, the strength of the acupuncture points, and the strength of the meridians, and the star will be lit accordingly. The stronger the potential, the more stars. The highest of 9 stars, above the 9 stars, is the Changhong sun. Changhong will appear only when the spirit is cleared. Opening up a divine pulse will raise a Changhong. Okay, let's start now. The second elder announced. Then, one by one young men and women stepped forward. 4 stars, 5 stars, most are like this. It was not until Lu Chuan stepped forward that 7 stars gleamed on the altar of vain examination. Well, the potential of 7 stars, this is already very good, and you can enter the Xianyuan sword school. Duan Muqing nodded. Yes, such a talent, even if you go to the Xianyuan sword school, you can pass the heavy assessment and become a disciple of my Xianyuan sword school. Qinglongjuan Railway Heavy Road. The pulse test continued, and then there were 2 7-star potentials, and even an 8-star potential, which caused a burst of wonder. Anyone who reaches the potential of the 7 stars is not as simple as 9 channels of meridians. Even the first divine vein has opened a few big holes. Many geniuses generally need to reach the peak of Tongmai. It is not difficult and does not take too long. However, after reaching the peak of Tongmai, they will stay for a longer period of time. The purpose is to open the Shenmai. Many people, even if they can't get through a complete divine vein, but being able to get through a few big holes on the divine vein means that the potential is increased. Every time a big hole is opened, the potential will increase. However, none of the Lu family's children can open up a complete spirit. Soon, Lu Yao and Lu Ming were left. Lu Ming, open your eyes and watch carefully to see the potential between you and me. How big is the difference? Lu Yao glanced at Lu Ming lightly and walked towards the altar. Everyone's eyes refocused on Lu Yao. Lu Yao was awakened by a 5th-level bloodline. He had long heard that he had opened a divine vein, and then he closed for 2 more months. Now, what should he achieve? Everyone is looking forward to it. As for Lu Ming, it was just a waste with good willpower, which was not taken into account by everyone. Lu Yao reached out his jade hand and placed it on the altar, and the fiery red vitality was injected into the altar. Buzz! The altar was shaken, and then, one by one, the stars were condensed from above. 1, 2. Soon, the condensed stars on the altar reached 6. But it didn't stop. Immediately, the 7th star condensed out, followed by 8, 9. When the 9 stars actually condensed together, they formed a Changhong and rushed to the sky. Changhong throughout the day. This represents a complete divine vein. But it's not over yet. Then, the second Changhong also skyrocketed. At the same time, Lu Yao's body shone brightly. That's the acupuncture point she got through. 81 caves all light up, then, 82, 83. In the end, there were 99 light spots shining out. 99 light spots represent Landing Yao, who has opened 99 caves and 2 divine veins. Around, the people in the stand stood up one after another, looking at Landing Yao in shock. Including the 7 core elders of the Lu family, as well as the messengers of the 4 courtyards of the Xianyuan Jian school. Even Mulan showed amazing light in his eyes. Lu Yao, a snow-white long dress, stood in front of the altar, shining with 99 light spots. On the altar, the 2 long rainbows ran through the sun like a fairy in the sky. Dust, elegance and holiness. Not far away, Lu Ming seemed very small. Ha ha ha. The elders couldn't help laughing. The evil spirits are really evil spirits. A Lu Yao came out of the Lu family. I am afraid that they will take off in the future. Wind and Fire City will never have the power to match the Lu family. Yes, so evil, no wonder the Duanmu family's peerless genius is married to Lu Yao. It is said that Duan Mulan has also opened up 2 divine veins. The 2 joined forces, it is a combination of pearls. It is no wonder that the 7 core elders of the Lu family will let Lu Yao take charge of the Lu family. It is such a pity that if they are not in charge of the Lu family, it is a pity that if I am, I will give up the position of the owner. Of course, it is said that it has opened 2 gods and has the potential to impact the King of War. It is really terrifying. Can I have a King of War in Fenghua City in the future? All around, some small families in the Wind and Fire City, small forces, have a lot of discussion. Miss Lu Yao, if you join Xuanwu Academy is willing to provide prefecture-level exercises and prefecture-level martial arts for you to practice, and directly promote to silver disciples. Xuanwuyuan's Gao Shi stood up excitedly and threw an olive branch at Lu Yao. Miss Lu Yao, if you enter my Qinglong Academy, we will not only provide ground-level exercises and martial arts, but also directly become silver-level disciples. We will also find an elder silver robe to be your master and teach you to practice. King Glongyuan Iron is not far behind, throwing out more attractive conditions. What are you doing? Girl Lu Yao has been married to my genius at Baihuayuan, and she deserves to join me at Baihuayuan, and the conditions given by my Baihuayuan are definitely richer than you. Duan Muqing looked at Gao Shi and Tai Zhong uncomfortably, loudly. The 5th level bloodline has opened up 2 divine veins. There is hope in the future to impact the martial king. Although it is only possible, such a genius is already worth cultivating by a sect. They naturally want to be recruited in their own courtyards. Girl Lu Yao. Lu Qian of the Suzaquan was about to speak, but was stopped by Mulan. Wait a minute, let's look at it again. Murin had a strange smile on his face. Uncle Mu. Lu Qian was anxious. At this time, she did not speak or open the conditions. Lu Yao chose Suzaquan. The hope was very slim. She did not know why Muran wanted to stop her, but Muran's identity was different. Since she spoke, Lu Qian is helpless and can only watch anxiously. While the crowds around took a breath, they showed an envious look. In order to fight for one person, several courtyards have offered generous conditions. How glorious is this? If you change their dreams, you have to wake up laughing. At this moment, Lu Yao took his breath away, the 2 Changhongs disappeared, and the light spots on his body disappeared. She gently lifted the lotus step and walked in front of Lu Ming, said, Lu Ming, do you see it now? The gap between you and me is one day, one place, there will never be an intersection. Do you still have the courage to challenge me now? After Lu Yao finished speaking, he would walk to the audience. It's just a great way to get through the 2 gods. Lu Ming's slightly disdainful voice sounded. What? Lu Yao turned around. Lu Ming strode up to the altar. "Ha, Lu Ming, you are naturally weak and sick, and your meridians are clogged. Now you still want to test your pulse. Are you afraid of being embarrassing?" Lu Chuan cried mockingly. Lu Chuan said, "Very well, Lu Ming, you should go on, you have participated in a round of test willpower, it is okay, there is no need to continue to participate in the future, wait for the loss is not your face, but the entire Lu Home's face." On the main stage, the elders also said. "Lu Yunxiong, you are a great elder, but you have repeatedly prevented a back disciple from testing. I think you are the one who lost the Lu family's face." Lu Ming dismissed it directly. "Lu Ming, you are bold, you dare to talk to me this way, you are the following to commit." The elder was angry and shouted loudly. But Lu Ming turned directly, too lazy to look at him. Afterwards, Lu Ming pressed his hand on the altar and entered his true energy. The sky above the altar shone with light, and a star condensed out. Lu Ming, this waste, is it true that you can condense a star?" Lu Chuan's eyes kicked, a little surprised. Lu Yaomei's eyes flashed, and was also a little surprised. "This guy, I was able to beat me last time. I'm afraid it's not that simple." Beside Lu Chuan, Lu Bing looked at him solemnly. At this time, on the altar, the light flashed again, and another star condensed out. But this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, the stars on the altar continually come out. 2, 3, 8, 9. Soon, 9 stars appeared above the altar. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Ming a waste of clogged meridians? Can he actually cultivate qi? God, I can really practice, and there are 9 stars. 9 star points are already amazing. Apart from Lu Yao, the Lu family has no potential for 9 stars. On the battle platform, Lu Yao's eyes shrank suddenly, revealing an incredible expression. Lu Ming's bloodline was obviously deprived by her, how could she still develop true energy, and there is still 9 star potential, she really can't figure it out. "Lu Yao, couldn't you figure it out, thanks to you for everything." Lu Ming said to Lu Yao. "It's just 9 stars. What do you count in front of real genius?" Lu Yao quickly calmed down and said disdainfully. "Really? What about this?" A playful smile hung from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth, and then, his hands flashed with real energy, and the majestic real energy was continuously injected into the altar. Chapter 18 Genius. 9 stars suddenly condensed above the altar, and a long rainbow rose into the sky. Changhong throughout the day. Changhong Guanri appeared again. Involuntarily, the people on the field stood up one by one. "Naruto, Naruto." In the crowd, Li Ping and Chiu Yu clenched their hands together, trembling with excitement, and tears twirled in their eyes. Before, she only knew that Lu Ming could practice qi, but she never expected that Lu Ming had such a high potential. All of a sudden, she felt that the hardships she had suffered for so many years had not been in vain, tired, or in vain, everything was worth it. Impossible. This is impossible. On the main stage, the elders shouted. How could this be? On the other side, Li Fu's eyes almost protruded. Isn't this possible? Then continue. Lu Ming smiled lightly. Buzz. Buzz. The altar made 2 consecutive vibrations, and 2 successive rainbows ran straight into the sky. At the same time, Lu Ming's body lit up one by one. 81, 90, 99, and finally, 108. Silence, silence. The audience suddenly calmed down, and there was no breathing. It was like this moment, everyone forgot to breathe. Only a slight breeze brought a little sound. Everyone stared at the landing stunned, his eyes burst, and his mouth opened to put a duck egg. The 3 Changhongs run through the day, and all the 108 points are open, which represents Lu Ming's access to the 3 gods. There is only one difference between the 2 divine veins and the 3 divine veins, but the difference between them is quite different. 3 divine veins represent consummation. In the Scorching Empire, although there are not many people who have penetrated the 2 gods in each generation, there are always. But it is rare to get through the 3 gods. Sometimes, there is not one in a generation. At this moment, Lu Yao's 2 divine veins are compared with Lu Ming's 3 divine veins. One is consummation, the other is incompleteness, and there is no comparability. Yuntian, have you seen it? Our Minger finally has a good time. Li Ping looked at Landing Ming's gritty figure, tears flowing down. The sleeping lion awakened and the genius was born. Muran whispered softly. Aside, Lu Qian's eyes widened. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she finally knew why Mulan had prevented her from inviting Lu Yao. It was originally for this person, Lu Ming. On the main stage, the 7 core elders shivered one by one, watching the landing sound. Young Master actually opened up 3 divine veins, and there are eyes in the sky. One of the white-haired core elders even left tears. No, it's impossible, without blood, how can you get through the 3 gods? The elders shouted, and it was difficult to accept this reality. Impossible, Lu Ming, impossible, how can you waste? Lu Yao couldn't bear it any more, and screamed loudly. Lu Ming, do you see it now? The gap between you and me is just one heaven, one earth, and there will never be an intersection. Do you still have the courage to challenge me now? These are the 2 words she just said to Lu Ming, but now they look so funny, like 2 slaps, fanned her face. There is nothing impossible, Lu Yao, I tell you, your so-called talent, so-called dependence, in my eyes, is just a joke. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao, the woman he once loved, but there was no trace of emotion at this time. Lu Ming, what are you proud of? You are just a waste that cannot awaken the bloodline. I don't know what opportunity you have, and actually opened the 3 divine veins, but you can't awaken the bloodline. That's the fact, it can't be changed, ha ha ha. Lu Yao cried a little hysterically. Lu Yao, what you look like now is really like a shrew cursing the street. Now, I formally challenge you, fight me. If you lose, you will get out of the Lu family. Lu Ming's 108 light spots were dazzling, with cold warfare flashing in his eyes, and his voice spread throughout the audience. Lu Ming, who tested the willpower and pulse test, shocked everyone. Now, he wants to challenge Lu Yao, which is shocking again. Lu Yao, you dare to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were gleaming and he stared at Yao. Okay, Lu Ming, I will fight you. I want everyone to understand that you are only lucky, and what adventures you have gained, and then you have cleared the 3 gods, but the combat skills and martial arts of a warrior, but relying on talent and savvy, I will let you show the original shape now, so that everyone can truly understand that you are still a waste in front of me. Lu Yao seemed to calm down and regain his confidence. What about strong willpower? What about the 3 gods? The warrior ultimately relied on combat power, and she wanted to completely trample on Lu Ming's dignity in combat power and make him helpless. The crowd around also blinked, thoughtfully. This is why Xianxia sent a few courtyards. After Lu Ming's first 2 items showed excellent talent, there was no reason to invite Lu Ming. The first is that Lu Ming's blood cannot be awakened, and the second is that the acupuncture points can really rely on external forces and cannot decide everything. So in their hearts, Lu Yao is more important. You said so much nonsense, be careful to finally hit your own face. Lu Ming looked at Lan Yao and responded lightly. Lu Ming, don't be rampant, deal with you, why should my sister take action, I will teach you. On the platform, Lu Chuan strode forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. There was a sneer in the corner of Lu Ming's mouth, and he said, just, Lu Chuan, you don't want to find me, I will also find you, and now it's just the first to pack you up, too. Ha ha, Lu Ming, you are crazy enough now, but I tell you that battles in the battle are not children, they will bleed, and I accidentally maimed you or even killed them, don't blame me then. Lu Chuan sneered. After that, he looked at Lu Yunfeng and the main seat. Chuaner, you are right. Competition is not a children's play. Since there is a competition, there will naturally be damage. It is inevitable that you can do it though. There was a cold light flashing in the eyes of the great elder, loudly. The 7 core elders looked at each other, nodded to each other, and there was no objection. Seeing this, Lu Yunfeng announced, well, anyway, the second round has ended, then enter the 3rd round of competition, you do your best to fight, but not to hurt your life. Lu Chuan smiled proudly and said, Lu Ming, now you want to repent, it is too late. Lu Ming smiled a meaningful smile and said, is it? Lu Ming, you said you can hold a few strokes in my hand. 1 stroke or 2. Lu Chuan mocked. 1 move. Lu Ming's faint voice sounded. Ha ha ha, you have your own self-knowledge, knowing that you can only take 1 move. Lu Chuan laughed. No, I mean, I defeated you in 1 move. Lu Ming said lightly again. A defeat to Lu Chuan. There was an uproar in the audience. Looking at Lu Ming's eyes, it was like watching a lunatic. 1 move, Lu Ming actually said that it only takes 1 move to defeat Lu Chuan. Isn't this crazy? You know, Lu Chuan is awakened by the second-class blood, and he has achieved the triple cultivation of the samurai. Lu Ming is not Lu Chuan's opponent even if he has got through the 3 gods, let alone 1 trick. A move defeated me. Lu Bing's face was gloomy, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and said, Lu Ming, I won't abandon you today, I won't be called Lu Chuan. Boom! Lu Chuan's breath erupted, and his body shone with light spots, and the triple breath of the samurai revealed no doubt. Lu Ming, die. Lu Chuan shouted, took the lead, and hit Lu Ming with a punch. The fist was fierce, he wanted to abandon Lu Ming in one move. Let Lu Ming understand that he is a waste, how ridiculous and ignorant he is to fight against him. Chapter 19 Do you deserve? Just as Lu Bing was approaching Lu Ming stepped out, a roar rang from the floor, and a strong breath erupted from Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming also made a punch, but this punch was faster than Lu Chuan's, and it came first, as fast as lightning. Bump! Lu Ming's fist was sturdy on Lu Tian's dantian, and the violent power spewed out. Bump! Lu Bing was instantly hit 4 or 5 meters away, hitting heavily on the ground, blood sputtered in his mouth. Ah! Ah! My dantian, my cultivation behavior, Lu Ming, you actually abandoned my cultivation behavior. Afterwards, Lu Chuan made a terrible scream. Quiet. The scene was silent, and everyone's eyes were frozen at this moment. Lu Ming, one move abolished Lu Chuan. Incredible. Boom. On the main seat, the elder stood up suddenly, a cold murderous opportunity burst out, staring at the land with a terrible look, and roared, Lu Ming, what have you done? What did you do? How dare you do Chuaner's cultivation practice was abolished, and I want to put you down. Having finished speaking, the elder leaped from the main seat like a cannonball and rushed towards the landing. Lu Yunxiong, what do you want to do? On the platform, Lu Yunfeng's eyes were cold, and he shot with a palm. Lu Yunfeng's body trembled, and he took 5 steps backwards, but the elder only took 3 steps. Lu Yunfeng, dare you to stop me? The elder growled. Lu Yunxiong, now is the clan association, what do you want to do? Do you violate the rules of the clan? Lu Yunfeng did not give in. The elders and the second elders have always been at odds, and the battle between the two is not 1 day or 2. At this time, the elders can be attacked. Naturally, Yunfeng Lu will not let the elders succeed easily. Lu Yunxiong, retreat. On the main seat, a core elder shouted. The great elders were terrible, and said to the core elders, you elders, you see, Lu Ming's son, such a vicious shot, actually abolished Chuan's cultivation, must be severely punished. Severe punishment? Lu Yunxiong, are you here for fun? Lu Ming sneered, just now it was Lu Chuan who was going to abolish my cultivation first, wouldn't I be able to fight back? And competition, naturally there will be damage, it is inevitable, this is what you said, what did you say? Farting. Little bastard, you, what are you talking about? The muscles of the big elder's cheeks were shaking. What are you, don't hurry to take your waste son down. Lu Ming scolded. It was too rampant and too domineering. Lu Ming dared to blame the elders in front of so many people. But this is his intention. He expected that now it was the Lu family association. So many people watched that the core elders of the elders' home would never let the elders mess up. Moreover, most of his current performance has already entered the eyes of several envoys of the Xianyuan sword school. Even if the elders really want to treat him, the messengers of several courtyards may not agree. Therefore, Lu Ming was unscrupulous. The elder Qi almost vomited blood, but in the end he was helpless and took the abandoned Lu Chuan to the platform. Little bastard, after waiting for the clan meeting, I'm going to smash you to death, and your mother. The big elder yelled in his heart, and the killing in his eyes made no secret. Lu Ming turned and looked at Lu Yao, said lightly, now, it's your turn. Lu Yao frowned, didn't speak, only looked, but very gloomy. Lu Ming's combat power was beyond her expectation. She suddenly had a feeling that some of today's things are not under her control. The two heads face each other, and the battle is about to happen. Around the Yanwuchang, everyone's eyes were staring at the two on the battle platform. Lu Yao, awakening the 5th level bloodline, at the age of 15, has opened 2 divine veins. Xuanyuanjian sent 4 courtyards to come for her. She has too many auras, which can be said to be the first in the history of Fenghua City. Is not an exaggeration. Lu Ming, the former Lu family waste, but today is shocking and shocking. Testing the will, ascending to the blaze of flames, such as walking in the court, and even breaking through the three gods, it can also be said that this is the first time in the history of Fenghua City. Just now, Lu Chuan defeated Lu Chuan by one stroke, and surprised everyone's eyes. The two of them are finally going to fight, what will happen? Everyone stared momentarily, including the messengers of the 4 courtyards and the 7 core elders of the Lu family. And the elders were stunned with round eyes, blinking murderously in their eyes. On the battle platform, Lu Yao took the lead. Her figure moved like a panic, and she rushed towards the landing. On the jade-like palm, a fiery red light radiated, and her palm hit the landing. Boom! Lu Ming twisted her lumbar spine, and Yen Long punched out. Bump! The fist intersects with the palm, and the powerful energy bursts out, while Lu Ming and Lu Yao, both trembling in shape, retreat 3 steps backward. The first move is equally divided. Samurai's fourfold. It seems that in the past 2 months, the Duanmu family has given Lu Yao a lot of resources. As soon as he played, Lu Ming felt Lu Yao's cultivation behavior. The warrior quadruple was only 2 months old, and Lu Yao's cultivation practice soared to the warrior quadruple. In addition to her talents of level 5 bloodline, the resources given by Duanmu Jia are definitely not small. But at this time, Lu Yao was even more shocked, because she found that Lu Ming's cultivation practice was triple in the samurai. In just 2 months, Lu Ming actually went from a waste that can't be condensed, to a triple warrior, incredible. No, I'm going to crush him. Lu Yao shouted in his heart, and his long sword came out of his sheath. The sword light turned into a rainbow, and screamed toward the landing. Lu Jia Huang class inferior martial arts, startled rainbow swordsmanship, Lu Yao, but unfortunately you can't get home. Lu Ming's faint voice sounded. With one step, he escaped Lu Yao's sword light and punched again. The fist wind roared and forced Lu Yao to face the door. Lu Yao had no choice but to turn back to defend. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming fisted continuously to maximize the Yanlong fist. Lu Ming's true qi, whether it is strong or condensed, is twice that of ordinary true qi. When he displays the Yanlong fist, he has an invincible momentum. The first move just now, Lu Ming only exerted 50% of his strength. At this time, 10%. For a time, Lu Yao was forced to retreat again and again. Lu Yao, is this your strength? It really disappointed me. Just now, didn't you say that I wanted to get out of the original form? It turned out that you just talked about it. Take out your strength. With such strength, do you want to take charge of the Lu family? Are you worthy? Lu Ming's eyes were like electricity, and the cold voice spread throughout the audience, making the audience boiling. Lu Yao, the proud daughter of the sky, was turned backwards by Lu Ming repeatedly and fell completely into the disadvantage. If this is not seen with my own eyes, it is really hard to believe. Lu Yao bit his lip, his eyes getting colder and colder, and said softly, Lu Ming, I will show you my true strength. Buzz. Behind Lu Yao, a large red light shone, and then, with a soft whisper, a fiery red skylark came out. Above the skylark, there were 5 blood-colored chakras. This is its bloodline, the 5th grade bloodline. Immediately after, the skylark flew to Lu Yao and merged with Lu Yao, and Lu Yao's breath suddenly soared. Bloodline burst, this is an application of bloodline, which can greatly increase the strength of the warrior. The higher the bloodline level, the greater the bonus. Level 5 bloodline can add 50% strength. Chant. Lu Yao's figure moved like a red lightning, and he slammed towards the landing. Jianguang pointed at Lu Ming's point. Then the sword skill is better than anyone else. Lu Ming smiled calmly, and the Heifeng sword behind her was unsheathed. The Heifeng sword suddenly turned into a stream of streamer, slashing towards the landing Yao. Streamer swordsmanship. When the two swords intersect, and Lu Yao's sword momentum is directly broken up. Call out. Call out. What followed was Lu Ming's endless sword light, which completely enveloped Lu Yao's whole body. Lu Yao can only try to resist. Suppress, completely suppress. Although Lu Yao was higher than Lu Ming and his bloodline broke out, he was still completely suppressed by Lu Ming in terms of strength. 3 divine veins, plus the true spirit of Zhenlong Jinjue, completely crushed Lu Yao. After more than 10 moves. Chant. Lu Ming's sword light penetrated like lightning, puncturing Lu Yao's throat. Lu Yao was pale, unable to dodge at all. At this moment, everyone's heart was raised. Is Lu Yao, the proud daughter of a generation, going to fall? Ah! Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped, and the cold sword tip touched Lu Yao's throat. The icy feeling of Jianjian and Lu Ming's cold killing intention made Lu Yao's eyes flash with fear. At this moment, Lu Yao's head was blank, and she understood that she had lost. Lu Yao was defeated. Lu Ming's victory is amazing. I didn't expect it. Being deceived, we were all deceived by the Lu family. In the future, who will say that Lu Ming is waste? I am in a hurry with him. Around, there was a hustle and bustle. Chapter 20 The Truth. The audience was boiling, no one could think of it. Lu Ming, the waste that the Lu family has been rumored, actually defeated Lu Yao, the proud daughter of heaven, in a destructive way. Impossible. The big elder shouted, it was unbelievable and unbearable. Originally, he thought Lu Yao would easily win the victory and take charge of the Lu family, but he never dreamed that he had captured the waste of the bloodline 2 months ago. He had such a strong strength that he easily defeated Lu Yao. How could this be? Duan Muqing was also a little unbelievable. Duan Muqing, no matter what genius, there is nothing impossible. This young man, Lu Ming, at his young age, broke through the 3 divine veins, and even defeated the samurai quartet by virtue of the triple repair of the samurai. Lu Yao is definitely a rare genius. Gao Shidao. Yes, whether it is willpower, pulse test, or martial arts, Lu Ming has completely crushed Lu Yao. Since Lu Yao is married to your White Tiger Academy, then I will not rob you. This Lu Ming, I King Glanjuan wants it. The light flashed in Tai Zhong's eyes. Tai Zhong, what do you mean? What do you want from Qinglong Academy? Lu Ming, I want Xuanwu Academy. Gao Shi glared at Tai Zhong and turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, my Xuanwu Academy sincerely welcomes you to join. I promise, you only need to join Xuanwu Academy, ground-level exercises and martial arts, let you choose 2, and the door will definitely accept you as a disciple and teach you personally. Lu Ming, I Qinglong Academy also welcomes you to join. As long as you join my Qinglong Academy, you can choose not only the ground-level exercises and martial arts skills, but also the important cultivation ground. You can also enter cultivation. Tiezhong even threw a bomb. The words of the messengers of the 2 courts spread throughout the audience and caused a great uproar. The 2 courtyards actually gave up Lu Yao, and instead competed for Lu Ming, and the conditions for the opening were higher than those for Lu Yao just now. Obviously, the messengers of the 2 courtyards value Lu Ming more. Although Lu Ming cannot awaken the bloodline, it cannot be awakened in the Lu family, which does not mean that he cannot be awakened in the Xianyuan Sword School. The Xianyuan Sword School has a long history and countless mysteries. The mysteries that can make people awaken again are not without them. Lu Ming didn't even awaken the bloodline, he has such a talent. Once the bloodline is really awakened, what level of talent will be high that day? Moreover, although the bloodline is extremely important to a warrior, it is not the only one. In history, there were once those who could not awaken the bloodline martial arts, set foot on the pinnacle of martial arts, and became peerless. Therefore, even if Lu Ming really cannot awaken the blood, his future achievements will not be low. The messengers in the 2 courtyards were fiery. Duan Muqing also had some annoyance in her eyes. Unfortunately, from the stand of Bai Huayuan, she must be on Lu Yao's side, and Lu Ming must have missed it. Lu Ming did not answer the words of the messengers of the 2 courtyards, but looked at Landing Yao indifferently, saying, Lu Yao, I used to treat you and Lu Yunxiong as loved ones. I have absolute trust in you and I haven't done it in your heart. It's a valuable waste. Not only that, but you also have to take over the position of Lu Jia's head. 2 months ago, you said, everything in this world depends on strength. Whoever has the strength will have the right to speak. The weak will always be trampled. Now, I will return this sentence to you. You, in front of me, is a weak person. You are not worthy of being my opponent Lu Ming. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the audience. Every word Lu Ming said was clear, like a slap in the face, fanned Lu Yao's face, very loud. Huh, Lu Ming, don't you be arrogant here, do you think you can really rise? There is the Duanmu family behind me, what do you compare with me? Although I lost for the time being, but only 1 year, no, only half a year, I will surpass you in an all-round way and step on you completely. Lu Yao shouted hysterically, his face twisted a little because of his anger. Being defeated by Lu Ming, a waste she had never seen in her eyes, surpassed, and even looked down upon, making her almost crazy. Lu Ming, put away your sword and roll me off the battle platform. The elder also shouted. Shut up, bitch, and Lu Yunxiong, what are you qualified to speak? Lu Ming's eyes were as strong as electricity, and he shouted, killing, and the sword shuddered, marking a shallow blood stain on Lu Yao's neck, making Lu Yao pale. Bold, Lu Yao is my fiancé of Duan Mulan, the genius of Bai Huayuan. You dare to hurt her and find death. Duan Muqing shouted. But Lu Ming didn't even look at him, but set his sights on the 7 core elders. 7 elders, you know, why can't I awaken the bloodline? Lu Ming said. Why can't you awaken the bloodline? Many people are stunned, unable to awaken the bloodline, is there any reason? Isn't it because of your own problems? Is there any other insider? Lu Ming, you said, is there anything inside? Among the 7 core elders, the oldest is the elder. Lu Ming, you must stop talking nonsense. Before Lu Ming spoke, the elder cried out. Lu Yunxiong, you shut up for me. The oldest core elder shouted. The elder closed his mouth ugly. That's because, this pride of heaven and this great elder, pretended to be good to me, and then let me eat yen luo pollen for 3 years, and nourished my blood for 3 years, so I couldn't awakening the bloodline, and then after I failed to awaken the bloodline, took the opportunity to deprive my bloodline and merge with my own bloodline. Otherwise, Lu Yao, how could you awaken the 5th bloodline? What awakening do you take? Lu Ming's voice was very calm and told the truth. The words caused thousands of waves, everyone was shocked, and there was an uproar at the scene. Many people know that Lu Ming once had a pulse tester to test, it is likely that he inherited the blood of his father, can be awakened. But later, he was unable to awaken the bloodline, and it was a bit strange. At this moment, Lu Ming said that it was a bit clear. Beast, beast, you are so right. The first person who responded was Li Ping. Her whole body was shaking with anger, her eyes were red, and she stared at the elder and Lu Yao violently. Then, tears kept flowing down. She didn't expect that Lu Ming was injured 2 months ago, but was caused by being deprived of blood. What blood pain was that? Does this matter seriously? The 7 core elders, their faces sinking, and anger is brewing in their eyes. Lu Ming, you are blood-spitting people, obviously your own waste, but pushing everything on us, you are despicable and shameless. 7 elders, Lu Ming's character is too bad, I propose to drive him out of the Lu family. The elder shouted, his eyes gleaming coldly. Yes, Lu Ming, do you say such nonsense, thinking that someone will believe you? Lu Yao said coldly. Oh, 3 years of nourishing the blood with blood, is it true, you know it after a test, Lu Yao, dare you test it? Lu Ming's eyes were gleaming and he stared at Yao. This made Lu Yao's face pale. The elder's complexion was extremely gloomy. Chapter 21 Shenyuan Sword School Goodbye. At this moment, everyone looked at the elders and Lu Yao. Lu Ming was right, nourishing the veins with blood for 3 years, and then depriving Lu Ming's blood veins for fusion, this test can be tested. Lu Ming, what kind of thing are you? You can test it if you say it. The elder is still unwilling to quibble. But other people are not fools. Where can they guess the look of Lu Yao and the elders? What Lu Ming said is mostly true. At this moment, almost everyone looked at Lu Yao and the elders. To nourish the blood with blood, and then deprive it, this is definitely a taboo in the martial arts world, too shameful. Lu Yunxiong. At this time, the 7 core elders looked at the elders with disappointment in their eyes. In particular, the oldest core elder was angered and shouted, Lu Yunxiong, as the elder of the Lu family, you have done such a mean and shameless thing, how can you stand up to the ancestors and ancestors? How to serve the elders? Today, the Presbyterian Hospital announced the removal of Lu Yunxiong as the elder, and also withdrew Lu Yao's appointment as the head of the Lu family. What? Do you want to remove the position of my elder? You actually withdrew my position for the little Lu Ming. You have to remember that Yao has been married to Duanmu's family. The big elder shouted and lifted the Duanmu family. Duan Muqing's face is also very ugly, looking at the 7 core elders, saying, you better consider clearly, Lu Yao and my Duanmu family married, let her take over the Lu family, that is the honor of your Lu Jia Tianda, will probably be more prosperity, and you are doing this now is to dig your own grave. Duan Muqing's words changed the faces of the 7 core elders and the others in the Lu family. They can care about Lu Yao and the elders, but they cannot care about the Duanmu family behind Lu Yao. The Duanmu family is too strong, and the ancestors of the Shenyuan sword faction want to destroy the Lu family. But in this case, if you let Lu Yao take over as the head of the family, and even help Lu Yao to deal with Lu Ming, then the Lu family really has to become a city of wind and fire, and even a joke of many cities. How to choose? Papa. Suddenly, Mulan stood up and clapped his palms, saying, Duan Muqing, what a prestige. Do you think you can represent the Duanmu family? Or, can the Duanmu family represent the Shenyuan sword faction? Lu family, I am Mulan, I want to see, what can you do with the Duanmu family? Mulan, are you sure you want to do more business? Duan Muqing's face changed. I'm in control. Muran drank coldly, very strong. Senior Duanmu. Duan Muqing still needs to talk about it, Lu Yao shouted at him, saying, Senior Duanmu, Lu Yao is willing to join the Baihuayuan, every Lu family, don't forget it. Duan Muqing's eyes flashed, and he smiled, saying, yes, every Lu Jia, a slap in a big place, don't forget, with the talent of Miss Lu Yao, he will look at the entire raging empire, and even set foot on a broader stage. Lu Yao nodded, turned to look at Lu Ming, his voice was extremely cold, said, Lu Ming, have the ability, today you will kill me, otherwise, the shame you gave me today, I will give back 10 times in the future. The shame I gave you? Lu Ming smiled and said, it's really ridiculous. Everything today was originally blamed on you. If it were not for your deprivation of my blood, how could it be today? Lu Yao, I won't kill you. I will let you verify your words with your own eyes. There is an insurmountable gap between me and you. Also, your so-called peerless genius Duan Lin, one day, I will let you see it with my own eyes, I stepped on him. Now you can get away. Lu Ming withdrew his sword, and his confident and determined voice spread throughout the audience. Lu Ming, the time is still long, you wait for me, Dad, you and elder brother, follow me to Xianyuan Jianpai together. Lu Yao Binghen's voice sounded. Duan Muqing also looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, Lu Ming, it's you alone. Can't even match Duan Mulan's one finger, I hope you don't join the Shenyuan sword school, otherwise, you will find, what a stupid, ignorant thing you said today, let's go. Roar. Qi Yan who roared, Lu Yao, and the big elders landed on the river, followed Duan Muqing and others to ride the Qi Yan tiger, and left the place in embarrassment without even packing things up. With the departure of Lu Yao and others, today's events came to an end. Although other young people of the Lu family have not yet started to compete, but no one pays attention. Today's events are really twists and turns, beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, most people believed that today's protagonist is Lu Yao. She will hold the name of a genius and use her peerless resources to land on the head of the Lu family and make a good story. But all of this, because of a person, has undergone earth-shaking changes. He is Lu Ming, he is the protagonist of today. Okay, Lu Ming, domineering and confident enough, how about it? Join me in Suzaquin, and I will upset that genius Duan Mulan in the future. Muran clapped, not hiding her appreciation. Then she said, however, I will not promise you any conditions, martial arts, everything must be obtained by myself. Everyone is speechless, how can there be such an invitation to invite others? But Lu Ming's behavior made them dumbfounded. He nodded and said, Master Tang, I promise you to join Zuquayuan. The reason he agreed to Mulan was mainly to thank her for her help. Moreover, anyway, he also has to join a strong sect to practice, in order to have more resources. The Shenyuan Sword School gathered the geniuses who entered the eastern 1,000 cities of the Lai Sun Empire. Only on such a vast stage, they competed with many geniuses, and Lu Ming could go further on martial arts. In the corner of partiality, there can never be great achievements. Good. Mulan was overjoyed. Others thought Lu Ming had no blood, but she could have sensed it long ago. Lu Ming had blood power on her body. Such a genius, joining the Suzakuren, may bring different changes to the Suzakuren. Lu Ming, the only thing I can promise you is that after you enter the Shenyuan Sword School, the elders of the Duanmu family dare to deal with you openly, but the younger generation of the Duanmu family depends on you. Then Mulan waved his hand, and a jade card flew to Lu Ming, saying, Lu Ming, 2 months later, you took this jade card and went to Shenyuan Jianpai Suzaku House, you can join the Suzaku House directly. The jade card is inscribed with the ever-present Suzaku. Thank you Master Mu. Lu Ming clenched his fists and then put away the jade card. Enough is enough, as long as the senior figures of the Duanmu family don't shoot. If he couldn't even pass the level of Duanmu's younger generation, then what kind of martial arts should he repair? Giggle, Lu Ming, then I am waiting for you at the Shenyuan Sword School. Mulan smiled charmingly, then got up and left Lujian Wuchang directly. Lu Ming, you are welcome to join the Xianyuan Sword School, and I hope you will become a strong generation in the future. Gao Shi and Tai Zhong got up one after another to congratulate Lu Ming. Thank you two seniors, I didn't choose Qinglong Academy and Xuanwu Academy today, I'm very sorry. Lu Ming saluted. Anyway. Gao Shi laughed. Lu Ming's attitude made them very useful. This Lu Ming is not only talented, but also humble and upright, and will become a great weapon in the future. Both thought so. Lu Ming, then goodbye our Xianyuan sword faction. Lu Qian smiled. Immediately, Gao Shi and Tai Zhong, and Lu Qian also led people to leave here. Other young Lu family, they have no intention of watching. With the departure of the messengers from several courtyards, everyone in the Lu family was in no mood, and the ceremony behind them was also hastily ended. However, what happened today is destined to shake the entire Wind and Fire City. The name of Lu Ming will also set off a gust of wind in Fenghua City. But this time, it was in the name of genius. Chapter 22 Changes brought by strength. The clan meeting was over. The next day, Lu Ming, Li Ping and Qiu Yu moved back to the main palace. Standing in front of the main palace door, Lu Ming thought a lot. All of this is due to changes in strength. If he is still the waste from which his blood was taken away, then it goes without saying that he can move back to the main house, even his own life can't be saved, and Li Ping and Qiu Yu will certainly not have a better life in the future. But because of his rise, everything has changed. He not only smashed Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao's plans, but also regained the main palace. Li Ping's future life is also guaranteed. Lu Ming is the first heir of the Lu family, and he can take over as the head of the Lu family whenever he wants. But this is not enough. Everything is just the beginning. In Xianyuan Sword School, Lu Ming knows that there are still bigger challenges waiting for him. He cannot afford to be slack. Minger, go in, the room has been packed. Li Ping came out with a sword in his hand and smiled. The elders sent 4 young maids to serve Li Ping and Lu Ming, so soon, Lu Yao and others in the main house were cleared. Minger, now you are successful in martial arts, you can use this spirit soldier sent by your father. Li Ping handed the long sword in his hand to Lu Ming. This long sword, previously captured by Lu Chuan, is now back in their hands. Lu Ming nodded, took the sword, and walked in with Li Ping. Back in the room, Lu Ming began to practice. A few days ago, he used Ling Yuan Dan to cultivate from the peak of the warrior's weight to the early stage of the warrior's triple. It suddenly crossed 2 levels. The foundation is inevitably unstable and needs to be consolidated. After several hours of practicing the Dragon, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Temple and began to practice martial arts. In a blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. On this day, Lu Ming was practicing martial arts in the Supreme Shrine. Feeling that there was movement outside, he came out of the Supreme Shrine. As soon as I came out, I heard Chuyue's voice from outside, Master, Lu Bing comes to see you. Lu Bing. Lu Ming froze, opened the door, and went out. Chuyue nodded and said, Master, do you want to see me? Lu Ming smiled and said, See, why not? When I came to the living room, I saw Lu Bing walking around uncomfortably there. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Bing showed a smile on his face, and cried, Ming Xiao, you are finally here. Noting the change in the title of Lu Ming smiled lightly and sat down at the top of his head, saying, What is the matter with you? Lu Bing suddenly gave Lu Ming a fist and said, Ming Xiao, I came today to apologize to you. I used to have no eyes, I don't know the talent of Ming Xiao, offended Ming Xiao you, I hope your adults don't count the villains, do not worry about it. Lu Bing, the 5 elders let you come. Lu Ming said. Lu Bing smiled and said, Yes, it was indeed my father who asked me to come, but it is also my own meaning. There is less Ming, there are 5,002 silver tickets here, I hope you can accept it. Lu Bing took out a stack of silver tickets and handed them to Lu Ming. Okay, Chuyue, you help me take it. Lu Ming laughed. To be honest, Lu Bing didn't put it in his heart. Since the other party sent a silver ticket to apologize, why didn't he accept it? Chuyue stepped forward to receive the silver ticket, and a small face was flushed with excitement. She had not seen so many silver tickets. Although Lu Bing was extremely painful, he still squeezed out a smile and said, Thank you and me, then I will leave. Master, the head of the Li family came to see you. As soon as Lu Bing left, another maid came to report. Li family master, Li Fu. Lu Ming frowned. He has a very bad impression of Li Fu. Did you inform my wife? Lu Ming asked. The maid said, notified. At this point, Li Ping came over and said, Minger, your uncle is here, see you. Lu Ming nodded and then told the maid to bring Li Fu in. Huh, little girl, Minger, I came to see you. As soon as he came in, Li Fu laughed, with a happy smile on his face. I don't know. I thought he had a good relationship with Lu Ming. How intimate it is. Brother. Li Ping cried. But Lu Ming sneered with a sneer, sitting casually, saying, Masterly, what are you doing at the Lu family today? Wouldn't it be my waste? Cough. Li Fu coughed a few times, his old face turned slightly red, and smiled a few times, saying, How is Minger so genius, how could it be waste? I will break his leg when someone says so next time. Minger, uncle was old and confused before hearing the rumors from others, and hope you don't mind. Lu Ming suddenly came to apologize again. This outbreak of Lu Ming is indeed very alarming. Although he offended the people of the Duanmu family, Lu Ming was actually favored by the Lingyao Tang Mulan, and his future achievements are hard to say. Moreover, at least for now, the Lu family and Lu Ming are definitely heirs. Therefore, Lu Bing and Li Fu, who had offended him before, couldn't sit still and came to reconcile and apologize. In the world of martial arts, the strongest is the most respected, which is most vividly reflected at the moment. Brother, don't worry, Minger won't take it seriously. Li Ping said with a happy smile on his face. That's good, my little sister, I prepared 10 kikkoden for my brother this time. With a little heart, you can accept it. Li Fu took out a jade bottle and said. Ju Qi Dan, a second-level inferior medicine, 1 for 2,002 silvers, 10 for 20,002 silvers, it seems that this time Li Fu really got his blood. You know, 22,000 silver is equivalent to the income of the Li family for half a year. Lu Jia, the largest family in Fenghua City, earns only 200,000 silver a year. Thank you so much. Lu Ming received it directly. Originally, Lu Ming didn't want Li Fu as a bird, but after all, the Li family was Li Ping's maiden family. Lu Ming could see that Li Ping still cared about the attitude of the Li family. Li Fulai apologized, and Li Ping was obviously very happy. Therefore, for Li Ping, Lu Ming also has to install it. Those 10 Qi Don will not be collected. Seeing Lu Ming accept it, Li Fu finally let go of his heart. Although he was deeply distressed by $20,002, it was an investment. If Lu Ming really rose in the future, his Li family would not be too sad. I knew that Lu Ming had such a talent, he would not offend Lu Ming like that before. After chatting for a while, Li Fu left. Qiuyue, how many meridians do you get through now? After Li Fu left, Lu Ming quickly asked Qiuyue. Li Ping also looked at Qiuyue curiously. Master, ma'am, I just got through 8 meridians yesterday. Qiuyue replied. What? Lu Ming and Li Ping were shocked, staring at Qiuyue stunned. The first few meridians are relatively easy, but the harder they get to the back. It's only been more than 10 days. Qiuyue has opened up 8 veins. The key is to practice the basic exercises like gathering qigong. And he hasn't taken the panacea yet. This talent is really amazing. Don't Qiuyue get through the bloodline without relying on the bloodline? Lu Ming couldn't help thinking. Mother, Qiuyue, don't say this for now. Lu Ming said to Li Ping and Qiu Yu. Both nodded. Chapter 23 set off, The Boy's Dream. The next day, Lu Ming went to the Lujia bookstore and selected a yellow-level inferior exercise, Yunyu Ju, for Qiuyue. It's not Lu Ming stingy, reluctant to give Qiuyue the real recipe to Qiuyue's cultivation, but rather the dragon's true recipe is as young as the sun, extremely domineering, it is really not suitable for Qiuyue's cultivation. The practice method is not suitable, even if it is not advanced, sometimes it will be counterproductive. Yunyu Ju, with softness and justness, just fits Qiuyue. In addition, Lu Ming also selected a Jinghong swordsmanship for Qiuyue, which is the inferior martial art of Huang class. Now, Lu Ming wants to choose what kind of exercises and martial arts, no one in the Lu family can say a word. After choosing the martial arts skills, Lu Ming went to the Lingyao Tang and bought a batch of dragons and tigers for Qiuyue to help Qiuyue practice. When buying Long Yuden, Lu Ming discovered that Mulan was no longer in the Lingyao Tang. According to the people in the Lingyao Tang, Mulan had returned to the Shenyuan sword school. Mulan went to the Lingyao Tang as the host, but it was just a trial. Now that the trial is over, he naturally returns to the Shenyuan sword school. After giving Qigong martial arts and medicine to Qiuyue, Lu Ming returned to the room, entered the Supreme Temple, and began to devour the Qi Dan to practice. Like other medicines, once Qi Dan swallows the mouth, a strong attraction is emitted from the spine, which absorbs the medicine properties of Jukadan, and then refines the impurities, pouring into pure energy, being Lu Ming transformed into true Qi. Jukadan, a second-grade inferior medicine, is much stronger than Longyudan, but much worse than Lingguandan. Lu Ming's cultivation practice is constantly improving. However, Lu Ming's true Qi is 2 times stronger than ordinary true Qi. If you want to improve, you need more energy, and you need 3 times the ordinary true Qi. In other words, Lu Ming wants to improve his cultivation practice, and the energy consumed will be 3 times that of ordinary people. It is also helpless and powerful, which means paying more. After all the 10 Jukadan were refined, Lu Ming's cultivation practice only broke through from the triple early stage of the warrior to the early stage of the 4th warrior. This is a total of 22,000 silver, and Lu Ming has raised a level, which is a luxury. No one else can afford it. Like the elite children of the Lu family, they will be able to lead 2 auras in 1 year. At this speed, Lu Ming was not satisfied at all. After 10 Ju Qi Dan were used up, Lu Ming went to the Ling Yao Tang and purchased 30 Ju Qi Dan at one time. Even with a 10% discount, it would cost a total of 54,000 renminbi. Thousands of silver. Suddenly, the 130,000 silver that Lu Ming got from the sand snake robber was less than 152,000. After buying a good medicine, Lu Ming continued to practice. The further the cultivation base is, the more energy is required for ascension. When Lu Ming refines all 30 Kikkoden, Lu Ming's cultivation base can be upgraded to the early stage of the 6th warrior. After further consolidation, the time has passed for more than a month, and only half a month is left before the days when the Xianyuan Sword School opened its doors and accepted the students. Over the past month or so, Lu Ming has gained a lot. Not only is the cultivation speed improved, but the cultivation of martial arts is also 1,000 miles away. The Yanlong boxing and dragon snake steps have been trained to the 5th level one after another. The yellow level high-grade swordsmanship streamer swordsmanship, also practiced to the 4th level, pure fire. Lu Ming's strength, compared with a month and a half ago, had a qualitative flyby. But the most amazing thing is Qiuyue. For more than a month, Qiuyue, with Yinyu Ju and Longyudan, actually opened up 3 divine veins, stunned Lu Ming and Li Ping. The reason why Lu Ming got through the 3 divine veins was relying on the god-level exercises, true dragon warrior, as well as the bizarre blood vessels that did not fully grow out. But Qiuyue's bloodline hasn't awakened yet. He still practices the Huang-level inferior exercises, which is too horrible. But no matter what, Lu Ming and Li Ping were extremely happy for Qiuyue. On this day, Lu Ming was ready to leave for the Xianyuan Sword School. "Mother, this 10,000 silver ticket, you can use it later." In the courtyard, Lu Ming took out 12,000 silver tickets and handed them to Li Ping. "Ming'er, what are you doing? You are about to go to the Xianyuan Sword School. There are many places where you need to use silver in your cultivation. What do you do for me? I am in the Lu family and there is nothing missing." Li Ping quickly pushed the silver ticket back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled, "Mother, Ming'er has encountered adventures, there is no shortage of money at all, you can keep them, and use them slowly in the future." Seeing Lu Ming's confident and determined eyes, Li Ping did not refuse any more and took away the banknote. Looking at the energetic Lu Ming in front of him, Li Ping felt extremely relieved and proud. Her son finally had a good time. "Ming'er, go to Xianyuan Sword School this time, let Qiuyue go with you." After thinking for a while, Li Ping smiled gently. "Ma'am, I'm gone, who will take care of you?" Aside, Qiuyue's face changed. "Silly girl, don't I have Chuntao and the 4 of them now? I'm afraid no one will take care of it, and, with your martial talents, stay with me, wouldn't you have buried you?" Li Ping touched Qiuyue's head gently. "Madam." Qiuyue's nose was sour, and her eyes were rolling in her eyes. Lu Ming sighed, indeed, with Qiuyue's martial talent, he continued to stay in the Lu family, which was really buried. Lu Ming also had this plan. He wanted to take Qiuyue to Xianyuan Sword School to see if he could also join Xianyuan Sword School. Among Xianyuan Sword School, maybe someone could help Qiuyue to awaken the bloodline. "Okay, Ming'er, it's not too early. Let's go now," Li Ping said. "Mother, then we will go, you pay more attention to your body." Lu Ming was also very reluctant. "Go, be careful on the road." Li Ping smiled. Ma'am, you need to pay more attention to your body, Chuyue will come back to see you. Chuyue said with tears in her eyes. Go. Li Ping nodded and smiled. Lu Ming nodded, not much to say, took Chuyue, and turned away. Some things are not done by saying, but by doing. Looking at the back view of Landing Ming's departure, Li Ping's eyes were a little red, and he murmured softly in his mouth, Minger, mother believe, when you see you next time, you are already a real strongman, just like your father. Lu Ming took Chuyue to the Lujia stables. Since Chuyue had not learned to ride a horse, she only led a green scale horse and left the city. Outside the city of wind and fire, Lu Ming flicked the horse rein, and the blue scale horse rushed out like a gust of wind, and left. The vast earth, boundless, Lu Ming's arms leaned on Chuyue, smelling the faint fragrance of Chuyue's hair, galloping between heaven and earth, and suddenly, a sense of pride was born in the heart and ambitious. Drunk lying on the knees of beautiful women, walking the world with swords, happy enmity, and companionship, this is the dream of all men. Men's dreams will always be in rivers and lakes. A pot of muddy wine, a song of love, a life of madness. Heroes use swords to dominate the world. In this life, since let Lu Ming get the supreme temple and rise, then Lu Ming will not be willing to be ordinary. Wind and Fire City is just the beginning. The Xianyuan Sword School will not be the end. This life is destined to be vigorous. Chapter 24 Xianjian City, Wei Ziming. The green scale horse, covered with blue scales, has the blood of the monster, it is extremely strong, and can travel 3,000 miles a day. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming and Chuyue came to Xianjian City. Xianjian City, only 50 miles from Xianyuan Sword School, is the closest city to Xianyuan Sword School, so it is extremely prosperous. The population and area are more than 10 times that of Fenghua City. Caravans from other parts of the raging empire come and go, very lively. The street is wide enough for 10 veterinary cars to run side by side, and the streets are full of shops. Lu Ming and Chuyue were the first time they came to such a big city. They looked like villagers entering the city. They were very curious and looked east and west. After shopping for a long time, the stomach croaked, and the two found a restaurant and walked in. The restaurant is 3 floors high, with an elegant atmosphere inside, and the two-person walk from the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, most of the tables were already seated. When Lu Ming and Chiu Yu walked in, the eyes of the others were all bright. Lu Ming, with a slender figure and a pretty face, wore a corset swordsman robe, and he looked very heroic. Chiu Yue, graceful, pure and moving, walked with Lu Ming like a pair of golden boys and girls. There is a table where 2 young people sit, one of them, dressed in a brocade dress, wrapped in a jade belt, looks like a very expensive young son, 17 or 18 years old. The other, about the same age, has a thin figure and is dressed up. As soon as the young man in genie saw Lu Ming and Chuyue coming in, his eyes suddenly turned bright. To be precise, he was staring at Chuyue, his eyes glowing hot. When he looked at Lu Ming, there was a hint of murder in his eyes. A flower is inserted in the cow dung, the young man genie whispered. Lu Ming and Chuyue naturally didn't pay attention to the eyes of others. The two found a seat by the window and ordered a few small dishes, a pot of fine wine, and they ate and drank. Master, there are so many people in Xianjian City. Chuyue picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Suddenly her cheeks flew red, and her eyes mistily watched the landing. Lu Ming also took the wine glass, drank it, and then said, yes, it is only 2 days from the annual opening of the Xianyuan Sword School, and there are nearly 2,000 young people in the eastern part of the raging empire. Junxia is here. At that moment, the young man in genie picked up the glass and walked over with the thin young man. This girl, under Wei Ming Ziming, doesn't know the girl's name. Can you enjoy a drink with your face? The son of genie picked up the wine glass and said, but his eyes were squinting at Chuyue's body, his hot eyes made no secret. As for Lu Ming, he was directly ignored. Seen by Wei Ziming in this way, Chuyue was a little uncomfortable and disgusted in his heart, saying, I'm sorry, I just drank it and now I don't want to drink. Rejected by Chuyue on the spot, Wei Ziming's complexion immediately dimmed. Smelly girl, what do you mean? My younger master told you to accompany the drink, that is worthy of you, don't give your face shame. The dry young man next to Wei Ziming drank coldly, then turned to look at Lu Ming and shouted, boy, what are you still sitting for? Don't roll away, your young master will ask you for this position. Lu Ming frowned, and the two were really rampant. Lu Ming didn't say a word, and they let him get away as soon as they came up. Where's the wild dog, barking and barking here. Lu Ming picked up the glass and took another sip, coldly said. Boy, are you bold enough to talk to me like this? Find death. The skinny young man's face was very ugly, and he shouted, and his fingers were like eagle claws, grabbing directly to Lu Ming's throat. The claws caught the air and made a sneering noise. They were extremely sharp. If Lu Ming was caught in his throat, he would definitely be cut off the throat. It's really overbearing. Everyone is just a servant. If they don't agree, they will kill. Every warrior doubles, let me go. Lu Ming drank coldly, then slapped shot. This slap came first, and the heavy fan was on the face of the dry and thin young man. The dry and thin young man screamed, and his body was directly flew out of the fan and fell to the ground. This made everyone else in the restaurant stunned, and then whispered. Who is this kid? How dare even Wei Ziming's men dare to fight? How brave! Wei Ziming is the eldest son of the lord of the city of Waihuoqing. This boy is about to finish. I guess this kid doesn't know Wei Ziming's origin at all, otherwise he would dare to beat Wei Ziming's servants. After all, playing dogs also depends on the owner. The sound of discussion around him naturally spread into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming suddenly realized that he was originally from the City of Fire, no wonder he was so arrogant. There are tens of thousands of imperial cities in the scorching sun, and they are divided into different levels according to their scale and strength. Mainly divided into inferior, medium and superior. Wind and Fire City belongs to the inferior city, many people may not have heard of it. But the City of Fire is a top-tier city with great strength and a famous Eastern Empire. Ah, kid, do you dare to beat me? You are dead, the thin young man shouted frantically. And Wei Ziming's face was even more gloomy, his cold killer flashed in his eyes, staring at the landing, and said, Boy, do you know? I'm the eldest son of the main palace of the city of Waihuoqing. I just know. Lu Ming said very calmly. Oh. It turns out that you didn't know it just now, but it's not too late to know now. Now, you kneel down and apologize, palm yourself with 30 mouths, and then leave the girl, get out, I can consider forgiving you. Wei Ziming said very confidently that he believed Lu Ming would have agreed after he knew his identity. But the next moment, he froze immediately. Because Lu Ming just glanced at him casually, said lightly, I thought your dog was a fool. It turned out that you are more stupid than him. Now you disappear from my eyes immediately, otherwise you will be fanned together. Everyone else in the restaurant was quiet, Wei Zi was mad, but Lu Ming didn't expect to be even more mad. Boy, you dare to play me, to death. Wei Ziming was furious and slapped, slamming at Landing Ming's face. In the palm of your hand, there is a huge amount of true energy, and the five-fold cultivation of a samurai is undoubtedly revealed. But before he slapped his hand, Lu Ming held his wrist. Click. Then, the sound of broken bones sounded, and a painful pain came out, making Wei Zi wailing. Ah! My hands, broken, let me go, I want you to die without a burial place. Wei Ziming wailed and wailed. Snapped. But at the next moment, Lu Ming slapped him directly in the face, making Wei Ziming's cry stop suddenly. Wei Ziming stared at his eyes, staring at the landing stunned, he was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Ming to dare to slap him. I said, you won't get away, even fan you together. Lu Ming's calm voice sounded, then. Snapped. Another slap sounded, fanning on Wei Ziming's other face. Suddenly, Wei Ziming's faces bulged high and swollen like a pig's head. Then, Lu Ming was so angry that he threw Wei Ziming to the stairs and said, roll me right away or you will break your limbs. Chapter 25 Assassination, Shadow Wolf Pavilion. CC. There was a sound of breathing down the air. On the third floor, everyone looked shocked at landing. Previously, Lu Ming slapped and fanned the thin young man. Everyone guessed that Lu Ming didn't know Wei Ziming before he dared to shoot. If we knew Wei Ziming's identity, Lu Ming would never dare to shoot. But they never imagined that when Lu Ming knew Wei Ziming's identity, he still dared to shoot, and it was even more ruthless. Too arrogant and overbearing. Boy, if you are kind, you leave your name. Wei Ziming stood up in embarrassment, holding back his anger and looking at the land with a bitter look. Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and calmly reported the name. He didn't even fear Duanmu's family, why fear the Wei family? Okay, let's wait and see. Wei Ziming gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Then went downstairs with the skinny youth. In my opinion, this Wei Ziming will never give up, and will definitely retaliate. That's absolute. Weihua City has always been overbearing. This time Wei Ziming suffered such a big loss. How could it be that way? Wei Ziming's younger brother, Wei Zio, is a rare genius of the Wei family. This time, he also came to participate in the assessment of the Xuanyuanjian school. He was called the top 100 masters in this group of newcomers, and his brother was beaten. Most of Wei Zio won't care. After Wei Ziming left, there was a lot of discussion in the restaurant. But Lu Ming just smiled and continued to eat and drink with Chuyue. Outside the restaurant, Wei Ziming looked sullen and vicious. Master, do we have to find the second young master and let the second young master take action against this person? Asked the thin young man. Of course I have to tell the second brother, but I don't have to do it now. 2 days later, the appraisal of the Xuanyuanjian faction will be accepted. After the assessment, the Xuanyuanjian faction will hold a trial together with the other 4 disciples besides the Kirin Academy. When the second brother killed Lu Ming in the trial, I want him to join the Shenyuan sword school and die in despair. Wei Ziming said ruthlessly. After Lu Ming and Chuyue had eaten, they strolled around Shenzhen city for a while, then found an inn and opened 2 rooms. Entering the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. Slightly feeling the itching coming from the spine, Lu Ming's face showed a hint of joy. After almost 4 months, he finally felt that the bloodline was about to grow completely. It was only the last step. Lu Ming felt that the shortest period was 3 to 5 days, and the longest period was no more than half a month. Before his bloodline has grown, he has all kinds of strange effects. Lu Ming is looking forward to it. What kind of ability will he have after his bloodline is fully grown? What level of blood will it be? After quietly feeling it, Lu Ming ran Zhenlong real secret and began to practice. Between heaven and earth, Reiki gathered toward landing Ming. As time passed, night fell and the inn fell into silence. Call out. Call out. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes because he heard the sound of breaking the sky outside the room. Although the sound is very light, but still did not escape Lu Ming's ears. 5 figures stayed outside Lu Ming's room, 2 figures at the door, and 3 figures outside the window. Immediately, the door and the window opened at the same time, and 5 figures flew in like lightning. 5 black slender long swords gleamed with cold light, piercing Lu Ming's 5 key points. Fast, accurate and ruthless shots are obviously well-trained killers. Chant. At the moment when the 5 figures rushed in, Lu Ming moved, his figure exploded, and the Heifeng sword turned into a streamer, which passed away in a flash. Boom! Blood was splashing, and the killer was directly cut off by Lu Ming. Immediately afterwards, the sword light flashed again, like a lightning in the darkness, and immediately, 2 more killers were killed by Lu Ming. Suddenly killing 3 people in a short time, it is not that these killers are too weak. On the contrary, these killers are not very weak. The 3 people who were killed by Lu Ming just now reached the 6th level of the warrior. The remaining 2 men, the samurai's 7th cultivation. This kind of strength, even under the joint raid, even the samurai 8th master, must be killed. It's just that Lu Ming is stronger and has already discovered them. No, the target strength does not match the news received. Retreat. A killer exclaimed and flew back. Since it's here, stay all. Lu Ming's voice was cold, the voice fell, and the dragon snake stepped out, already appeared behind the killer, a sword was cut out, and the head fell to the ground. Then, take a few steps in a row and catch up with another person. Go to death. Seeing that he could not escape, the last killer yelled and rushed to the landing regardless of life and death. Boom! The Yanlong fist broke out, hitting the killer with 2 consecutive punches. The killer flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, and spit blood. Say, who are you? Who sent you? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hey, let me tell you why. We are from Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Someone pays for your life. As for who pays, don't think about it. Lu Ming, you are waiting for our Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Go kill. Speaking of which, the killer spewed out a black spit of blood and actually committed suicide by poisoning himself. Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Shadow Wolf Pavilion, Lu Ming has heard, is one of the 4 killer organizations in the Sun Empire. The power is extremely huge. It is dedicated to killing people with money, but it is very secretive. No one knows where the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's headquarters is. Therefore, countless people hated these 4 killer organizations, but they could not kill them. Some people even say that these 4 killer organizations, behind them, are the shadows of the 5 major sections. They are the tools that the 5 major clans cultivated to assassinate the genius of the hostile forces. But it is just a legend, the truth, no one knows. Who bought Tanjing Wolf Pavilion assassinated me? Lu Ming frowned. The first time, he thought of Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, Duanmu family. These people are the most likely, and Wei Ziming. However, Wei Ziming is unlikely, because Wei Ziming knows some of his strength, but the killer just called Lu Ming's strength is not consistent with the news received. That is most likely to be Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong and the Duanmu family. It seems that this Shenyuan sword school is really choppy. Lu Ming sneered, a ray of murder flashed in his eyes. Master, are you okay? Chuyue walked out of the room and was shocked to see the body lying on the ground. The movement just now has alarmed the rest of the inn. Chuyue, let's go. Change to an inn. Lu Ming pulled Chuyue, jumped from the inn window, and ran forward. The two walked in the dark, and half an hour later, they moved into another inn. In the next 2 days, the two hardly went out of their homes, except for food, they had been closed to practice. In a flash, 2 days passed. The annual appraisal of the Shenyuan Sword School officially began. Chapter 26 Suzaquin. The Shenyuan Sword School is divided into 5 courtyards, each of which occupies a majestic and vast mountain. They are Central Unicorn Peak, Eastern Blue Dragon Peak, Western White Tiger Peak, Southern Suzaku Peak, Northern Basaltic Peak. But this time the appraisal of the apprentices was at the front of the 5 courtyards, which belongs to the gate of the Shenyuan Sword School. When Lu Ming and Chuyue came, they were already crowded, bustling and full of people. They are basically teenagers, and it is estimated that they are not less than tens of thousands. At the foot of the mountain, there are 2 broad mountain roads leading to the Shenyuan Sword School. If there is a recommended jade card, go to the right, if there is no recommended jade card, go to the left and go inside to take part in various assessments. A brave young man with a long sword shouted. Lu Ming has known before that there are recommended jade brands that do not need to participate in the assessment, you can directly join the Shenyuan Sword School. Because there are recommended jade cards, it means that the masters of the Shenyuan Sword faction have been evaluated, and they are all talented people, or they will not easily issue recommended jade cards. Lu Ming has the recommended jade card sent by Muran, so naturally he does not need to participate in the assessment. Chuyue, you go to the assessment. Lu Ming said to Chuyue. Well, yes, young master. Chuyue nodded. Come on. Lu Ming smiled, cheering for Chuyue. The assessment includes many items, such as willpower, meridian testing, blood testing, etc. There is even a dedicated pulse surveyor. Even if there is no awakening of the blood vessels for a while, the pulse detector can also determine the approximate level of the bleeding veins. This is an opportunity for Chuyue, maybe it will be able to measure what her blood is. Chuyue nodded vigorously, then left. There are many people on the mountain road on the left, and there is a long line. Lu Ming has been waiting outside, he has to wait for the results of Chuyue. Ah! Why is it so demanding? It seems that I have no chance to join the Shenyuan Sword School. From time to time, Lu Ming could see someone coming out of it, sighing one by one, and even someone crying. Obviously, these people were all those who failed the assessment. Slowly, Chuyue disappeared in the mountain road with the team. After a while, deep in the mountain road on the left, suddenly burst out 3 Changhong. Changhong rushed to the sky and broke through the clouds. Changhong runs through the sun, and 3 Changhongs represent 3 spirits. Is it Chuyue? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this time, in front of the Shenyuan Jianpai mountain gate, because of these 3 Changhongs, they fell into the hustle and bustle. 3 Changhong, this is someone who has broken through the 3 divine veins, genius, among this generation, is there such a genius? I stayed at the peak of the Tongmai realm for 2 years before I got through the 6 great caves of the first divine vein. People are really incomparable. As long as this person is willing, he will definitely be able to enter Kirin Academy. Everyone's eyes were looking in that direction, and there was much discussion. Quack! At this time, a huge white crane flew out of the depths of the Shenyuan Sword School and landed where Changhong rushed. A big figure of the Shenyuan Sword School was shocked. This genius is estimated to be a step in the sky. Some people sighed, envy in their eyes. It seems that Chuyue joined the Shenyuan Sword School, there is no problem. Lu Ming smiled, then strode toward the mountain road on the right. The entrance of the mountain road on the right is also guarded by disciples of the Xianyuan Sword School, but there are few people on this mountain road. When Lu Ming came up with the recommended jade card, he easily entered. Along the mountain road, all the way diagonally upward, but not too far, there is a Changhong rising to the left. This time, it was 2 Changhongs. But this is not over yet. Not long after, 2 Changhongs rushed up. It seems that there are many geniuses among this group of people. Even Lu Ming was surprised when the 2 geniuses who opened up 2 pulses appeared continuously. Don't forget, there are many people who have recommended Jade brand, do not need to participate in the assessment, just like him. How many geniuses are among these people? Among these people, geniuses are really gathered. This is interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a bit of war. Moving on, shortly afterwards, the mountain road reached the end, and a wide square appeared in front of it. At this time, there were thousands of people on the square. There are 4 roads on the square. Next to the road, there is a huge stone monument, about 10 meters high, carved with dragons, white tigers, suzakus, xuanwu, and 4 kinds of gods and beasts. Only the road of Qilin Academy is missing. Zuanwuyuan, here is Zuanwuyuan, fellow students, come and join my Zuanwuyuan, to ensure a lot of benefits. At the entrance of Zuanwuyuan Road, several young people were shouting hard. Bai Huayuan, joining me is the best choice. Bai Yunyuan is the strongest compound besides Kirin. Come to Qinglong Courtyard. Qinglong Courtyard is the oldest of the 5 courtyards. Suzakuan, the beauty inside Suzaku is like a cloud. With a loud cry, the 4 courtyards were all pulling people in the mission. The competition between the 4 courtyards is fierce, and the new disciples, as fresh blood, represent the future. For a courtyard, the role is self-evident. New entry disciples are free to choose to join a compound at this time. Of course, like Lu Ming, except for the recommendation of jade cards, which jade card they have previously received belongs to which one. Among the 5 courtyards, only Kirin is the exception. Among the 5 major courtyards, the Kirin Academy is high above the ground. It is very mysterious. It is not something you can join if you want to join. Those who can join the Kirin Academy are extremely talented. Of course, there are also the fewest people in the Kirin Academy. Few people know that the Kirin Academy will accept a few disciples a year. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. Near the entrance of Bai Huayuan, Lu Yao sat in a white skirt, among the many young men and women, like the stars holding the moon. That's Lu Yao. I heard that the awakening is a 5th-level bloodline. It has broken through 2 divine veins and has been married to Duanmulan, the peerless genius of the Duanmu family. Yeah, I'm really envious. If it's me, I have to wake up laughing in my dreams. It's up to you, how can Duanmulan look at you? Near Lu Ming, some young people were talking in a low voice, especially a few young girls, but they were envious. Lu Yao was talking and laughing in the crowd, and his eyes were turning. When he swept from Lu Ming, he obviously also saw Lu Ming, his face pale, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Later, Lu Yao looked at the crowd around him, and then to Lu Ming, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. But Lu Ming just smiled casually. At this moment, a bird chirped in the sky, and then a white crane flew by. The white crane is very huge, far more than the ordinary white crane, its wings spread out, reaching more than 20 meters in horror. Above the white crane, 2 figures stood. One is a middle-aged woman wearing a golden silk robe, and the other is a beautiful girl. Autumn Moon. Seeing this girl, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Golden silk robe, that's the elder Jin Pao. Really, elder Jin Pao, who is this girl? Even the elder Jin Pao was shocked. It is estimated to be a genius. Who are they looking for? The young people around, looking upset, looked at the middle-aged woman on the white crane in awe. Chapter 27 Deliberately Make Trouble. Xianyuan Sword School, the elders are divided into ordinary elders, silver robe elders, and golden robe elders. Elder Yin Pao is already a high-level member of the Xianyuan Sword School and the backbone. The elder Jin Pao, that is, the elder of the Xianyuan Sword School, is the suppression of the existence of the sect. It is high above the ground, the number is very small, there is no major event, it will rarely appear, and it will be closed and practice martial arts. And now, there is a golden robe elder appeared. Everyone's eyes are on the 2 people on the white crane, want to know who they are looking for. Above the white crane, Chuyue's eyes were looking, and finally landed on Lu Ming. Young master. Chuyue showed a happy look and screamed. The white crane landed not far from Lu Ming. Qiuyue jumped down and ran to Lu Ming. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming again. In the distance, Lu Yao apparently recognized Qiuyue, his face suddenly somber. How could this humble maid be with the elder Jin Pao? Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with fire, full of doubts. Qiuyue. Lu Ming also smiled on his face and asked, Qiuyue, did you pass the test? Qualified, and the senior said he wanted me to join the Kirin Academy, but I don't want to join the Kirin Academy. I want to join the Suzakurin with the young master. Qiuyue rode. Can Qiuyue actually join Qilin Academy? Lu Ming was overjoyed, but his face was deliberately flat, saying, silly girl, can't someone else want to join the Kirin Academy? You still don't want to join. Listen to master, join the Kirin Academy. But master, Qiuyue can't bear you. Qiuyue said red eyes. Silly girl, we are all in the Shenyuan sword school, and you are not out of sight, and if you join the Kirin Academy, as long as you practice successfully, there will be opportunities to see you in the future, and, Qiuyue, what happened to your bloodline? The test came out. Lu Ming comforted Qiuyue and then asked. The quiz came out. The senior said that I might have a special bloodline and told me not to tell others, but the young master was not someone else. Qiuyue lay softly in Lu Ming's ear. Special bloodline. Qiuyue's words shocked Lu Ming's heart, but with it came great joy, and he was happy for Qiuyue. There are countless kinds of human blood. But most of the bloodline is in the form of spirit. Such as various monster forms, or various plant forms. This is because in the ancient times, human races and 10,000 races coexisted, and there were factors of these creatures in the blood, so only the bloodlines of these creature forms could be awakened. But some people will awaken some very strange blood vessels, such as sword-shaped blood vessels, knife-shaped blood vessels and other weapon-shaped blood vessels. There are even elemental bloodlines such as wind, fire, thunder, and water. These bloodlines are called special bloodlines. Special bloodline, very rare, and very magical, with unimaginable power. For example, a person with a sword-shaped bloodline can realize the sword technique many times faster than ordinary people. Some people even inherited an extremely powerful sword technique in the sword-shaped bloodline, thus spreading the world. In short, special bloodlines are generally peerless geniuses. I didn't expect Qiuyue to be a special bloodline. It's no wonder that it was so difficult to awaken before, and everything is clear. Qiuyue, you can't tell others in the future, and you have to practice in the Kirin Academy. Lu Ming touched Qiuyue's hair and said. Master. Qiuyue's eyes were red. Go, practice well. Master will check it later. Lu Ming smiled. Well, master, you can rest assured that Qiuyue will work hard. Qiuyue nodded vigorously. Qiuyue, let's go. The middle-aged woman above the white crane waved an invisible force, and Qiuyue's body rose in the air and fell on the white crane. Bai he croaked with a loud bang, and he disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. I should go to Suzaku's too. Lu Ming smiled slightly and walked towards the road of Suzakuin. Obviously, Qiuyue was able to join Qilin Academy, and he was in a good mood. This younger brother, welcome to join Suzakuin, please register information here. Several young people at the entrance of the Suzaku house saw Lu Ming coming and were overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded, filled in his name, age, and where he came from, and then walked in from this road. Along the road, turned over several hills, in front of which appeared a mountain straight into the sky. That is Zhuke Peak. At the foot of Suzaku Peak, there is a wide martial arts training ground. This time the disciples who are new to Suzakuin are gathered here, waiting for a unified arrangement. Stop. Illegal people are not allowed to enter. At the entrance of the martial arts field, a young man stopped Lu Ming's way. This young man, about 20 years old, wearing a blue robe, is obviously an old disciple, and his face is cold. This brother, I am a new disciple. Lu Ming clenched his fists. The young man in the blue robe sneered, and then sneered, bold, do you dare to lie to me? I pretend to be a disciple of the Shenyuan sword faction, but a big sin. Lu Ming frowned. This person was so strange. When he saw him, he was indiscriminate and said that he was posing as a disciple of the Shenyuan sword school. How can I get here if it's really fake? This man is clearly deliberately making things difficult. But he and this young man, but the first time they met, can be said to have no complaints or hatred. I am really a disciple of Suzakuin, this one is recommended Jade brand. Lu Ming came up with the recommended Jade card road. But the blue-robe youth did not look at the recommended jade brand and sneered, what if there is a recommended jade brand? Can't it be pretended? And the most basic condition for the Xuanyuanjian school to recruit disciples is to have bloodline warriors. What about you? Are you a bloodline warrior? Are there bloodlines? Without bloodlines, whoever you recommend, leave me immediately. After talking, he looked at Landing with a playful look. Are you from the Duanmu family? Lu Ming flashed his eyes and asked suddenly. The young man in the blue robe changed his face slightly and shouted, what are you talking about, just get out of here. There was a sneer in the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He was sure that this young man in blue robe must have something to do with the Duanmu family. Because only Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong knew that Lu Ming's blood was deprived, and there was no blood. And this young man in blue robe stopped him as soon as he saw him, and he was sure that he had no blood, which must have known his details in advance. At this time, the disciples in the martial arts stadium were shocked and gathered around to watch. Tell me to go. I think you're the one to go. Lu Ming suddenly smiled coldly. Bold, you dare to talk to me this way, I think you are alive and impatient. The young man in the blue robe said darkly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, aren't you? As an old disciple, do you treat new entry disciples like this? Indiscriminately framing new disciples at will, and wanting to oust a new disciple, who will give you this right? If the Suzakus are all like you, then just leave them alone. Lu Ming's characters were clear and spread far away. Suddenly, in the martial arts field, the faces of the newly introduced disciples changed, looking at the blue-robed young man, pointing and pointing. The blue-robed youth's face was even more ugly, and he even had some anxiety. The hat is too heavy to drive away the disciples who are new to entry. He does not have this right. If it reaches the elders, he will not be able to walk around. Lu Ming, it's because you don't have blood, I let you go, you don't want to spur people here. The blue-robed youth drank. Blood-spitting people? Open your dog's eyes and show me. Lu Ming shouted loudly, and then a large red light appeared from behind him, the power of the bloodline exploded, and a worm-shaped ghost flashed by. At the next moment, the blood light disappeared and disappeared again. Chapter 28 Newcomer Trial. Bloodline. How can you have bloodline? The young man in blue robe cried out inconceivably. The news he received, Lu Ming, is bloodless. Of course I have blood, otherwise how to pass the assessment of Suzakuin's elders and recommend to enter Suzakusaku. This is the reason that even a pig understands, but you deliberately make things difficult and say, what the are you doing? A disciple of entry? Or, are you even as good as a pig? Lu Ming said one word after another, his eyes were like electricity, and he stared at the blue-robe youth. As soon as this remark came out, the new entry disciples all around looked at the blue-robe youth with a watchful face. This made the blue robe almost vomit blood, and Lu Ming could not answer these two questions at all. If he admits that he is deliberately making things difficult, that is, he will deliberately suppress the new entry disciples. If this affects the recruitment of new disciples at Suzakuin, then he will definitely not be able to walk around. But if he doesn't admit it, then he's even worse than a pig. Lu Ming, you. The blue-robe youth blushed for a long time without holding a word. Get away from me, you are in the way. Lu Ming scolded. The young man in the blue robe gritted his teeth and gave Lu Ming a cold glance, saying, Lu Ming, you wait for me, my Ning Feng is not that good. After talking, Ning Feng turned and strode away. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the martial arts arena. The martial arts field is large, flat and wide, and there are already 100 or 200 people by this time. Some people get together and chat together in twos and threes, and others meditate alone. Lu Ming walked aside and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. Someone kept walking into the martial arts field. After a few hours, the sky became dark. At this time, there were already nearly 1,000 people in the martial arts stadium. By this time, basically no one had entered the martial arts stadium. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh at the high conditions for the Xuanyuanjian school to recruit disciples. At least 50,000 people had participated in the assessment before, but now there are about 1,000 people at Suzakuin. Even if there are many other houses, there are not many places to go. Adding up to 5,000 people would be good, that is to say, out of 10, only one can join the Xianyuan sword faction. At this time, a burly man with a bearded beard walked into the martial arts arena. Set. The roaring Hujuanhan roared loudly, like the roar of a mad lion, and the ears of the shaking people buzzed. More than 1,000 people gathered quickly. Standing in front of everyone, Luohu who expressionlessly shouted, "I am Xie Kuang, the elder of the Chuan Gong. First of all, welcome to join the Suzaquin. Presumably you also know that now, you are just handy disciples." More than 1,000 people on the field couldn't help but clench their fists. Indeed, they all knew that they had just joined the Shenyuan Sword School, and they were disciples. But the word miscellaneous is really uncomfortable. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Xie Kuang showed a satisfied smile and said, "But, you have the opportunity to remove the word miscellaneous in the near future." 3 days later, the Qinglong, Suzaku, White Tiger, Xuanwu 4 courtyards new entry disciples will hold a trial together. As long as they pass the trial, they can be directly promoted to bronze level disciples. Not only are all kinds of treatment greatly improved, but they can also be moved to Zhuke Peak to practice. But the unqualified will continue to be miscellaneous disciples, living in the miscellaneous area and struggling hard. Do you have confidence? Have. The crowd shouted, full of warfare and confidence. These 1,000 or so people are all young people under the age of 18. They are full of flesh and blood and can join the Shenyuan Sword School. In their respective cities, they are all geniuses. Okay, let's go to rest now. Xie frantically shouted. Next, someone came to arrange accommodation for them. Of course, where they live now, in the handy disciple area at the foot of Zugfeng Mountain, they live in ordinary wooden houses, one for each person, and the rooms are very small. After Lu Ming entered the room, he entered the Supreme Temple and began to practice martial arts. After 3 days of trial, he must be promoted to bronze-level disciples, so as to have better conditions and more time to practice. The Shenyuan Sword School, no matter which courtyard, the disciples are divided into handy disciples, bronze disciples, and silver disciples. The lowest level of handyman disciples, just like handyman, must complete the tasks arranged by the sect every day, and only then have time to practice. And the treatment is also the worst. Bronze-level disciples are considered to be official disciples of the Shenyuan Sword School, and their treatment is much better. Silver-level disciples, that is, elite-level disciples, is the backbone of Zonman. It is said that there is a gold-level disciple above the silver-level disciples. But the gold disciples have already surpassed the 5 courtyards. Each of them is a superb genius, enters the core of the Shenyuan Sword School to practice, and has a respectable position, and can even stand shoulder to shoulder with the masters of the courtyards. However, there are very few gold-level disciples, and there are not many Shenyuan sword factions. Golden disciples are still far away from Lu Ming. Don't think about it first. Lu Ming's goal now is to become a bronze disciple first. After 3 years of cultivation, 3 days have passed. The 4th morning. More than 1,000 people gathered at the martial arts ground again. Xie Kuang stood at the front, his eyes gleaming, glanced around, and shouted, "Okay, 3 days have passed. The trial has officially started. This trial is conducted in the Ye Mountains 200 miles away. I tell you, there are monsters and beasts in the Yi Mountain. It's very dangerous. It's a very common thing to lose your life. If any one of you wants to quit now, you can stand up and I will go through the withdrawal procedure for him." The audience was quiet, and no one stood up. The way of Wu Dao was originally covered with thorns and crises. Since embarking on this road, everyone has prepared in his heart. Not to mention the withdrawal, it means to withdraw from the Shenyuan Sword School. They finally joined the Shenyuan Sword School. How could it be so? I'm really going to quit, maybe I will be a laughing stock all my life. Xie Kuang glanced around, showing a satisfied smile, saying, "Well, since no one quit, now follow me to Yi Mountain and other 3 courtyards to gather." After that, Xie Kuang ran out first, and others followed. In a courtyard above Zhuke Peak, 2 figures sat opposite each other. One is Ning Feng, the other is a young man with a smile on his face. "Ning Feng, what's going on?" asked the smiling young man. Ning Feng's expression was cold, saying, "Brother Duanmu, rest assured, this trial is the death of Lu Ming's kid." "Well, that's good. Most of our Duanmu family's disciples who participated in the trial have seen the portrait of Lu Ming. As long as they meet Lu Ming during the trial, they will kill him. Ning Feng, Lu Ming this person, Lin Xiao is very concerned. As long as you do well, you will naturally benefit from it." The youth of Duanmujia laughed. Ning Feng was overjoyed and clenched his fists. "That's why Brother Duanmu has to help me speak a few words in front of Lin Xiao." Sure. Chapter 29 Exciting Reward. Lu Ming followed the large army and went out of the Xianyuan sword school, and then headed towards the Ye Mountains. Thousands of people ran on the road, stirring up smoke. The Xianyuan sword school is a distance of 200 miles from the Ye Mountains. Although everyone is a warrior who has awakened the bloodline, and the cultivation methods are not weak, but after running for 200 miles, there are still many people sweating panting like a cow. Fortunately, Lu Ming, although a little gasping, did not reach the limit. When they came to the outskirts of the Ye Mountains, they found that the people of the White Tiger House had arrived. There are 1,500 people in Baihuayuan, nearly 500 more than Suzaquan. In recent years, the White Tiger Academy has become stronger and stronger, and it is the strongest in the 4 schools. Therefore, the most people choose to join the White Tiger Academy. Okay, you take a break first. Xia Kuang called. Everyone sat cross-legged and meditated to adjust their breath. Rumble. After a while, the earth roared, and the Qinglong and Xuanwu Yuans arrived. Lu Ming observed it and found that there were about 1,300 people in Qinglong Academy, about 1,200 people in Xuanwu Academy, and the smallest number in Suzaku Academy, only about 1,000. The 4 courtyards add up to just about 5,000 people. Ah! Ah! At this time, the sound of breaking the sky came from the sky, and several figures flew from the distance. Yes, I flew across the sky and did not ride other flying monsters. Is the strong man of Wuzong realm? There was an exclamation in the field, all looking at the sky with envy. A warrior can only fly across the sky and fly for 9 days if he reaches the Wuzong level. Lu Ming also looked at the sky with envy, revealing the yearning. Soaring like a goshawk for 9 days, looking down at the mountains and the earth, who is not yearning? One day, I will reach such a state. Lu Ming shook his fist hard. There are 3 figures in total, the speed is very fast, a few breaths reach the top of everyone's head, just suspended in the air. These are the 3 gray-haired old men, wearing silver silk robes, and the silver robe elders of the Xianyuan sword school. Now, I will announce the rules of this trial. As soon as he arrived, the middle silver robe elder announced loudly. This time, on some monsters in the Yi Yeshan Mountains, we hung an iron card with scores engraved on it, namely, 1 point, 2 points, 5 points and 10 points, these 4. Among them, there are a total of 5,000 pieces of 1-point iron cards, which are on the first level to the first level 6 heavy monsters. The 2-point iron card has a total of 2,000 fast, which are on the monsters of the 7th to 9th levels of the first level. And the 5-point iron card has a total of 400 pieces, and a total of 200 pieces. These 2 kinds of iron cards are all on the monsters of the 2nd to the 3rd. This time, as long as you get 10 points, even if you are qualified, you can be promoted to a bronze disciple. The trial time is 20 days. After 20 days, come back here and check the results. Is it very qualified? Lu Ming's eyes moved. It seems very few, but very difficult. The strength of the monster is not comparable to that of ordinary beasts. The first level monster is equivalent to the warrior realm of the warrior. The second level monster is equivalent to the martial arts realm. And each level of monsters is divided into 9 layers, corresponding to the realm of martial arts. The 5-point and 10-point iron cards are all on the second level monsters, and the average newcomer wouldn't want to get involved. Therefore, people below the martial arts level can only get 1 and 2 points of iron. And according to the amount said by the elder Yin Pao, 1 point for 5,000 yuan, 2 points for 2,000 yuan, even if all 5 points are added together, the total score is 13,000 points. 13,000 points, divided by 10, that is to say, on average, only a maximum of 1,300 people can pass. Of the 5,000 people, on average, only 1,300 can be qualified. It is conceivable that this time the competition is definitely fierce. Also, this time the reward is also very generous. Elder Yin Pao continued to announce, this time, the first place will reward 5,000 contributions to the gate, as well as a condensed fruit. Second place, rewarding 4,000 contribution points. Third place, rewarding 3,000 contribution points. 4th to 10th place, rewarding 1,000 contribution points. The 11th to the 100th place will also have corresponding rewards. Finally, let's tell you a message. This time, there is an iron medal with 500 points. As for the monster, you have to go by yourself. I found it. Well, there are so many rules. Let's take a break and set off. As soon as this remark came out, there was a lot of noise and discussion. Mainly, the rewards are so exciting. The contribution points of the Xianyuan Jianpai can be exchanged for anything in the Xianyuan Jianpai, such as the elixir, spirit soldier, kung fu and martial arts, heavenly talents, and so on. And one contribution point is equivalent to 102 silvers. The first place, rewarding 5,000 contribution points, is equivalent to 500,002 silvers. Who can't be bothered? Ning Lingua. Relative to the contribution point, Ning Lingua also makes Lu Ming heart. Ning Lingua, used by ordinary martial artists, can condense true qi and improve cultivation. But it has a greater effect on Lu Ming. The real skill of fighting dragons, if you want to practice to the second level, the condensed strength of true qi is 3 times that of ordinary true qi. You must use several extremely rare materials. Ning Lingua is one of the most precious materials. I must get Ning Lingua. Lu Ming's eyes showed a hot light. Not only Lu Ming, but also some powerful geniuses among the 5,000 people, they also showed strong desires. Are you Lu Ming? Just then, a clear voice sounded. A 15-6-year-old girl, wearing a corset swordsman robe, undoubtedly revealed her proud figure. She was wearing a ponytail, carrying a long sword, and was heroic. Are you? Looking at the girl, Lu Ming frowned. He didn't know the other party, but the other party recognized him. Was it from the Duanmu family? Seemingly seeing Lu Ming's concerns, the girl smiled and said, Lu Ming, my name is Feng Wu, and Sister Mulan asked me to find you. Mulan. Lu Ming's eyes lighted up, letting go of his guard, and said, the girl of Feng Wu asked me, don't know what happened. Sister Mulan said that this time the Duanmu family might deal with you during the trial, so ask me and you to form a team so that you can take care of each other. How about acting together? Wind Dance Road. Lu Ming thought for a while, then nodded and said, okay. For Mulan, he absolutely trusted, and he first came to the Xianyuan Sword School. He is not very clear about the situation of the Xianyuan Sword School. If you work with others, you can also inquire. That's great. There are 3 people in our team. Let me introduce you. Feng Wu laughed, turned around and walked back. Lu Ming followed. On the edge of a boulder, 3 young men leaned against it. Everyone, let me introduce you, this is Lu Ming, our new team member. Coming to the trio, Feng Wu finger landing Ming introduced. Then he pointed to 2 slightly tall and thin youths and introduced, Lu Ming, this is Zhou Hao, Zhou Su. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su nodded, noisy and indifferent, beckoning. Lu Ming, this is Yuan Chong. Feng Wu pointed to the last handsome young man. Feng Wu, why are you all pulled into the team? I don't want to be a laggard. As soon as Feng Wu's voice fell, the Yuan Chong said coldly. Chapter 30 Wind Dance. Yuan Chong's face was a little ill-mannered, staring at Ming Ming, and said coldly. Feng Wu's face sank and said, Yuan Chong, what do you say? Lu Ming is my friend. Friends? We have a lot of friends. Not everyone can pull into the team. I want to ask, what can he do? Yuan Chong said coldly. Samurai sixfold. Lu Ming said with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The 6 heavy warriors. Feng Wu shimmy, a warrior 6 heavy rubbish, you also pull into the team. We are the weakest here, have the warrior 9 heavy, he a warrior 6 heavy rubbish, will definitely drag us. Yuan Chong laughed and looked at Landing Ming with irony, full of disdain. In the eyes of the other 2, a slight disdain also passed by, but they did not speak. Wind girl, it seems that I am not popular here, then I will say goodbye. Lu Ming Xiang Feng Wu clenched his fists, then turned around and left. Lu Ming, wait a second. Feng Wu hurriedly called, grabbing Lu Ming's hand in the past, and then looked at Yuan Chong. His eyes were full of anger and shouted, Yuan Chong, you are too much, I warn you, you say this again, then we will go our own way. Wind Dance, you. Yuan Chong's face was extremely gloomy. He never thought that Feng Wu would talk to him like this for Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming, the light of resentment flashing in his eyes, but he didn't continue to say anything in the end. Afterwards, Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming again and whispered, Lu Ming, I promise that Sister Muran will take you with you. You are leaving, I can't explain to Sister Muran. Speaking, there was a pleading look in his eyes. Lu Ming was a little speechless. It seems that the beauty of Feng Wu was forced to keep him because she was afraid of Mulan. Let's go with them for a while, ask for some news, and then find a chance to leave. Lu Ming thought about it and nodded, well, let's get together. That's great. Feng Wu's face showed a happy smile. Watching Feng Wu and Lu Ming whispering, Yuan Chang's face was even more ugly, and his eyes were filled with cold light. At this time, some people have already rushed into the Ye Mountains. Usually 3 or 5 people in a team, but there are also alone, disappeared in the Yi Yeshan. Then let's go too. Feng Wu announced. Obviously, among this team, Wind Dance is the first. A group of 5 people pulsed towards Yi Mountain. In the Ye Mountains, there are thousands of miles in the distance. There are towering trees, old vines, and a scene of primitive forest. From time to time, horrible beast roars can be heard. 30 miles outside the Yi Mountains are generally fierce beasts. There are very few monsters and beasts. We have to earn points, at least 30 miles deep. Wind danced to several people. Everyone nodded, unfolded their bodies, and hurried towards the depths of the Yi Mountains. Yuan Chong took the lead, very fast, with a sneer on his face, secretly said, "This garbage, I think how do you keep up?" But soon he couldn't laugh, only to see Lu Ming stepped out, which was 2 feet away, and followed Zhou Hao and Zhou Su easily, with a relaxed look. This rubbish, I didn't expect my body style to be quite powerful. Yuan Chong thought uncomfortably. Among them, he is the first master of the warrior, Feng Wu is also the first master of the martial arts, and Zhou Hao and Zhou Su are both the 9 warriors. Although Yuan Chong can speed up his body, but in that way, Zhou Hao and Zhou Su were also thrown away. But he didn't know that Lu Ming didn't use even half of his speed. The dragon snake step reaches the 5th level, and is fascinated, stepping out in 1 step, and can span a distance of 5 feet. A group of people, the speed is very fast, an hour later, it went deep 30 miles. At this point, the speed of the 5 slowed down, because there were already monsters here. Roar! A black panther with a dark body suddenly rushed out of the grass. The fierce anger was filled, and his claws were like swords, and he grabbed Zhou Hao. Court death. Zhou Hao sipped and punched out with a black panther's paws. With a bang, Black Panther lost his opponent and flew directly back, fell heavily on the ground, rolled several laps, then got up and ran away. The first level 6 heavy monster Black Iron Leopard, Zhou Hao, don't chase it, it has no points iron card on it. Feng Wu cried. Zhou Hao wanted to pursue, but the news stopped. Feng Wu continued, our main purpose is to score points, so those who don't have an iron card for points, we can avoid it and avoid wasting time and energy. Several others nodded. The 5 men continued to move forward, but it didn't take long before they stopped. Feng Wu frowned and glanced around, saying, someone has been following us. I also found out. Yuan Chong nodded. Lu Ming also frowned, because from the beginning, he had always felt a murderous envelope over him. Who? Come out for me. Feng Wu drank. Feng Shimi's spirit is really keen. On the left, a sneer came, and then 2 figures appeared. Wei Ziming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and one of them, Lu Ming knew, it was Wei Ziming who slapped him in the Shenzhen city restaurant a few days ago. At this time, Wei Ziming was staring at Ming Cheng with a vicious look. Beside Wei Ziming, he was a younger teenager who had 5 or 6 points similar to Wei Ziming. Wei Zio, are you? What are you doing with us? Feng Wu said coldly. It turned out that this person was Wei Ziming's younger brother, Wei Zio. Some of the more famous geniuses, it is normal for each other to know each other. Wei Zio smiled and said, Sister Feng, Brother Yuan Chong, it's not your business. I want him, Lu Ming. Feng Wu's face changed and said, what are you looking for Lu Ming for? It's nothing. He slapped my elder brother too slapped some time ago, so, I came to scrap his hands, Sister Feng, you better leave it alone. Wei Zio looked at the Wind Dance Road. But I am in control, because Lu Ming is now my teammate. Wind Dance Road. Feng Wu, I advise you to stop doing business. At this moment, a voice came from the right direction, and then 2 young men appeared. The 2 young men, without any disguise, breath broke out, and the repair of the warrior Jiu Zhong was undoubtedly revealed. Although it is only the Samurai 9 heavy, but the face of Feng Wu has changed greatly. Duanmu family, what are you doing here? Cried the Wind Dance. The Duanmu family will embroider a green tree on the cuff, which is very easy to recognize. We came, of course, for this Lu Ming, his life, we want it. One of Duanmu's youth smiled faintly. You are going to kill Lu Ming. Feng Wu's complexion turned ugly. How many people did Lu Ming offend? No wonder Milan asked her to protect Lu Ming. On the side, Yuan Chang's eyes showed an expression of gloating and misfortune. This Lu Ming, dare to offend the Duanmu family, really looking for death. The Duanmu family, Wei Zio, are you in a hurry? Lu Ming glanced around, looking for a place to break through, he would not sit still. Chapter 31 Siege. Lu Ming, I don't seem to have to shoot me. Wei Zio laughed. No, today Lu Ming, none of you can take away. The wind dances a decisive way. Feng Wu's words made everyone stunned. The two youths of the Duanmu family looked downcast and said, Feng Wu, you really have to live with my Duanmu family. The anger of the Duanmu family is not something you can bear. Aside, Yuan Chong also anxiously said, Sister Feng Wu, for the sake of a Lu Ming, offending the Duanmu family and Brother Wei, it is really unwise, I think we still don't have to do much business. Shut up. Who wants to take Lu Ming away today? First asked the long sword in my hand. Kind. Feng Wu's long sword came out of the sheath, and a sharp sword burst forth, splitting a one-size stone into two halves. In the realm of the warrior, the true energy is released. Wei Ziming, Wei Zio, the two of Duanmu's family, and Yuan Chong, all looked somber. Especially Yuan Chong, the teeth closed and rattled. The eyes of Wei Zio and the two Duanmu families flashed. In their eyes, Lu Ming could kill at will, but Feng Wu was difficult to deal with. Although Wei Zio was also a master of the warrior's cultivation, the two youths of the Duanmu family were only the warrior Zhezhong. Feng Wu, do you think you really live with Lu Ming? When my stronger Duanmu family comes, I think how do you protect? In the end, the two Duanmu family chose to retreat. Hey! Wei Zio sneered, his figure flashed, and Wei Ziming also retreated. Lu Ming, rest assured, the Ye Mountains are thousands of miles away. As long as we are careful, the Duanmu family can't find us. Feng Wu walked to Lu Ming and said. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled slightly. To be honest, even if there is no wind dance, Lu Ming has confidence and breaks away. Long snake step, a step of 5 feet, he believes that even the master of the martial arts, cannot catch up with him. However, under such circumstances, Feng Wu is still firmly on his side, Lu Ming is still very grateful. Don't be polite to me, let's go on. Feng Wudao, then turned around and gave Yuan Chong a fierce glance, striding forward. Next, Feng Wu took the lead, and every time she walked, she would turn around in one direction so as not to be followed by Duanmu family and Wei Ziming. By evening, they were walking in the mountains and forests for at least 100 miles. During this period, they finally encountered several monsters with points on their body, and successfully won a few pieces of iron. The iron plate is very thin and fluttering, with 2 pieces with a 1 inscribed on it and 1 with a 2 on it. 1 for 2 and 1 for 2. Soon, as night fell, they raised a bonfire, caught a monster, and ate barbecue. At night, in the night mountains, it is even more dangerous. The monsters are infested and very brutal, so they plan to take a rest at night and continue to search for the iron card points during the day. After eating the barbecue, they extinguished the campfire and found a secluded place to meditate and rest. One night without words, the next day, they continued to search for monsters with iron points. However, the Ye Mountains, 1,000 miles away, do not know how many monsters survived, and the points iron card is only more than 7,000 pieces. In this vast mountain forest, it is not so easy to find. In this way, 3 days have passed. In 3 days, the 5 people got a total of 6 points and 1 point, 3 points and 2 points. Add up to only 12 points, and only 1 person is qualified. On the 3rd day, when the sky was completely dark, they found a ghost wolf, and the shadow wolf's neck was hung with an iron sign, and the word 10 was written abruptly. An iron card with 10 points, kill. The wind dance was overjoyed, and as soon as the figure flashed, he chased past. The ghost wolf is a 2nd-level heavy monster. The general 2nd-level heavy monsters are all 5-point iron cards, while the 10-point iron cards are generally on the 2nd-level double and even triple monsters. Now a 2nd-level heavy monster has 10 points of iron. There are very few cards, they will not let go. Chasing together. Feng Wu cried in front. Later, Zhou Hao and Zhou Su also hurried forward. However, the shadow wolf is extremely fast, and the wind dance cannot catch up for a while. After a few breaths, the figure of the wind dance and the shadow wolf disappears. Lu Ming showed his way of doing things and had to step forward, but a figure flashed and blocked him. It's Yuan Chong. Lu Ming frowned and said, Yuan Chong, are you going to shoot me? Hey, Lu Ming, you rubbish, Feng Wu, that stupid woman actually protects you like this is really stupid, but I Yuan Chong, I don't want to be implicated by you. Yuan Chong. Zhanjian pointed to Lu Ming, a strong breath shrouded Lu Ming. Yuan Chong, are you 17 years old this year? Lu Ming asked suddenly. Good. How about that? Yuan Chong said. 17 years old, it's actually just the weight of a martial artist. I think you are not as good as garbage. Within 2 months, I can defeat you. Lu Ming said. Ridiculous. Lu Ming, just because you are a warrior with 6 heavy rubbish, and you want to defeat me in 2 months. It's ridiculous, but unfortunately you don't have this opportunity. Yuan Chong smiled coldly. Just then, the sound of breaking the sky sounded in the mountains and forests, and 2 figures appeared. It was actually the youth of the 2 Duanmu families last time. Yuan Chong, you're still quite acquainted. Thank you for your cooperation this time. You can go now. The youth of a Duanmu family. Lu Ming, this is your life, accept it. Yuan Chong laughed, his figure flickered, and they went in the direction of the wind, dancing them, chasing the shadow wolf. Lu Ming, did you decide on your own, or did we shoot? After Yuan Chong's departure, the 2 young Duanmu families looked at Lu Ming, and one of them said lightly, as if Lu Ming was already a turtle in the urn. Is it just you 2? Your Duanmu family is too small to look at me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, he stepped heavily on the ground, twisting his figure, and rushed towards the 2 young Duanmu family like lightning. Call out. In the process of rushing out, Jinguang burst out, slashing to the point of a young man. Get started first. Now that he has become a mortal enemy, Lu Ming will not be a mother-in-law. The young men of the 2 Duanmu families were terrified, but they never thought that Lu Ming was so daring, that the warrior was only 6 heavy, and he dared to take the lead in the face of the 2 warrior 9 heavy. And as soon as he shot, he was quick and accurate, very sharp. Retreat. In a hurry, the 2 retreated in a hurry. Boom. Despite this, one of the chests was still swept by Lu Ming's sword, and the wound reached the bones, and blood flowed. Unfortunately, it was only a short distance before he could sever his heart. Samurai 9 heavy, really powerful. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, but secretly pity. With Lu Ming's current fighting power, there is no problem in killing the warrior of the 8th warrior, but in the face of the warrior Nineth war, there is no problem in the first battle, but it is difficult to kill. Lu Ming, dare you hurt me? I want to smash you corpses. The young man wounded by Lu Ming was cold and sweating, and he was terrified. He shouted hysterically and rushed to Lu Ming with another person. Then fight. Lu Ming also rushed forward. Chapter 32. Blood vessels are fully grown. In an instant, the 3 collided together. Ding ding. 3 sword lights, constantly fighting in the air, made a dense intersection sound, sparks scattered. The young men of the 2 Duanmu families practiced the Huang level inferior swordsmanship, both of which were cultivated to the 3rd level. However, the 2's cultivation practices were 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. The 2 teamed up. For a time, Lu Ming fell a bit down. Kill the injured one first. Lu Ming's eyes are like electricity, and the streamer swordsmanship keeps pouring towards the injured young man. How could it be so strong? Just the warrior's 6-fold, actually has such a strong combat power. No, this person can't stay, he must be killed. The 2 young men of the Duanmu family were shocked, and Lu Ming's combat power exceeded his imagination. Roar! Roar! 2 roars of the beast sounded, and the 2 youths of the Duanmu family radiated blood behind them, and then 2 black panthers emerged. On the 2 black panthers, there were 3 red chakras. Obviously, the bloodlines of the 2 were all 3rd level bloodlines. Subsequently, the 2 black panthers rushed into the body of the 2, and suddenly, a black light appeared from the body of the 2, and the breath was strong. This is an outbreak of blood. The outbreak of blood increased the speed of the 2 by 30%. The blood veins are biased, some blood veins are defensive, some blood veins are attacked, and some are speeded. When the bloodline bursts, the biased attributes will be promoted. Generally speaking, the 1st level bloodline eruption can increase the attribute of 10%. The 2nd level bloodline eruption can enhance the 20% attribute. By analogy, the outbreak of the 9th level bloodline can increase the attribute of 90%, nearly double. The blood of the 2 Duanmu family youths was biased towards speed, so when it broke out, it increased its speed by 30%. Regardless of which attribute upgrade, it means the improvement of combat power. Of course, for some high-level bloodlines, several attributes may be very powerful, so you can upgrade several attributes at the same time. When several attributes are upgraded at the same time, the improvement of the combat power is even more terrifying. After the outbreak of blood, the Duanmu family's two men improved their fighting power and began to completely suppress Lu Ming. Unfortunately, my bloodline didn't grow and couldn't explode. This is my weakness. Lu Ming pondered and tried to fight the two. Wow, wow. Just then, the sound of breaking the sky sounded again, and someone came again. Huh, Lu Ming, die. It is Wei Ziming and Wei Zio. Call out. Wei Ziyuan hadn't arrived, so he split it with a sword, and a blue sword burst out. Xianxia was away from the body, extremely sharp, and directly cut Lu Ming's vital point. Danger. In an instant, Lu Ming felt his hair rising, and a strong crisis enveloped his body. The sword energy of the warrior is not something he can resist now. But he wanted to avoid it, but he was stopped by two young Duanmu families. Chant. At this moment, in the other direction, there was also a sharp air-breaking sound, and another sword gas, slashing towards Lu Ming. There is actually another master of the martial arts realm to kill Lu Ming. Two martial arts masters joined forces, and two young warriors and 9 heavy men stopped Lu Ming. This was a lure, and Lu Ming suddenly fell into desperation. Enter the Supreme Temple. Since it cannot be resisted, it can only enter the Supreme Temple to avoid it. Although this may expose the Supreme Temple, it is better than being killed. But immediately Lu Ming's face changed, because he found that he could not enter the Supreme Temple, and when he thought about it, there was no response from the Supreme Temple. Don't you enter the Supreme Temple during the war? Am I going to die here? No, I can't die. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. At this moment, he was highly concentrated and full of blood, and he wanted to find a life in the desperate situation. Suddenly, a strong itch came from Lu Ming's spine. At the spine, a red light was emitted, and at the same time, a strange energy poured from the spine into Lu Ming's body. This is the power of the bloodline. My bloodline finally grew completely and the bloodline burst. Without too much time to think, Lu Ming directly exploded his blood, and a layer of black light suddenly appeared on his body. Chant. Chant. It was at this time that two sword chi slashed on Lu Ming's body. In the moment when Xianxia was chopped, two sharp energies rushed directly into Lu Ming's body, and a burst of pain came, and Lu Ming spurted blood. The power of Xianxia seems to have been halved. In an instant, Lu Ming felt it, and the power of the sword gas slashed on him was reduced by half. If all the power, Lu Ming could not resist. Is it because of my blood? There was a flash of light in his head, but he had no time to think about it. Lu Ming stepped on his feet and rushed toward the injured Duanmu family youth like a wind. Where can the youth of the Duanmu family think that Lu Ming was hit by the swordsmanship of two martial arts masters, but he is still not dead? Boom! The sword light flashed across the young man's throat, the blood splashed, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and then the dragon and snake walked and ran forward. Lu Ming, you dare to kill my disciple of the Duanmu family, it! An angry roar came out. Lu Ming glanced at it and saw the roaring man. This man is another martial arts master who has embroidered cuffs with Aoki, and is obviously also a young disciple of the Duanmu family. Duanmu family, I Lu Ming swear, sooner or later I will uproot you. Lu Ming's killing in his heart was extremely rich, forcibly suppressing the injury in his body and running forward. Chase. Behind, Wei Zio, and the warrior of the Duanmu family, chased toward landing Ming quickly. However, Lu Ming's dragon snake step has been trained to the 5th level, 1 step and 5 feet, faster than the weight of the martial arts master. Wei Zio couldn't catch up with Lu Ming at all. Half an hour later, Lu Ming completely dumped the two of them. Later, Lu Ming found a cave and rushed in. Ha! Lu Ming was sitting in the cave, gasping for breath, and there was pain in his body. Although the sword chi of the two martial arts realms blocked him, he was also injured. Now see if you can enter the Supreme Temple. As soon as his thoughts moved, Lu Ming disappeared and appeared in the Supreme Temple. Can't you enter the Supreme Temple during the war or in the crisis? Why is this? Lu Ming was puzzled and quite speechless. It seems that in the future, it is impossible to rely on the Supreme Temple to escape the crisis, and everything depends on yourself. Heal first, then talk. At the moment, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, running the dragon trick, and began to heal. 3 days later, Lu Ming recovered from his injury. Buzz. Lu Ming's mind sank into the spine, and a light gleamed out. In the light, there was a finger-sized black worm that condensed out. The whole body of the worm is black and shiny, like polished black jade, without hands and feet. Is this my bloodline? But how come there is no chakra? Lu Ming was speechless. Chapter 33 Anti-Sky Blood Vessel Ability. The bloodline is divided into 9 levels, and each level will have a corresponding chakra. First class blood veins, a blood chakra. Second blood, 2 blood chakras. And so on. But now Lu Ming's bloodline does not have a chakra. Could it be 0 blood? But I have never heard of the claim that there is 0 blood. Moreover, Lu Ming has experimented before, and his blood veins can absorb the heaven and earth aura at a rate comparable to that of the 4th blood veins. Also, when the bloodline broke out before, it resisted 50% of the sword gas attack. Is this a special effect of my bloodline? Lu Ming thought, his eyes showing excitement. If it can really resist the enemy's 50% attack, then this ability is too terrible. Lu Ming couldn't wait to try it. At the moment, Lu Ming came out of the Supreme Temple and searched for monsters among the mountains and forests. Soon, he found a monster. The Flaming Wolf, a 7-level monster, is able to spit fireball attacks and is very powerful. Roar. After the Flaming Wolf found Lu Ming, he roared, opened the big mouth of the blood basin, and a ball of fire was condensing and bombarded the landing sound. Try the power of bloodline burst. As soon as the thoughts moved, a force of spine poured into the body. A layer of black light shone out of Lu Ming's body. This black light exuded a powerful force of engulfment. Lu Ming did not dodge, let this fireball hit him. In an instant, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the power of the fireball was constantly swallowed by the black light on his body, and only half of the power remained. Lu Ming retreated, avoiding the remaining half of the powerful fireball. The original attack was not blocked, but was swallowed, and half of the attack power was swallowed. Lu Ming was shocked in his eyes. At this time, the energy of the blood vessels in Lu Ming's body disappeared without a trace. No, it fades so quickly, is this just a breath? Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the Flaming Wolf was another ball of fire. However, when Lu Ming wanted to explode his bloodline again, he found that it couldn't explode at all. Lu Ming knew that this was the cause of the exhaustion of the bloodline, and he needed to wait for time to recover slowly. But this time is too short. Lu Ming knows that the warriors in the general samurai realm have an eruption time of about 1 minute. It takes about a minute to exhaust the power of blood, waiting for recovery. In the martial arts realm, the power of the bloodline becomes stronger and can erupt for about 2 minutes. Later, as the cultivation practice improves, the time for the bloodline to erupt will become longer. But now, when Lu Ming broke out, he took a breath. Generally, one breath takes 2 seconds, which is 30 times different from other people. It seems that this ability to resist 50% of the attack, although powerful and wonderful, can only be used at critical times. Moreover, what level of attack can resist the highest? Everything has a limit. Lu Ming can't believe that a master who is much stronger than him can still block the blood. All this must be discovered by Lu Ming himself. In any case, Lu Ming is still very satisfied. This ability, at a critical moment, can definitely turn over and can be used as a whole card. Bump. The dragon snake stepped out, avoiding the attack of the Flaming Wolf, and then attacked the Flaming Wolf. Boom. A sword pierced the heart of the Flaming Wolf, and the Flaming Wolf struggled a few times, and he lost his breath. I don't know how long it will take for the blood power to fully recover. Lu Ming thought, and the blood of the black worm condensed out. Lu Ming wanted to continue to observe. It was at this time that the abrupt change occurred. I saw that the blood of the black worm suddenly opened a mouth to the Flaming Wolf corpse, and a strong attraction occurred. Then, from the wound of the Flaming Wolf, 9 drops of bright red blood flew out and were swallowed by the blood of the black worm. At the next moment, from Lu Ming's spine, a powerful energy gushes out. This energy merges with Lu Ming's true energy, which makes Lu Ming's cultivation surge soaring, from the early stage of Warrior 6th to Warrior 6. Heavy peak. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a light red chakra appeared on the blood of the black worm, and it was so dazzling in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming froze for a long time before reacting. My bloodline can actually devour the blood of the monster, and transform it into true energy. And, can the bloodline actually advance? Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes were brighter and brighter, and his heart was even more ecstatic. It is enough to be able to devour the essence and blood into true qi. But being able to advance is unheard of. As we all know, blood level is fixed, unless special circumstances, it is generally impossible to advance. The fact that his bloodline could be promoted, this is a break from common sense. Just now, Lu Ming could clearly feel that his blood engulfed by the flaming wolf was divided into two. Half converted into true qi, half absorbed by the blood vein itself. Only then did both the true qi and the bloodline improve. After that, as long as the blood of the monster is consumed, will the blood level continue to increase? It is not impossible to advance to level 5, level 6, level 8, level 9, or even surpass level 9. What is Lu Yao's fifth bloodline? Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed incomparably. Go find the monster. Lu Ming couldn't wait to find the monster and experiment. Soon after, Lu Ming discovered a first level 8 monster, and this monster actually had a 2-point iron card. Lu Ming killed it, collected the iron card, and operated the bloodline. Similarly, 9 drops of essence blood were drawn from the monster. Essence blood is the blood essence of the soul, which contains huge energy. Legend has it that no matter whether it is a monster or a human, there are only 9 drops of essential blood in the body. 9 drops of sperm blood were engulfed by the bloodstream of the black worm, and they were equally divided into 2 parts, and part of them were transformed into Lu Ming's true qi. Suddenly, Lu Ming's cultivation behavior broke through and reached the middle period of the 6th warrior. The blood-red chakra on the bloodline, although not advanced, is more vivid in color. The essence blood of the first level 8-fold monster is really stronger than that of the first level 8-fold monster. In the future, it will be called the bite insect, Duan Mujia, you wait for me, continue. Lu Ming named the black worm blood vein as the spirit eater. Later, Lu Ming madly hunted monsters and beasts in the Yi mountain and devoured the blood. Lu Ming's cultivation practice is madly improving. After more than a day, Lu Ming's cultivation practice was promoted to Samurai 7th level. 3 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation base once again broke through and reached the peak of the Samurai Ye. At this time, his bloodline was indeed promoted again, and a second chakra was born, which was promoted to the second bloodline. Through 3 days of continuous hunting and killing of monsters, Lu Ming finally explored some of the mysteries of his bloodline. The first is to consume 50% of the attack power when the bloodline bursts. Sure enough, there is a limit. He found that it can function at most 5 levels higher than his monster. Above 5 levels, it is useless. For example, Lu Ming is the first weight of a samurai, and it can only work for a warrior below the 6th weight. Once it encounters a warrior above the 7th weight, there is no effect, and no effect at all. The time of blood outbreak is a breath at the beginning. After the outbreak, it takes 3 hours to continue. However, as blood level increased, these changed. Each time the bloodline is promoted by 1 level, the time it takes for the bloodline to erupt will increase by 1 breath. When Lu Ming was promoted to the 2nd level of blood, the time for his blood to burst had increased to 3 breaths. Correspondingly, the time to restore blood power has also been reduced. All this makes Lu Ming more motivated. Chapter 34 Continuous Breakthrough, Anti-Kill. Lu Ming walked in the mountains and forests, and suddenly looked, whispered, it's really a ghost, but it came just right. Ah. Ah. At this moment, there were sounds of breaking air all around, and at the next moment, figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, behind, and on the left. In front, Wei Ziyou and Wei Ziming, and in the rear, there are 4 people in the Duanmu family. In addition to the young martial artist, there are 3 other young men. On the left, there is a young man in genie who has a very strong breath and is also a master of martial arts realm. When the 3 parties saw Lu Ming, they spread out in a circle and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. 3 warriors are 1 heavy and 3 warriors are 9 heavy. As for Wei Ziming, it can be ignored. Lu Ming, this time, see where are you going? Wei Ziming stared at the land murmurly. Lu Ming smiled and glanced at Wei Ziming casually, you trash, have the ability to fight me. Lu Ming, you are a dead person right away, I will not care about a dead person. Wei Ziming said ruthlessly. Lu Ming, you dare to kill my disciple of the Duanmu family, and you should be guilty of death. The young martial artist of the Duanmu family sneered. I'm guilty of death. Your Duanmu family's people want to kill me first. As you say, I can only be killed, not returned. Lu Ming said. Yes, my Duanmu family wants to kill you. You can only stand and die. How can you compare with the life of my Duanmu family disciple? The youth of the Duanmu family sneered, being domineering, confident, and unreasonable. He. Lu Ming chuckled. For such a person, he didn't want to say anything at all. He immediately turned his gaze to the genie youth and said, "How about you? I don't seem to know you. Are you also from the Duanmu family?" "Huh, Lu Ming, since you are going to die, I will let you know that it was Brother Ning Feng who asked me to come. You are really bold and just getting started. Even Brother Ning Feng dares to offend, not live impatiently yet." Genie youth smiled faintly. "Okay, don't talk nonsense with him, kill him first, I don't have much time to talk nonsense with him." The young man of the Duanmu family was named Duan Mufi. At this time, the voice said coldly, and his voice just fell. His figure slammed into the landing like a gust of wind. The green sword gas cut the air and issued a sharp roar. However, Wei Zio and Genie Youth did not take action. In their view, killing one Lu Ming and one person were enough. When Duan Mufei's sword energy was about to cut to Lu Ming's feet stepped heavily on the ground, and the dragon snake broke out, avoiding the sword energy, and his body flew out like lightning. His goal is a young warrior of the Duanmu family. Kind. The war sword whispered, and a sword light flashed out. Taking his current cultivation of the samurai's 8th peak as an example, even if the Duanmu family's youth is fully alert, it can't avoid Lu Ming's sword light. Boom! The long sword pierced the young man's heart directly. One-hit kill. Swallow me. Lu Ming's thoughts moved, and a powerful force of attraction erupted in the palm of his hand. 9 drops of essence blood were drawn out from the other person's wound, and along Lu Ming's arm, he was swallowed by the blood vessels of the bite insect. This is a usage of Lu Ming groping out the blood vessels of the spirit insects these days. You can apply the power of engulfment to your hands, engulfing the blood of others silently. Ah, Lu Ming, you are dead. Duan Mufei made a furious roar, his figure swayed, and killed Lu Ming again. Lu Ming showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Without touching hard with Duan Mufei, the dragon snake stepped out, and then killed another young man of the warrior Jiuzhong. At the same time, the blood vessels of the spirit eater continue to refine the blood, and a wave of energy flows into Lu Ming's body. The energy contained in the blood of the warrior Jiuzhong is very large, which makes Lu Ming's cultivation quickly improved. Originally, the cultivation of the peak of Samurai Ye has been approached, and he has been constantly approaching the warrior Jiuzhong. Ah! The sword light flashed. Although the young man of the Duanmu family tried his best to retreat, Lu Ming, who had a faster speed, was instantly killed. At the same time, Jing Ming was also absorbed by Lu Ming. Wow! Really surging, the blood of the 2 samurai 9th masters finally let Lu Ming break the shackles, and then make a breakthrough to cultivate into the samurai 9th. Damn, what are you two waiting for? Let's go together and kill Lu Ming. Duan Mufei roared. In the past few days, 3 young men of the Duanmu family of samurai Jiuzhong have died in Lu Ming's hands. Young men of the samurais Jiuzhong under the age of 18, even in the Duanmu family, are considered elites, and 3 died in a sudden. When he went back, he didn't know how to explain to the elders of the Duanmu family. Therefore, he hated Lu Ming to the extreme. Kill! Kill! Wei Zio and Genie Youth shouted and slammed towards the landing. Lu Ming killed 2 samurai masters in 9 minutes, and the fighting strength was beyond their expectations. At this time, where can they take care of their faces and join forces directly? Duan Mufei and Wei Zio chopped off a sword, while Genie Youth chopped off a golden palm. The 3 joined forces, and the piercing roar of noise encroached towards the landing. Huh, if you come here, let me see how strong the martial arts realm is. Lu Ming laughed. Xiao broke through the samurai 9th, so that his confidence increased greatly. Bump. With a twisted shape, Lu Ming flew towards Duan Mufei, regardless of the attacks of Wei Zio and Genie Youth behind him. Dead. Wei Zio and Duan Mufei showed a terrible murderous opportunity in their eyes. Blood burst. At this moment, Lu Ming's bloodline exploded, a layer of black light shining out. It was at this time that the attacks of Wei Zio and the 3 men fell on Lu Ming. There was no scene where Lu Ming was killed. Lu Ming's body just flickered, but the long sword in his hand kept going, like a cold electricity, bursting out and piercing Duan Mufei's heart. Duan Mufei couldn't think of it. Lu Ming was struck by the joint effort of the 3 people. Not only did he not die, but he could also fight back. With a thud, his chest was pierced by Lu Ming, and he felt black in front of him and fell heavily on the ground. Duan Mufei, die. 2 more breaths. Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, and the long sword swept towards the genie youth. Ah! Go to hell. Seeing that Duan Mufei was killed, the genie youth was almost frightened, and he shot 2 palms in a row. But Lu Ming ignored it. Ren Zhengli patted on his body, long sword in his hand, cut through the throat of genie youth. Blood spattered, genie youth's throat was cut off, his hands were covering his throat desperately, the boss with his eyes glaring, his eyes were full of unwillingness, pleading, resentment and other looks. Rewind, rewind. On the other side, Wei Zio shouted in horror. Lu Ming even cut the 2 martial arts realm strongmen, already scared him, he fled wildly. Is it too late to leave now? Lu Ming's mouth hung with a cold smile, his figure moved, chasing toward Wei Zio. Chapter 35 Promote Level 3 Bloodline. Lu Ming struck a dragon and snake step, 5 steps, how fast, Wei Zio could not escape. After more than 10 breaths, Lu Ming chased behind Wei Zio. I fight with you. Wei Zio roared, blood burst, and turned to the landing to kill. He knew that neither begging for mercy nor threatening was useless. It can be seen from Lu Ming's shot just now that he was fierce, decisive, and determined. Even a genius disciple of the Duanmu family said that killing is almost lawless, so they are not afraid of defending their family. When? The swords collide and the 2 fight together. At this time, the time when Lu Ming's bloodline broke out had long passed, but Lu Ming still completely suppressed Wei Zio by virtue of the war dragon and the streamer swordsmanship that reached the 4th level. Wei Zio's swordsmanship is only the 4th level of Huang level inferior swordsmanship. Long swords intersect and fight for dozens of consecutive battles. Lu Ming's swordsmanship is getting faster and faster. Finally, Lu Ming stabs into Wei Zio's heart. In a head-to-head battle, Wei Zi is defeated, and defeat is death. Later, Lu Ming looked in one direction, sneered, and chased towards that side. At this time, Wei Ziming was flying desperately, and wished he could retreat by 2 more. How could it be so strong? How could it be so strong? The martial masters were all beheaded by him, and most of the second brother was not an opponent. I must run out and let my father send a master to kill this Lu Ming. Wei Ziming sprinted and groaned in his mouth. At this time, I still want to kill me. Suddenly, a voice rang in Wei Zi's ears. Ah! Wei Zi screamed loudly and turned around. Lu Mingjing looked at him with a sneer. There was a chill, from Wei Ziming's tail vertebrae, straight into the sky. Lu Ming, forgive me, please forgive me. Where did Wei Ziming dare to run again, stopped directly, then fell down on his knees, pleading loudly. This made Lu Ming stunned slightly. This Wei Ziming turned out to be a cartilage, completely different from Wei Zio. I have killed Wei Zio, do you think I will let you go? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, no, Ming brother, you can rest assured, I will never say anything about today, and you killed Wei Zio, killing well, his talent is higher than me, he has been pressing me, I am early just want him to die, and once he dies, no one will fight with me for the title of City Master of the Fire City. Wei Ziming burst into tears and snot, and cried with a pleading look. But he was roaring in his heart, as long as he didn't die today, he must have returned from Lu Ming 10 times and 100 times. I'm not killing you, waiting for your revenge. Do you think I will be so stupid? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Do not. Wei Ziming yelled, trying to get up and run away, but a sword light flashed, Wei Ziming's head flew away from the distance. Unfortunately, one escaped. Lu Ming whispered. In the Duanmu family, there is still one young man, Samurai 9 Heavy. Samurai 9 Heavy, who ran away with all his strength, is very fast. After so long now, he can't catch up. Puff. Suddenly, Lu Ming shook his figure, and a spit of blood spewed out. The attack on martial realm is really sharp. Lu Ming sighed. Just now, he broke blood and resisted the attack of Duan Mufei 3 people. Although he was removed 50% of his attack power, he resisted part of the attack with his Samurai 9th body protection, but he was still injured. However, this injury can change the life of 3 martial arts masters, also worth it. In terms of combat power, Lu Ming may not even be the opponent of the 3 of them even if he has the spirit blood bite. Just now, Lu Ming took advantage of the strange characteristics of the blood bite of the spirit eater, and hit them by surprise, and then killed them in one fell swoop. Duan Mufei and Genie Youth did not even use the blood outbreak. Wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield just now, swallowing the blood of Wei Zio, Duan Mufei, and Genie Youth. Then he left here, found a secluded place, and began to refine his blood. The huge blood of the three martial arts masters is so huge, even if only half of the energy is converted into true qi, Lu Ming's cultivation base has soared all the way. At the same time, his injuries were recovering quickly. When all the blood of the three martial arts masters was refined, the blood bite of the spirit eater appeared on the two blood-color chakras, and another light red chakra emerged. The blood vessels of the third grade, Lu Ming's blood vessels were promoted again, and reached the blood vessels of the third grade. At the same time, Lu Ming's cultivation practice reached the peak of the warrior's Jiuzhong. But it was such a trace that blocked Lu Ming's way forward. Lu Ming frowned. This period of time has risen too fast, it's really mixed, not pure enough, and the foundation is unstable. No wonder it can't break through. The more engulfed sperm blood, the disadvantages are also revealed. After all, it is not a step-by-step practice by yourself. The foundation is unstable and really confusing. Otherwise, by virtue of the blood of the three martial arts masters, you can break through to the martial arts. I'm going to stop swallowing sperm and blood, and take a while to consolidate my cultivation. Lu Ming believes that as long as it is consolidated for a while, so that the true energy becomes pure and condensed again, it will be able to break through the realm of martial arts. Next, Lu Ming moved to a place where he did not continue to hunt monsters and beasts, but concentrated on practicing the dragon skills and practicing various martial arts skills. This practice is 9 days. Through 9 days of continuous hard work, Lu Ming's true energy is finally no longer confusing, recondensed and purified, and the foundation is stable. It was natural that Lu Ming's cultivation was a breakthrough in one fell swoop and reached the martial arts realm. Call out. Lu Ming chopped out a sword, and a black sword burst out, cutting off a large tree with a thin waist. In the realm of martial arts, true energy is released, which can form sword energy, sword on, fist, etc. Which is powerful. I'm really strong several times, and now if I fight against a warrior like Wei Zio and Duan Mufei, I can kill with one move. Lu Ming's eyes are extremely bright. Try Dragon Snake. During this time, other martial arts did not improve, but Dragon Snake Walker made another breakthrough, reaching the 6th level of martial arts, combining human and martial arts. This is the highest level of a martial art. Bump. True energy burst, muscles tremble, Lu Ming's figure rushed out like a wind, the fallen leaves on the mountain were driven by his body, flying wildly, and his figure was already 7 feet away. That's right, Qi Zhang, who originally cultivated the unity of man and martial arts, was a step of 6 Zhang, but because of his breakthrough into the martial arts realm, he achieved Qi Zhang in 1 step. The higher the cultivation level is, the more powerful the same martial art will be. Now there are still 4 days left until the end of the assessment, and we have to find the iron card with points. Lu Ming rushed out and disappeared in this mountain forest. Chapter 36 Save the Beauty. Some time ago, Lu Ming hunted at least dozens of monsters with level 1 and 6 or more, and some of them had iron points for points. Lu Ming now has 5 2-point iron cards and 3 1-point iron cards, adding up to 13 points. In addition, on Wei Zio and several of them, they also won some iron points with 12 points. A total of 25 points. This score is enough to be promoted to a bronze disciple. But Lu Ming felt that it was not enough. He had an ambition in his heart, which was the first place, but the first place was rewarded by Ning Linggua. Although his score is definitely still far away, he will try his best. Lu Ming displayed a dragon snake step and ran in the mountains and forests. Ordinary monsters, he skipped directly, specifically searching for monsters with points iron cards. 1 day passed. When night fell, Lu Ming found another 1 point, 1 2-point. Together, Lu Ming had a total of 28 points. When? At this moment, there was a sound of weapons fighting in front. Someone over there. Lu Ming's expression moved, and at the source of the sound, through the dense branches, the fire could vaguely jump. Go and see. Lu Ming's figure moved, heading towards the campfire. At this time, there were indeed 4 people at the campfire. These 4 people were actually Feng Wu, Yuan Chong, and Zhou Su and Zhou Hao. At this time, the situation was unexpected. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su were pale, lying on the ground weakly. Feng Wu was carrying a long sword, but his body was trembling and his face was equally pale. His eyes were filled with anger, glaring at Yuan Chong, and shouted, "Yuan Chong, you are actually taking drugs in the barbecue, why? Yuan Chong carried a long sword and his face was grim, and he sneered at this time, why? Feng Wu, you bitch, I Yuan Chong pursued you for 2 years, but why didn't you promise me? Some time ago, you actually returned in order to blame me for Lu Ming's miscellaneous things. I have endured enough. Now you have hit my Wuxiang soft muscle powder, how do you resist? Today, I want you to be my Yuan Chong woman, haha. Feng Wu's face became so ugly, he drank, Yuan Chong, dare you? After the trial is over, Sister Mulan won't let you go. Mulan, hey, sooner or later, the will become the plaything of the Duanmu family, and, do you think you can go back alive? Yuan Chong sneered. You are going to kill us? Feng Wu's face changed. At this point she was staggering, and she couldn't stand. Hey, Feng Wu, when I get on with you, I will solve you personally, so that you belong to me alone. Yuan Chong laughed. You, perverted. Feng Wu's face was pale, his body shivered, and he fell to the ground softly. Brother Yuan, don't kill me. You can play Feng Wu. For today, I promise I won't say a word. Zhou Hao shouted. Me too, Brother Yuan, if I leak a word, I will not die. Zhou Su also shouted. Unfortunately, I only believe that the dead will not leak the news. Yuan Chong showed a gruesome smile and walked towards Zhou Hao and Zhou Su. No, no, forgiveness. The two cried in horror. Chant. Chant. With a flash of sword light, Yuan Chong's sword gas cut the throats of the two. Now both of us are left. Yuan Chong turned around and walked towards the wind dance. You do not want. The little face scared by the wind dance is white, and the body wants to move back, but it is in the fragrant soft muscles, the true energy is broken, and the body is weak. Where does it move? Seeing the appearance of Feng Wu, Yuan Chong felt very refreshed. He walked to Feng Wu's side and reached out for Feng Wu. Yeah. A large piece of clothing on Feng Wu's chest was scratched, and a large piece of snow-white skin suddenly appeared, like a jade, with a crystal luster. Even half of the meat are exposed on the chest, exuding amazing temptation. Yuan Chong's eyes suddenly turned red, flashing a blazing fire, and his eyes were fixed on Feng Wu's chest. Livestock, I want you not to die. Feng Wu made a desperate cry. At this time, Feng Wu was really desperate. She was supposed to be Yuan Chong as a friend, but she didn't expect Yuan Chong to be such a beast. Her great years are about to die here, and she will be defiled before she dies. At this moment, she really wanted to die. This place is quite remote, do you think someone will save you? Yuan Chong sneered, then fluttered towards the wind. Sorry, excuse me. At this moment, a voice sounded. Together with this voice, Yuan Chong's face changed greatly, and he turned around quickly. The wind dance is ecstatic, showing hope. The two looked at the source of the sound. Lu Ming. It's you. The two exclaimed at the same time. Lu Minghuan held his hands and walked step by step with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Yuan Chong and said, Why? Was it disappointing to see that I was not dead? Indeed, it was a bit of a disappointment. You could actually survive under Duanmujia and Wei Zio, but you are so stupid. Since you escaped, you should find a corner and hide like a dog, waiting for the end of the trial time, and now come here. Why? With your trash, do you want to save the heroes? Ha ha ha. Yuan Chong laughed, flashing taunts and murders in his eyes. Lu Ming, why did you come here? Go away, you are not Yuan Chong's opponent. Feng Wu originally saw someone coming and thought that there was hope. When Lu Ming saw it, he turned into disappointment and despair and shouted. Sister Feng Wu, I am a person with distinct grievances, there is gratitude and vengeance. You helped me block Wei Zio once before. Now, of course, I will save you once. Lu Ming laughed. Save. Lu Ming, you trash, what can you do to save? Yuan Chong laughed. Of course, take my fist. Lu Ming's face was cold, and he punched at Yuan Chong with a punch. Court death. Yuan Chong gave a slap to the landing. He is going to abolish Lu Ming and make the wind dance more desperate, so that he will be more cheerful. However, when his palm intersected Lu Ming's fist, his face changed. He felt a very powerful and condensing true qi coming from Lu Ming's fist. His true qi was rushed by Lu Ming's true qi and broke away directly. A heart-pounding pain came from his arm, Yuan Chong yelled and backed up 7 or 8 steps. Martial Master. Impossible. Lu Ming, why is your cultivation ground a martial artist realm? Yuan Chong shouted in disbelief. Martial Master. Seeing this scene, Feng Wu's eyes lighted up, already desperate, and at this time he again showed the light of hope. Yuan Chong, last time I said that you can be defeated in 2 months. Now it seems that it is not necessary. Half a month is enough. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Want to defeat me? Don't you think? Go to hell. Yuan Chong roared, with a strong murderous flash in his eyes. He raised the war sword and slammed towards the landing. Lu Ming and Feng Wu must not be allowed to live, otherwise, after the trial, the Xianyuan sword school will have no place for him. Chapter 37 Kill Yuan Chong. Chant. But Lu Ming just swept out a sword at random, the sword light was like lightning, and passed by. Puff. This sword was swept across Yuan Chong's wrist, and blood was gleaming, and the meridian of Yuan Chong's wrist was severed. What? Yuan Chong wailed, his body receded madly. How could this be? It's only been more than 10 days, how is Lu Ming so strong? Why? No, I'm not reconciled, I can't die, I must escape, tell the master of the Duanmu family, let the Duanmu family send masters to kill this Lu Ming, and then I will find another opportunity to dance with the wind when I get it, I still have a chance. Yuan Chong turned all kinds of thoughts crazy in his heart. You have no chance. As Lu Ming's voice sounded, a sword light, peerless sharp, directly penetrated Yuan Chong's heart. One sword completely cut off Yuan Chong's various ideas. Lu Ming, you must not die. Yuan Chong roared, full of unwillingness. Lu Ming was too determined, did not give him a chance. Soon, Yuan Chong's breath of life disappeared, and the power of engulfment was launched. Lu Ming quietly absorbed Yuan Chong's essence and blood. Aside, Feng Wu looked dumbfounded. She was so shocked. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming disappeared suddenly, she thought Lu Ming encountered something unexpected. And still looking for a few days, but Lu Ming has not been found. Just now, Lu Ming appeared suddenly, which surprised her, but then, Lu Mingzhan showed an overwhelming advantage and killed Yuan Chong, which made her open her mouth and it was difficult to close for a long time. Has Lu Ming been hiding strength before? Only this possibility. Sister Feng Wu, are you okay? Lu Ming walked towards Feng Wu, but when approaching, Lu Ming's eyes could not help looking at Feng Wu's chest. The big white skin, and the half of the meat that were exposed, were really eye-catching. Lu Ming's eyes stared momentarily. Good white. Lu Ming blurted out subconsciously. Lu Ming, you are shameless. So you are such a person. Look again. Look at me again and dig out your eyes. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes and the words good white, Feng Wu's face suddenly became somber and shouted fiercely. Why is this woman turning her face faster than turning a book? Lu Ming was speechless, touched his nose, then turned his gaze, and showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and walked towards Feng Wu, laughing. Hey, Sister Feng Wu, you are right, I am that kind of person. Now Yuan, after rushing to death, the two of us are left. You said, what should I do to you? With that said, a pair of eyes squinted at Feng Wu's well-developed body, especially on the chest, and stayed longer. No. No, Brother Lu Ming, no, if Sister Muran knows that she won't let you go, I beg you to see if I helped you before, forgive me, you to be beautiful, after the trial, I will help you find one. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Feng Wu scared his face pale, and shouted indiscriminately. Where there is the slightest vicious expression just now, like a frightened little rabbit. With tears in her eyes, she sighed why her fate was so bad. She just took off the wolf claws and fell into the tiger's mouth. Help me find a beautiful woman. No, why are other beautiful women so beautiful? Lu Ming stood next to Feng Wu, hey, kinky/laughing, then stretched out an arm and hugged Feng Wu's thin waist. Feng Wu left a line of tears and closed his eyes in despair. She felt a strong arm around her waist, and her hot palm was pressed against her abdomen, making her heart tremble. But then, there was no other movement, and a whistling sound rang in his ears, and the night breeze kept blowing on his face. Feng Wu opened his eyes involuntarily, but found that Lu Ming was hugging her and rushing in the forest. Lu Ming glanced at Feng Wu and smiled slightly, saying, the smell there will soon attract other monsters, we need to change a place. However, Lu Ming's smile was clean, and there was no slight kinky/evil smell. At once, Feng Wu knew, Lu Ming just made her play. Lu Ming, you and I are not finished. Feng Wu gritted his teeth and thought about it in his heart. Thinking of his embarrassment just now, Feng Wu's small face was shocked and hot. The beauty is in her arms, her face flushed, and she looks like she has no resistance. In this deep mountain and old forest, anyone can think of anything. Lu Ming also had a jump in his heart, took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and ran quickly. Soon, 10 miles away, a quiet valley was found. Lu Ming put Feng Wu down, then took off his coat and draped it over Feng Wu, blocking the large white skin on her chest. Later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and meditated with his eyes closed. Feng Wu took a deep look at Lu Ming, and then forced to play without fragrant soft muscles. By the time of dawn, Feng Wu had forced out the toxicity of Wuxiang Ruan Jinsen and restored his skill. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes. Lu Ming, why did you suddenly disappear before? Feng Wu asked suddenly. It's not Yuan Chong yet. At the moment, Lu Ming talked about Yuan Chong stopping him more than 10 days ago. Of course, he didn't mention anything about his blood. It was indeed Yuan Chong, a beast. He actually colluded with the Duanmu family. Feng Wu gritted his teeth. Okay, you are forced out of poison now, then I will say goodbye. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, why don't we come together? Now some strong people from the various academies have gathered together. As far as I know, there is an extraordinary genius in the group of Duanmu family, called Duanmu Ju. Of the strongest. He gathered a lot of Duanmu family and Baihuayuan masters, looking for points iron medals everywhere. The purpose is to get the newcomer king of this trial. If you come across alone, I am afraid it is dangerous. The two of us together, it's fine. There is a reference. Feng Wu stopped Lu Ming and explained. The Duanmu family. Do you know where they are? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and asked. I know it, but what do you want to do? Of course I went to them to get the points. Lu Ming showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and added to his heart, it should be charged interest first. You want to rob Duanmu family? Is this too dangerous? Feng Wu changed his face. I don't want to fight hard, what are you afraid of? Lu Ming said. Okay, let's go together. Feng Wu waved his fist, and the ponytail behind his head shook, his eyes glowing with excitement. This wind dance is not a peaceful master. Huh, let's go together. Lu Ming smiled. Wait. Feng Wu suddenly shouted, and then turned and ran into the trees. After a while, when Feng Wu came out, he had changed his clothes. Storage ring. Lu Ming looked. The storage ring, which contains space and can store things, is made by a powerful inscription master and is very precious. Even the Lu family of Nuada does not have one. Wind dance is not easy. Your clothes return you. Feng Wu returned Lu Ming's robe to Lu Ming. Then, the wind dance led the way, and the two headed deeper into the Ye Mountains. Chapter 38 Charge Interest. 50 miles away, Lu Ming and Feng Wu lurked among the branches of a dense tree. Not far from the big tree, there were two young people who were eating barbecue. We rushed to finish the action, don't mistake the Mu family's big events. I know that this time helping the Duanmu family to catch the lightning leopard cub is definitely a great thing. Of course, this lightning leopard cub is said to be dedicated to Duan Mulan. Both of them are new entry disciples at Baihuayuan, talking while eating. Lightning leopard. Lu Ming and Feng Wu were surprised when they heard it. The lightning leopard is an extremely rare monster that contains the power of lightning and is as fast as the wind. The adult lightning leopard is at least a level 4 monster, equivalent to a Wu Zone level warrior. Lu Ming, in particular, was even more surprised, with a bright light flashing in his eyes. Because the blood of the lightning leopard is one of the 3 most important materials in the second layer of the practiced dragon warrior. One is Ninglingguo, and the other 2 are lightning leopard blood and blood pyrite. The blood of the lightning leopard, Lu Ming is bound to get it. After eating, the 2 young people at Baihuayuan got up and went in one direction. We keep up. Lu Ming danced to the wind. Feng Wu nodded, and Lu Ming followed behind the 2 young men. After a few miles, the 2 took out a handful of hay and lit it up. The hay gave out a thick white smoke, emanating from it and spreading into the forest. At the same time, the same white smoke diffused in several other directions. There is no white smoke in one direction to the north. Soon after, a silver-white figure rushed out of the mountains and hurried away toward the north. Really lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Obviously, lightning leopard was afraid of the white smoke, so he fled in the direction of no white smoke. Lightning leopard came out, we chased it, and rushed it to that canyon. With a loud shout, a figure rushed out of the mountain and forest, chasing towards the direction of the lightning leopard. The two young men also chased forward, followed by Lu Ming and Feng Wu. Before long, a canyon appeared in front of us. I saw that there were 4 figures standing in front of the canyon, while the lightning leopard and the others disappeared. Obviously, lightning leopard and others have entered the canyon. Let's go in. Lu Ming smiled slightly and went directly to the entrance of the canyon. Stop, the Duanmu family is here to do business, and the idlers and others will quickly get away from me. Among the 4 people, there was only one disciple of the Duanmu family. At this time, they saw Lu Ming and Feng Wu and sneered. Yuya Mountain, is not your Duanmu family's place, where do I want to go? Are you in charge? Lu Ming sneered at the corner of his mouth and strode toward the canyon. Bold, kid, did you deliberately find fault? The disciple of the Duanmu family shouted and stared at Ming Ming carefully. His eyes flashed a hint of thought. Then his eyes lit up and called, I remember, you are Lu Ming, really there is a way to heaven. Hell nowhere, you come to the top, let me stay. The long sword came out of the sheath, and the disciple of the Duanmu family screamed directly at the landing. But the sword light flashed, Lu Ming's sword, faster, pouted, pierced into the chest of the Duanmu family. The disciple of this Duanmu family is only the warrior Jiuzhong, whereas Lu Ming's opponent. You killed the disciple of the Duanmu family, you are dead. The other 3 people looked pale and called in disbelief. None of these 3 people were from the Duanmu family, but other new entry disciples at the White Tiger Academy. Cultivation is lower, 1 warrior is 8-fold, and 2 warriors are 7-fold. Wow, wow. At this moment, another sword light flashed across the throats of these 3 men. It was the wind dance. The 3 of them widened their eyes and fell to the ground without breath. Lu Ming looked at Feng Wu with some surprise. He didn't expect Feng Wu to shoot, and he was very determined. Look if they have any points. Lu Ming fumbled on the body of the 4 people, and at the same time absorbed the blood of the 4 people quietly. However, the blood of the samurai level did little to Lu Ming. In the end, a total of 26 points were found on the 4 people, a total of 26 points, and a 13-point player in the wind dance. After dividing, the 2 continued to rush towards the canyon. This canyon, with smooth stone walls on both sides and a height of thousands of kilometers, is difficult for birds to cross. It is no wonder that the Duanmu family will rush lightning leopards here. In this gorge, lightning leopard can't escape no matter how fast. About 1,000 kilometers into the canyon reached the end, and at the end, it was also a smooth stone wall. At this time, there were 5 figures, and the group surrounded a snowy figure in the middle. It was a small leopard the size of a dog, apparently a cub, and its hair was as white as snow. On the white hair, there was a hint of electro-optical flow. This is the lightning leopard cub. At this time, the lightning leopard cub was covered in blood, lying on the ground, a pair of dark eyes full of sadness and helplessness, staring around. Attention, it's enough to hurt it. You need to catch it alive. This lightning leopard is of little use to Lin. It is kept by Lin Xiao, and his blood can be drawn for cultivation every month. One of the youth rose. Looking at his clothes, he knew that he was a disciple of the Duanmu family. In fact, only one of the 5 is a disciple of the Duanmu family, and none of the other 4 are. Brother Duanmu, rest assured that since it is Lin Xiao's business, that is my business. Not bad. Several others said. Okay. Suddenly, they heard the movement, turned their heads, and saw Lu Ming and Feng Wu. The faces of the 5 people changed. You are Lu Ming. Why are you here? The disciple of the Duanmu family cried in surprise when he saw Lu Ming. Why can't I be here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What about the people at the mouth of the canyon? How are you treating them? The young Duanmu cried. When someone kills. Lu Ming smiled. What? Killed? You are looking for death, everyone, this person is against my Duanmu family and killed him. The youth of the Duanmu family shouted. I'll kill him. A young gray robe flew out, punching Lu Ming's head. He was going to smash Lu Ming's head with a punch. The boxing wind roared, and his anger burst out, which was obviously a heavy training for the martial artist. Bump. Lu Ming stepped heavily on the ground, the figure rushed out like a wind, and then a sword flashed away. With a pop, a deep sword mark appeared on the young man's chest, and his heart was instantly cut in half by Lu Ming's sword gas. You. The young man could only say a word before he died. One stroke kills a master with a heavy weight. The other four people's faces changed greatly, and the youth of the Duanmu family shouted, "Shoot him and kill him together." Boom! Boom! Bleeding light broke out simultaneously on all four. The bloodline broke out, and the youth of the Duanmu family was the 4th level bloodline, and the other 3 were the 3rd level bloodline. All of them are the same as the martial arts masters. Chapter 39 Lightning Leopard Blood. The Duanmu family, with great energy, actually gathered so many masters. It should be known that among these newly entered disciples, who reached the martial arts realm, there were only about 100 people. The 4 exploded in full force, killing Ming Lu and Feng Wu. Dove. A bird called, and the blood dance also broke out in the wind dance. Her bloodline was actually a level 5 bloodline ice soul bird. The 5th level bloodline is definitely the top bloodline among this group of new entry disciples. Kill. Feng Wu Jiao drunk and killed towards the other party. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he also killed him. When? Suddenly, the intensive clashes of weapons, the burst of true gas, continued to sound. The other party dragged the wind dance with one person, and the other 3 teamed up to deal with Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's momentum is like a rainbow, Jinguang is extremely fast, and his true energy is indestructible. Only a few tricks, one person was cut in half by Lu Ming with a sword. In the blood, another sword hole pierced a person's heart. In front of Lu Ming, the martial arts of the 3 martial arts masters are fragile like babies and have no resistance at all. In the end, only the Duanmu family youth remained. Lu Ming, how could it be so strong? Didn't Lu Yinxiong's old guy say that he was just a low-level samurai? That old guy lied to us. The youth of the Duanmu family roared in his heart, and he could no longer care about the lightning leopard, and ran away after pulling his leg. But in front of Lu Ming, where he ran away was directly penetrated by Lu Ming from the back heart. What? At this time, another scream was also issued on the other side, and another youth from the White Tiger Academy was killed by Feng Wu. The 5th level bloodline has a fighting strength that exceeds that of the 3rd level bloodline. But Feng Wu's beautiful eyes flickered at the moment, and he was shocked to see the landing. The 3 warriors of the same level have no resistance in his hands, and he hasn't exploded in blood, which is really amazing. No wonder Sister Muran will value him that much. Feng Wu thought. At this moment, Lu Ming walked towards the lightning leopard. Wu. The lightning leopard was seriously injured, lying on the ground, staring at the landing sound with a pair of dark eyes, full of despair. This vision made Lu Ming feel moved. He couldn't help thinking of the scene where he was deprived of blood by Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong. If this lightning leopard falls into the hands of the Duanmu family, the end will certainly be miserable. Lu Ming, this lightning leopard cub, how do you plan to solve it? I suggest taking it outside, this lightning leopard cub is very precious. Feng Wu suggested. Lu Ming smiled and said, Sister Feng Wu, do you have any healing medicine and an empty jade bottle? Yes. Feng Wu nodded, then waved his hand, and 2 jade bottles appeared out of thin air. One is empty, the other is filled with healing medicine, Xinji Jishua San. Thank you Sister Feng. Lu Ming smiled, took the jade bottle, and approached the lightning leopard. Roar. The lightning leopard cub saw Lu Ming approaching, and suddenly his white hair stood up, his mouth grinning, and his eyes staring at the fierce glare. Little guy, don't be nervous. I won't kill you or take you away. I will help you to heal if you have a little blood. Lu Ming smiled, then moved, grabbing the neck of the lightning leopard cub. The lightning leopard cub was already injured, and blood continued to flow out of the wound. Lu Ming took the empty jade bottle and received about half a bottle of lightning leopard blood. Then he put away the jade bottle and scattered the raw muscle to stop bleeding. Leopard's wound. Xinji Jishua San, a fine healing product, is placed on the lightning leopard's wounds, and the lightning leopard cub soon stopped bleeding. Little guy, go, find a place to hide and heal, but don't be discovered by others again. Lu Ming touched the head of the lightning leopard cub. Woo! The lightning leopard cub screamed, and a pair of eyes looked at Landing Ming. It seemed a little surprised how Lu Ming let it go. Aside, Feng Wu was also a little surprised, saying, Lu Ming, you really want to let it go, lightning leopard cubs are worth a lot. Take the open and still find the Duanmu family to get the points iron card, I have no time to take it. Lu Ming smiled. Woo! The lightning leopard cub suddenly ran to Lu Ming's feet, rubbing his head hard against Lu Ming's feet. Then he ran to Feng Wu's feet and rubbed his feet. What a spiritual monster! What a lovely monster! Feng Wu admired, his eyes began to shine. Woo! The lightning leopard cub whined again, gave Lu Ming a deep look, then turned and ran out of the canyon. Lu Ming smiled, and then looked for points iron cards on those people. By the way, all their blood was absorbed. The blood of the 5 martial arts masters and heavy soldiers is very strong. It is worthy of being a genius in the martial arts realm. Everyone has nearly 30. The iron cards found made Lu Ming and Feng Wu happy. The 5 martial arts masters weighed a total of 153 points. In the end, as long as the wind dance had 50 points, the other 83 points were given to Lu Ming. After all, thanks to Lu Ming this time, otherwise the 5 martial arts masters are won and Feng Wu is definitely not an opponent. Lu Ming is also not polite. His goal is first. Now, Lu Ming has a total of 124 points. Sister Feng, wait for me for a while. Having finished speaking, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the essence blood he had just absorbed. The essential blood of the 5 martial arts masters is very large, constantly transforming into true qi, and Lu Ming's cultivation practice is rapidly improving. After a moment, Lu Ming shuddered slightly. Martial Master Duo. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Coupled with Yuan Chang's, he swallowed the blood of 6 martial arts masters and heavy soldiers, plus the blood of some other warrior realm warriors, and Lu Ming's Xiuwei made another breakthrough. However, the bloodline is still a tertiary bloodline and has not been promoted. Sister Feng, let's go. Lu Ming got up and said. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming with some curiosity. Lu Ming's breakthrough was very secret. Feng Wu didn't find out. She was just curious about why Lu Ming suddenly sat down cross-legged to practice, and after practicing for a while, she got up again. But she didn't ask too much, everyone had their own secret, didn't they? The two went out of the gorge and continued towards the depths of the Yi Mountains. The large army of the Duanmu family is still deeper. An hour later, the two stopped under a big tree, because a pattern was carved on the big tree. This is a Suzaku, carved on a big tree, very realistic. What does this mean? Lu Ming asked. Since this hour, they have seen this pattern 3 times. This is a unique sign of our Suzakuren. Someone is calling the disciples of Suzakuren. You see, the direction Suzaku is pointing is the direction of the assembly. Oh, I got it. Lu Ming has just entered the Suzaku house, but he knows nothing about them. Unlike the geniuses in some other big cities, he has already done research on the Shenyuan sword school. I don't know what it is. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't we call the disciples in this way? Let's go and see. Feng Wu was a little puzzled and said. Good. Lu Ming nodded. Then the two went in the direction indicated by Suzaku. Chapter 41st Master of Suzakuin. After Lu Ming and Feng Wu had traveled for more than 20 miles along the Suzaku map, the sun had set. In front of them, a cluster of campfires appeared, jumping in the night. Ah! Suddenly, several figures appeared, blocking the way of the two. Who are you? This is the gathering place of Suzakucho, but you are disciples of Suzakucho? One of them asked. Yes, we are the disciples of Suzakuin. My name is Feng Wu. Wind Dance Road. Huh, it turned out to be Feng Wu Shimmy, please quickly. A laugh came from the campfire ahead, and a young man approached here. The young man, tall and thin, had very long arms and a twinkling gaze, gave a sense of danger. In Kai, it's you. Seeing this young man, Feng Wu was slightly surprised. This person is In Kai. Lu Ming's eyes also flashed. As soon as the trial started, Lu Ming asked Feng Wu for some news. In Kai, but famous, is among the first batch of newcomers at Suzakuin. It is said that he was awakened by a 5th-grade bloodline, and at the age of 17, he practiced to the level of the warrior. In Kai's eyes flicked over Lu Ming, and he didn't pay much attention. Finally, he stayed on Feng Wu and said, Sister Feng Wu, let's talk over there. In Kai walked towards one of the campfires with Feng Wu and Lu Ming. In this place, 5 campfires were lit, and nearly 50 people gathered, all of them disciples at Suzakuin. There were 8 people around Lu Ming's campfire. But these 8 people are very powerful, and they are all masters of the martial arts realm. There are even a few of them, with a strong breath, far more important than ordinary martial artists. These people looked at Feng Wu and nodded together. As for Lu Ming, no one knew them or heard the name, and naturally ignored it intuitively. Senior Yin Kai, did you engrave those Suzaku drawings? Feng Wu asked. Yes, it was my engraving, Feng Wu shimmy, presumably you came here only after seeing Suzaku. Yin Kai smiled slightly. Feng Wu nodded and said, yes, we did see the Suzaku figure. We want to see what happened. Brother Yin, why did you engrave the Suzaku figure and call you fellow students? Sister Feng, you must know that this time, there is an iron medal with 500 points. Yin Kai's eyes flashed. 500 points iron card. Have you found the 500 points iron card? Feng Wu asked in surprise. Even Lu Ming was taken aback. The 500 points iron card can be said to be what all masters want to get, because as long as you get this iron card, then this time is likely to win the first. This 500 points iron card is the top priority. Not bad. Yin Kai nodded and said, not only our Suzakuin found, but also the White Tiger, Qinglong and Xuanwu Yuan, so I have to gather people. This time, this 500 points iron card must not fall on the other three. In the hands of the people in the courtyard, are Suzakuin, but no new king has appeared for 8 consecutive years. Senior Yin, do you want to win this 500 points iron medal and become the newcomer king of this year? Feng Wu's eyes flashed. Of course. Aside, a cold young man said, this year's Suzakuin, apart from brother Yin Kai, who is eligible to become the new king. Feng Wu pouted slightly and asked, then you know, what kind of monster is that 500 points? On a mutant black armor lizard, this black armor lizard, but a second level 9-fold monster, if there is a head-to-head battle, no one in our 4 courtyards can get this point iron card. So, we have negotiated with the 4 academies. The black armored lizard likes to eat silver-eyed rabbits. As long as enough silver-eyed rabbits are caught, put the ecstasy in these silver-eyed rabbits, you can let the mutant black-eyed dragons fall into deep and sleep. When the time comes, the 4 courtyards will compete for the 500-point iron medal with their own skills. How about Sister Feng? Stay and help me. Yin Kai said. Help you, how about the compensation afterwards? Lu Ming asked suddenly. Remuneration? What remuneration? Yin Kai frowned. Of course, you need to pay for helping each other, so let's help you get an iron medal of 500 points and get the position of newcomer king, but how about the one that won the first place? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming's main goal is Ning Lingua, as long as he can get Ning Lingua, what's the point of helping Yin Kai? You want to congeal fruit? Yin Kai's face sank. Boy, you are too ignorant, and help brother Yin to win the new king. This is the common honor of my Suzakuin. As long as it is a Suzakuin disciple, you should shoot unconditionally. You actually want to be paid, which is ridiculous. Beside, the grim young man's gloomy way. This person is named Yuan Lang, and he is a very famous genius among the newcomers of Suzakuin. Ha ha. Lu Ming sneered. He knew that. The reason why Yin Kai engraved the Suzaku figure, summoned the disciples of Suzakuin, and dared to ask others to do nothing to help him take the new king. But Lu Ming doesn't have the habit of helping others in vain. What's more, Lu Ming knows them well. Suzakuin's common honor. It's really sounding magnificent. Lu Ming looked at Yuan Lang with a sneering smile on his lips, saying, since it is for the honor of Suzakuin, okay, I will get an iron medal of 500 points at that time and give it to me to let me get the new king. For the honor of Suzakuin. As soon as this remark came out, Yin Kai, Yuan Lang and others looked somber. Yuan Lang even shouted, what are you counting? Also deserve the position of newcomer king? Oh. Lu Ming sneered, too lazy to talk nonsense with them, looking at Feng Wu said, Sister Feng, are you planning to stay here or not? I won't be there anymore. I'm not interested, let's go. Feng Wu rode, and Lu Ming turned to leave. Stop for me. Yuan Lang shouted. Ah. His figure flashed, blocking the way of the two. Yin Kai, what do you mean? Feng Wu's face changed and turned to look at Yin Kai. Yin Kai gave a somber smile, said, this time, I must get the first place, so, hand over all the points you have. Yin Kai, you. Feng Wu's face was extremely ugly, but I didn't expect this Yin Kai to be so mean. You can do it without any effort, leave the points iron card and go. Yuan Lang watched Landing Ming with a disdainful face. I want to go, because you also want to stop me and get away, good dogs don't block. Lu Ming drank coldly. Boy, you are really arrogant, but also have arrogant capital, let me see what you have. Yuan Lang drank coldly, his fingers resembling eagle claws, and one claw caught at the landing. Chapter 41 Warrior Triple. Lu Ming, be careful. Feng Wu's face changed greatly, and Yuan Lang's cultivation practice reached the triple of the martial arts master, which was not comparable to that of the martial arts master. She was afraid that Lu Ming was not an opponent at all. Fire Dragon Fist. Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a punch. Bump. Lu Ming's fist intersects Yuan Lang's claws, full of vigor, the two figures sway, and back 3 steps together. This move is equally divided. Warrior Triple, really powerful. Lu Ming flashed in his eyes, thinking in his heart. In the warrior realm, the gap between each level is very large, and it is very difficult to cross. It is not comparable to the warrior realm. Like before, when Lu Ming was in the 6th warrior, with the blessings of the 3 gods, the true energy of the dragon is twice as strong as the ordinary true energy. Coupled with the exquisite martial arts, he can cross 3 levels. World War I. But in the martial arts world, it is impossible. The power of the 3 divine veins blessings is still more obvious in the warrior realm, but in the warrior realm, the power of the 3 divine veins blessings seems to have little effect. The main function of divine vein is in talents and potentials, not direct manifestation of power. Therefore, now the 2-level cultivation of Lu Ming martial artists, with his own ingenious power, can cross 1 level and fight against the martial artists at least 1 level, coupled with superb martial arts, suppress or even kill the triple warriors, not a problem, but touched by the 4th level of the martial artist, it was mysterious. Of course, this is when Lu Ming's bloodline did not erupt. The 2 retreated one by one, which surprised everyone around them. The Wind Dance was overjoyed, he didn't expect that Lu Ming could actually tie you with Yuan Lang. How strong is Lu Ming? It must have been hiding his strength. Sister Muran asked me to protect him. I think he protected me. Feng Wu thought a little speechless. Aside, the eyes of Yin Kai and others flashed in shock. This Lu Ming, I have never heard of it before, where did it come out, actually has such a strong cultivation behavior. Yuan Lang's eyes were extremely gloomy, flashing a strong murderous opportunity, and shouted, Lu Ming, take another trick, Zhang Ying's 18 claws. Yuan Lang put his hands in his waist, and he suddenly wore a pair of metal gloves. Immediately followed by a series of 2 claws, 9 claw shadows, and 9 key points spread all over Lu Ming's body. The sharp metal gloves pierced the air under the burst of true energy, and made a piercing roar. Yellow level martial arts, but unfortunately you can't get home, but you can only break through the 3rd level. Lu Ming showed a sneer in the corner of his mouth, and then the long sword came out of the sheath, making the streamer swordsmanship. Swords of light flashed through the air, and Lu Ming cut out 12 swords at once. Ding! Ding! The long sword and the metal glove continuously fought, and the 2 figures were staggered in the air. Finally, the noise stopped suddenly, and the figure separated. Puff! Suddenly, Yuan Lang's figure swayed, and a spit of blood spewed out. Yuan Lang was defeated, and a wound appeared on his chest, penetrating through his bones. If it wasn't for the critical moment, Lu Ming received a force and he was dead. Now, you can get away. Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Lang lightly, then raised his leg and walked forward. Kang! Kang! There was a series of sounds of weapons coming out of the sheath, and then a woman in white shouted, Lu Ming, so many of us, and brother Yin Kai, do you think you're gone? Yin Kai, what do you want to do you want to stay with us? Feng Wu looked ugly. Yin Kai looked at Landing Ming gloomily and didn't speak. You guys try, see if you can stay with me, but I dare to guarantee that the losses will be unbearable. Lu Ming's handheld long sword has a calm look, but contains a firm fighting will, and the cold voice makes people feel cold. Yin Kai stared at the landing for a while, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled and said, Haha, they are all misunderstandings. Brother Lu Ming is really powerful. It really opened my eyes and hopes to make friends in the future. Sister Feng, let's go. Lu Ming didn't even look at Yin Kai, and turned away. Lu Ming, this time I carelessly, today's shame, next time, I will definitely double back. Yuan Lang's cold voice came from behind. Next time. You better expect not to have another time. Lu Ming's faint voice came out, and then the figure with Feng Wu disappeared among the mountains and forests. Senior Yin, just let them go. After Lu Ming and the 2 left, the woman in white asked Yin Kai. This Ming Lu is not weak, and now our main goal is to compete with the other 3 courts for the 500-point iron medal, and the manpower cannot be damaged. When the trial is over, I have a way to deal with him, and I will make him regret it. Seeing the direction in which Lu Ming and the 2 left, Yin Kai's eyes flashed in a row. Kilometers away. Brother Lu Ming, this person Yin Kai has a narrow-minded mind. You offended him so much today, I am afraid he will not let you go easily behind. Feng Wu said a little worried. He'd better not come to trouble me. Lu Ming smiled faintly, Yin Kai, he did not mind. The wind dances beautifully and continuously, although she has known Lu Ming for a while, she finds that she can't see Lu Ming completely. Lu Ming was unfathomable in her feelings. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Feng Wu asked. What should I do? 500 points iron card, I don't want to miss it. Lu Ming's mouth was filled with an inexplicable smile. Feng Wu glared and exclaimed, did you want to take the food? What's wrong? Lu Ming smiled slightly, then climbed a big tree more than 20 meters high, and looked at Yin Kai and others in the distance. He is going to follow Yin Kai to win an iron medal of 500 points. This person is interesting. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming, climbed the tree, and sat on the branch. The darkness dissipated, and a hint of fish belly appeared in the sky. In the distance, Yin Kai and others extinguished the bonfire and started to head deep into the Ye Mountains. Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed behind. Having traveled for more than 20 miles, Yin Kai and others stayed under a huge mountain. Under the peak, there is a huge cave, which is dark and very infiltrating. In front of the cave, a group of people have gathered. There are more than 100 people. Both the White Tiger Academy and the Qinglong Academy are here. Feng Ming whispered to Lu Ming. Ha! Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, if you get a shot later, you must be careful with a few people. Feng Wu pointed to one of the young men wearing white robes, embroidered green wood at the cuffs, and a purple jade belt around his waist. He said, this man is Duan Mujue, the strongest among the newcomers in Baihuayuan. Later, he pointed to another young man wearing a green robe, this man is called Huang Yu, and he is the first master of Qinglong's new disciple. Okay. Lu Ming yelled softly again. This makes Feng Wu roll his eyes, which is too calm. Those few are extremely talented, and they are strong contenders for this year's Rookie King. Chapter 42 Variation Black Armor. Unexpectedly, Feng Wu's nose hummed slightly, and her small mouth slightly curled. However, Lu Ming suddenly leaned on her ear and said, you said so much, care so much about me. Unexpectedly, the wind dance was frightened, almost screamed, his face flushed, and stared at Lu Ming fiercely, said, what are you talking about? Who cares about you, if not in Mulan for the sake of my sister's account, I'm too lazy to care about you unless you save me. Oh, I see. Lu Ming pouted, then looked forward. Call. Feng Wu exhaled gently, but somehow his heart was beating. After a while, a group of people came, and they were disciples of Xuanwuyuan. All 4 courtyards are here. Lu Ming and Feng Wu held their breath and looked at the front. After a while, I saw the disciples of the 4th courtyard took out a silver-eyed rabbit and placed it at the entrance of the cave, while the disciples of the 4 courtyards all spread out and retreated to the neighborhood to hide. At least there are more than 50 silver-eyed rabbits, all inside the silver-eyed rabbits are full of ecstasy. The scent of the silver-eyed rabbit came out. Cece. A moment later, I saw a giant lizard half a meter high and more than 4 meters long, covered in black scale armor. This is the black armored monitor lizard, but obviously, this black armored monitor lizard is just an ordinary black armored monitor lizard, equivalent to a second-level double monster, not a second-level 9-fold mutant black armored monitor lizard. As soon as the black armored lizard crawled out, he saw the silver-eyed rabbit outside. He hurried over and swallowed a silver-eyed rabbit in one bite, eating with relish. Cece. At this time, another black armored lizard crawled out, which is also not a mutant black armored lizard. Subsequently, several black armored lizards crawled out in succession, swallowing a dozen silver-eyed rabbits in a few shots. The disciples in the 4 courtyards were a little anxious, but it took them a few days to catch the silver-eyed rabbits. If they were eaten by these ordinary black armored lizards, they would not have a second chance. Now that the trial is over, there are only 2 days left, and they have no time to catch so many silver-eyed rabbits. Moreover, the disorientation that they carry is not enough. At this time. Roar. There was a huge roar in the cave, and then, there was a sound of banging in the cave, and the behemoth crawled out all the time. This is also a black armored monitor lizard, but this black armored monitor lizard is 10 times the size of other black armored monitor lizards, and its eyes are red. On this black armored lizard's neck, an iron card hung, with 2 big letters written on it, 500. 500 points iron card. Everyone's eyes showed a hot light. Roar. The mutated black armor lizard saw a silver-eyed rabbit and gave a roar. CC. The other black armored monitor lizards seemed to be very afraid, and all of them backed away. The mutant black armored lizard stepped forward alone, opened a big mouth of the blood basin, and in one bite, 5 or 6 silver-eyed rabbits were swallowed into the mouth. After a few minutes, nearly 40 silver-eyed rabbits were all swallowed into the stomach by the mutant black armored lizard. The mutant black armor lizard made a roar, then turned around and slowly drilled into the cave. CC. At this time, the black armored lizards that had devoured the silver-eyed rabbit shook their heads and fell to the ground, and fell asleep. The ecstasy and the silver-eyed rabbit in their body played a role. The disciples in the 4 courtyards did not rush into the cave, they were waiting for a medicinal attack. The mutant black armor lizard is not so easy to handle. After more than 10 minutes, the disciples of the 4 courtyards rushed towards the cave. Shall we go in too? After a few more minutes, Feng Wu asked Lu Ming. It's me who goes in, you are waiting for me here. Lu Ming nodded and said, it may be very chaotic at that time. If I am alone, it will be easier to get out. Feng Wu bit her lip, she knew that Lu Ming was telling the truth. Okay, then you have to be careful. Wind Dance Road. Lu Ming nodded, then moved, and rushed towards the cave. Outside the cave, there were a group of disciples who were not high cultivated, but no one stopped Lu Ming. There are disciples in the 4 courtyards. Who will stop? Lu Ming rushed into the cave smoothly. In the cave, dark and dark, even if Lu Ming is a warrior in the martial arts realm, his eyesight is much stronger than ordinary people, but when he falls into his eyes, it is also dim. Lu Ming condensed his breath and went in carefully. But after walking 100 meters, several crossroads appeared, and a black armored lizard's body was seen lying there. This is a first-level black armored lizard. Lu Ming is not interested in absorbing its essence and blood, so he chose a fork to move on. This is the old nest of the black armored lizard. After Lu Ming walked a few hundred meters forward, there were several turnouts. Lu Ming continued to choose the fork at random and walked inside. On the way, Lu Ming saw the bodies of several black armored lizards. 2 secondary and 1 heavy, 1 secondary and 2 heavy. Lu Ming did not let go, all swallowed the sperm and blood. Refine while walking. Lu Ming's cultivation is rapidly improving. Obviously, the number of disciples in the 4th court was dominant, and the bodies of the disciples in the 4th court were not found along the way. Lu Ming went on like this for about 20 minutes, and swallowed 3 second-level black armor monitors and 1 second-level black armor monitor along the way. Double midterm. At this time, Lu Ming saw a faint light coming from the front. Lu Ming took her steps lightly, and walked towards the light. When she walked in, she found that it was an opening. There was no one tall. Lu Ming walked to the edge of the cave and looked outside, slightly startled. Outside the cave entrance, there is a huge underground cave, with a length and width of more than 100 meters, and a height of tens of meters. On the stone walls around the cave, there are blocks of light shining weakly. This is luminous stone ore. If the luminous components in these ores are extracted, it can be made into luminous stone and can be illuminated. Through the light of the luminous stone ore, Lu Ming saw that there were many such openings on the walls around the cave, and some of them could vaguely see the figure. Many people in the 4 courtyards lurked at these entrances. Lu Ming's cave entrance is more than 10 meters high from the cave floor. In the middle of the cave, there was a behemoth lying there. It is the mutant black armored lizard. At this time, the black armored lizard had not fallen into a deep sleep, and there was a low roar, and from time to time, he opened a large mouth of the blood basin. No wonder the disciples in the 4 courtyards didn't start, they were waiting for the mutant black armored lizard to fall asleep. The mutant black armored lizard is a second-level 9-fold monster, which is equivalent to the strong of the warrior's 9-fold. The warrior under the 4-fold of the warrior is absolutely dead if he is slapped. Time passed slowly. After 10 minutes, the eyelid of the mutant black armor lizard became heavier and he seemed to be asleep, but he was not completely asleep. The resistance of the mutant black armored lizard is really horrible. After eating so many silver-eyed rabbits, it can still bear even now. Ah! At this moment, a figure slammed out of a hole and threw at the neck of the black armored lizard. In Kai. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and this figure was actually Yin Kai. Chapter 43 Snatch. Yin Kai's speed is very fast. His bloodline is the 5th level bloodline blue-winged nighthawk. His strength is speed. At this time, the bloodline erupts as fast as lightning. No wonder the mutant black armor lizard has not completely slept, so he dared to take the shot. Yin Kai flashed a few times, and reached the neck of the mutant black armored lizard. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the point's iron card, and pulled hard. The iron chain that tied the point's iron card was broken. Roar! The tearing force seemed to make the mutant black armored lizard react, and with a low growl, a giant claw grabbed towards Yin Kai. Yin Kai's figure flashed suddenly, avoiding the claws of the black armored lizard. Without catching one claw, the black armored lizard seemed to be more dizzy. After a low growl, he did not pursue again. The 500 points are mine. This year's newcomer is none other than me. Seeing that the black armored lizard did not pursue, Yin Kai was ecstatic, and almost burst into laughter. Yin Kai, put down the point's iron card. At this time, there was a figure in the mouth around the cave. They are all masters of the 4 courtyards, among them, Duanmu Ju, Topaz, Xie Hong, and the first masters of the other 3 courtyards. In my hands, you still want to take away and dream. Yin Kai sneered, his hands waved, and a pair of blue wings flickered away faintly. Wow, a gust of wind stirred. Yin Kai's figure actually jumped 10 meters high from the sky, and flew towards a hole of 10 meters high. Go with. Yin Kai had already planned well. With his bloodline advantage, he won the point's iron medal, attracted the masters of the other 3 courtyards, and then jumped over a dozen meters high hole to escape. Those caves are intricate. As long as he escapes into a cave, others don't want to chase him. His idea is very good, but Lu Ming is just in this direction. So Lu Ming didn't think about it. He jumped down and cut a sword towards Yin Kai. Lu Ming, it's you. Get out of here. Yin Kai saw Lu Ming appearing suddenly, yelled in shock and swept upward with a sword. When the 2 swords intersect and burst into strength. The 4-layer cultivation of Yin Kai's martial arts is that the strength is not trivial. Lu Ming was lifted up with a strong rush, but Lu Ming was at a high level, and the strength was not weak. Yin Kai was directly hit and fell. At this time, Duanmu Jue, Huang Yu, and others have arrived. Yin Kai, hand over an iron card for points, or you will be dead. Duanmu drinks coldly, his eyes are full of murderous attacks, and powerful attacks directly pour out towards Yin Kai. Lu Ming, I will never die with you. Yin Kai shouted angrily. Save yourself before you talk. Lu Ming fell aside and smiled lightly. Hand over the iron points. Duanmu Jue, Huang Yu, and Xie Hong are all cultivators of the 4 levels of martial arts, and there are some other masters of the 3 levels of martial arts masters. All attacks are directed towards his hand holding the iron points. If he does not let go, his hand will be abandoned. Helpless, he can only let go. Iron points are mine, get away. Topaz, you dare to fight against my Duanmu family. Duanmu absolutely shouted continuously. Duanmu absolutely, scare me less with the Duanmu family, others are afraid of you Duanmu family, I am not afraid. Topaz sneered. Suddenly, there was a dogfight on the field. Everyone wanted to get the point's iron card, fighting for it, the outburst of vitality, the point irons flew up and down in the real chi, and for a time, no one could grab the hand. Chant. At this moment, suddenly, Lu Ming felt a subtle air-breaking sound coming from behind, and a strong force of energy attacked his back. Someone attacked. At a critical moment, Lu Ming twisted his body, avoiding the attack. Looking around, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and said, Yuan Lang, you are looking for death. It was Yuan Lang who attacked him. It's you who died. I didn't explode blood yesterday. See if you are my opponent this time. Yuan Lang's murderous way, then the blood flashed, the blood vein burst, and he slammed towards the landing. The icy iron claws brought strong winds and caught the landing song. More powerful than yesterday. Lu Ming didn't talk nonsense with him, the streamer swordsmanship came out. Instantly cut out dozens of sword lights. When? Continuous clashes sounded. Upon confrontation, Yuan Lang's face changed, because he found that the bursting power on Lu Mingjian was stronger than yesterday. Could it be that Lu Ming's cultivation practice broke through in less than a day? Impossible, Yuan Lang vetoed this idea. it must be that Lu Ming hid his strength yesterday. He retired from his heart. However, Lu Ming Jianguang was shocked. Yuan Lang felt his arm numb, and took 2 steps back. Call out. A brighter sword light burst into Yuan Lang's stomach. Lu Ming, don't kill. Yuan Lang shouted in horror. I said yesterday that there will be no second chance. Lu Ming said coldly, and then snapped Yuan Lang's neck, throwing Yuan Lang out. The direction to throw out is precisely the battlefield where Duanmu Ju and others are competing for the points iron medal. There were swords, and if you were thrown out, it was definitely the end of the corpse. What? Yun Lang shouted in horror. He had a sword in Lu Ming's stomach, and he did not die. At this time, in order to live, he exploded all his strength. A dazzling red light erupted from his body, and his claws were continuously pulled out. Go away. Go to hell. Duanmu absolutely waited for others to scream and attacked one by one without hesitation. Boom. Almost instantly, Yuan Lang was divided into corpses, and flesh and blood were scattered. But the desperate Yuan Lang also blocked them for a moment. What Lu Ming wanted was that moment. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming rushed out. Dragon Snake Step, broke out the strongest power, stepped out, almost surpassed 7 feet. Lu Ming was like a flash of lightning, leaping from the top of the battlefield of Duanmujue, Yin Kai and others, grabbed it smoothly, and grabbed the 500 points iron card in his hand. Lu Ming, it's you again, give me the points iron card, I can spare you not to die. Yin Kai roared. Lu Ming, I know you. You dare to kill my disciples of the Duanmu family and hand over the points. I can plead with the elders of the family to relieve your guilt. Duanmu absolutely shouted. At the same time, one attack after another attacked the landing. With so many masters, Lu Ming could hardly resist. He stepped out again and ran forward 7 feet. This direction is exactly the direction in which the mutant black armor lizard lies there. At this time, Lu Ming was only about 10 feet away from the black armored lizard. In the rear, Duanmujue, Yin Kai and others formed a siege and drove towards the landing. Lu Ming, you can't escape, just because of your delusion to win the points iron card, it is ridiculous, you will die today. Yin Kai's eyes flickered with a thick murderous chance. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, he had already got the points iron plate and got away from it. Then this year's newcomer Wang is basically him. But now, everything has turned into a bubble, everything is because of Lu Ming, he hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, give me the points iron card, I can protect you from death. Cried Topaz. At the same time, they kept approaching Lu Ming, and Lu Ming kept retreating, only a few meters away from the mutant black armored lizard. Chapter 44 Iron Hand. At this point, the mutant black armored lizard has narrowed its eyes and is about to fall asleep. Otherwise, they had such a fierce battle just now, it could not be indifferent. There is no hole in this wall of the black armored lizard. Here, there seems to be no way to go. Lu Ming, you have nowhere to go. Duanmu Ju and others slowly approached, if not afraid of the black armored lizard, I am afraid they would have shot. Really? Are you so sure? At this point, Lu Ming actually smiled, how could he still laugh? But immediately, Duanmujue, Yin Kai and others understood. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and rushed towards the mutant black armored lizard. Jinguang pierced the air and pierced the black armored lizard fiercely. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Stop. Shut up, you are looking for death. Duanmu absolutely waited for his face to change drastically and shouted. However, Lu Mingjian kept shining and purring, and the long sword stabbed fiercely into the body of the mutant black armored lizard. Roar! The long sword pierced into the body, and the mutant black armor lizard was in pain, roaring, and his eyes suddenly opened. One more sword. Lu Ming pulled out his long sword, brought out a plume of blood, and then stabbed with another sword. This time, the mutant black armored dragon was completely awake, making a furious roar, extending its huge claws, and grabbing Lu Ming. The dragon snake walked, avoiding the attack of the black armored lizard, and then towards Duanmu Ju, Yin Kai, and they ran over. Roar! The mutant black armor lizard roared and chased Lu Ming crazy. Lu Ming! Duanmujue, Yin Kai and others roared, but helplessly, they could only turn around and run away. Their strongest talented martial artist is fourfold, even if these people are combined, they are not enough to mutate the black armored lizard to kill. What are you running? Are you trying to kill me? Lu Ming's joking voice sounded, which made Duan Mujie and others almost vomit blood. They secretly vowed that Lu Ming would not let go. They were like birds of fright, and they no longer dared to stay in this cave, and ran into those caves one by one. Ha ha ha, goodbye. Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground, his figure rose into the sky, directly fell in a 10-meter-high hole, and then ran quickly. The crooked and cruel ran for thousands of kilometers in a cave, before Lu Ming sat down to rest. As soon as his thoughts moved, the point's iron card appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This point iron card is different from other point iron cards in dark gold and very hard. There are 2 big gold characters on it, 500. With these 500 points, plus the 124 points previously obtained, Lu Ming has a total of 624 points. 624 points, is it enough? Lu Ming thought secretly. This is really hard to say, like Duan Mujie, Yin Kai and others, they have gathered so many people, some people only keep 10 points, and give them all the extra points, then their points are not easy to say, gather a 5 or 600 points is also possible. There are still 2 days left, maybe you can find the Duanmu family or Yin Kai to get some points. Lu Ming smiled at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, rapid footsteps sounded from behind, very fast, and in a blink of an eye, several figures appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. Duanmu absolutely. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and one of the 3 was actually Duanmu Jue, and the 2 who followed him were genius disciples of the White Tiger Academy and the training practice of the Warrior Triple. Lu Ming, you really are here. How do you escape now? Seeing Lu Ming, Duanmu was not surprised, and said with a sneer. How did you find me? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Hey, let me tell you, my blood, but one Ling dog, in front of me, you can't escape. Beside Duanmu, a young man with a short stature said. It turned out to be a dog nose. Lu Ming suddenly. Lu Ming, I didn't go to you. You actually dared to my points. I am so brave. Now that you hand over the points, I can give you a happy heart. Duanmu is a dead end. Lu Ming pursed his lips and said, Are you all Duanmu family so blindly confident? I really don't know how your Duanmu family became the first family of Bai Huayuan. So you didn't give it? Then I will let you know how my Duanmu family became the first family of Bai Huayuan, Flying Tiger Sword. Kill. After that, Duanmu absolutely rushed towards Lu Ming, his sword gas burst out, and there was a faint sound of tiger roar. Kang. Lu Ming draws his sword to fight. When? The 2's long swords intersect. In this cave, the terrain is narrow, and you can hardly use your body. You can only fight head-on, head-to-head. After several swords intersecting in a row, Lu Ming felt a numb arm, and the body could not help but withdraw 3 steps. And Duan Mujie's body just flickered slightly. Warrior Quadruple, so strong, I can't compare with the current strength of the Warrior Quadruple. Lu Ming thought secretly. Your sword skills are good, but unfortunately the power is too weak, let's die. Flying tigers eat. Duanmu sneered, another sword slammed towards the landing. Indistinctly, it seemed like a tiger, rushing towards the landing. Flying tiger swordsmanship, yellow-grade top-grade swordsmanship, Duanmu has already practiced to the 3rd level, and his moves are fierce and fast. I am not an opponent of power, then use speed. Lu Ming's spirit is highly concentrated, completely immersed in the streamer swordsmanship. Sword lights flashed out one after another, piercing the key point of Duanmu Ju. The speed is very fast, a lot faster than Duanmu. Duanmu can only give up the attack and try his best to resist Lu Ming's sword light. What's the use of your swordsmanship? The power is not good, you can't get the sword when I fight. The water of Duanmu Juejian's long sword dance can't splash in, and Lu Ming's long sword keeps intersecting. A powerful chi burst out continuously, bombarding Lu Ming. Really? Then faster. At this moment, Lu Ming's mouth showed a smile, Jianguang moved, the sword technique was actually faster than before, Jianguang was like river water, and he continued to pour out to Duanmu. Just now, the streamer swordsmanship actually broke through. Before, his streamer swordsmanship had been stuck at the 4th level, and there was no breakthrough. Just now, in the battle with Duanmu Ju, the streamer sword technique broke through to the 5th level in one fell swoop and became fascinated. Duan Mujie's face changed a lot. Just now, he could barely resist it. Now, he found that he couldn't resist it at all. Lu Ming's Jinguang broke through his defense directly and cut to his chest. Back, back, back. Tuanmu was terrified and backed crazy. But still a step late, poof, Lu Ming's Jianguang left a deep blood stain directly on his chest. Tuanmu was absolutely cold and sweaty. If it weren't for him to step back, he is now dead. Go up, go together, kill him. Tuanmu absolutely roared. Kill. Together with Duanmu Jue, the other two young men killed Lu Ming. The three swords of the spirit soldiers burst out with a powerful sword spirit. Chapter 45 Kill Duanmu Ju. It's good. Lu Ming faced the three men's teamwork. Instead, he smiled, his body retreated, and he rushed toward the three like a wind. Court death. Go to hell. The three of them drank coldly, and each exhibited their unique tricks. The long sword burst out of the sword, chopped through the air, and made a piercing shriek. Sword chi enveloped Lu Ming's whole body. At this moment, Lu Ming's blood flashed, and his blood burst, and then his body twisted, avoiding the blades of the three men. As for Jian Qi, he ignored it. Dead. Duanmu Ju's eyes showed a cold killing opportunity, especially Duanmu Ju's smile was triumphant, as if the 500 points iron card had fallen into his hands. But at the next moment, his face changed. Because he felt that Jian Qi fell on Lu Ming's body, as if he were chopping into the endless abyss. In an instant, his hair was exploding, and a cold murderous opportunity enveloped him. Rewind, rewind. He shouted. But everything was too late, and a sword light appeared like a fairy outside the sky, piercing his throat. Blood spattered, Duanmu absolutely screamed like a beast, and his hands covered his throat, constantly receding. But without taking a few steps back, he fell to the ground. Lu Ming pierced Duanmu Ju with a sword, pulled the sword homeopathically, and cut off the throat of another young man. In an instant, Lu Ming took advantage of the strange characteristics of his bloodline to successfully kill two masters. Only the last person is left. The last youth died, almost scared and backed wildly. But how can he be as fast as Lu Ming? Lu Ming caught up in a few steps, and after a few strokes, he stepped into Duanmu's footsteps. Duanmu absolutely three people, all killed by Lu Ming. This time, there were no injuries, much better than last time. Lu Ming felt his body and thought to himself. The sword energy of the three Duanmu Ju was swallowed by Lu Ming's blood veins, and the remaining 50% was resisted by his body protection chi, so Lu Ming did not suffer any injuries. Of course, this is related to the repair of Duanmu Ju. Duanmu Jie's cultivation practice is the fourfold of the martial arts master, which is only 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. If it is 3 levels higher than Lu Ming, or even 4 or 5 levels, the result is different. Although it can also devour 50% of its attack power, the remaining 50% was enough to kill Lu Ming seriously. Look at this Duanmu Ju, how many points iron found. Lu Ming searched on Duanmu Jie's body, but he didn't even have an iron medal, let alone an integral iron medal, not even 1 or 2 silver medals. What's going on? How could Duanmu Ju not even have an integral iron card? No, it's a storage ring. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up and looked at Duanmu Jie's fingers, and he saw a ring. After taking off the ring, Lu Ming sank into the ring. The next moment, a space appeared in Lu Ming's mind. This space is not large, about one side of the volume, far too far from the Supreme Temple. This is the space inside the storage ring. In this space, there is a pile of iron cards, a stack of silver tickets, and some clothes. Lu Ming did not count, and then found a stack of points on the other two people, together with the storage ring, all received in the Supreme Temple, and then swallowed the blood of the 3 people, flashed in shape, and left here. It didn't take long for me to see the exit of the cave. There were still a large number of people there, but Yin Kai, Huang Yu and others had not yet come out. Lu Ming rushed out and flew up a nearby tree. He didn't go to Fengwu first. He planned to refine the blood of the 3 people of Duanmu Ju first, count the harvest, and then go to Fengwu. Sitting cross-legged between the branches of the big tree, Lu Ming began to refine. One martial artist has 4 folds, 2 martial artists have 3 folds, and the energy essence contained in the essence blood is extremely huge. It is definitely not comparable to 1 or 2 tiers of martial arts. Lu Ming's cultivation is rapidly improving. The mid-term peak of the warrior second stage, the late stage of the warrior second stage, and finally, when all the blood was refined, Lu Ming made a breakthrough and entered the warrior triple. But the bloodline level has not been promoted. 3 blood-red chakras are extremely deep on the blood bite of the spirit eater, obviously reaching the limit, but they have not been promoted to the 4th bloodline. Does my bloodline only reach the 3rd level? Lu Ming frowned. No matter, I will continue to devour the essence and blood in the future, I will not believe that I cannot be promoted. Later, Lu Ming took out Duan Mujia's storage ring and began to count it. The sum of the points of the 2 young martial arts triplets is 130 cents. But the most is Duan Mujia, which actually reached 520 in terror. Sure enough, there were so many people gathered around Duan Muju, and the points on him were absolutely terrifying, actually exceeding 500 points. This time, Lu Ming's points reached 12,224. Such points, the first place is stable. Lu Ming does not believe that others can exceed this score. In addition, there are more than 80,002 silver tickets in Duanmu's storage ring, which is really a windfall. Duanmu is definitely a genius of the Duanmu family, and his fortune is amazing. Not to mention anything else, just a storage ring, it started with at least 100,002 silver, and there is no market price, now it is cheaper. Lu Ming. After taking a good inventory, Lu Ming shook his figure and came to the place where he had made an appointment with Feng Wu. Lu Ming, are you out? How is the situation? As soon as Feng Wu saw Lu Ming, she quickly asked. Very good. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Feng Wu's beautiful eyes lit up and said, Lu Ming, did the 500 points iron card fall into your hands? Of course, otherwise wouldn't I have run in vain? Lu Ming smiled, full of confidence. You guys really got an iron medal of 500 points. It seems that Yin Kai and Duan Mujue all made wedding dresses for you. Feng Wu sighed and watched the landing song, his eyes were full of surprise. Let's go. The two turned around and left here, disappearing into the mountains and forests. Soon, 2 days passed by, and 20 days of trial time arrived. Many people gathered outside the Ye Mountains. Xia Kuang and other elders in the 4 courtyards, as well as several elders in silver robe, and deacon who are responsible for counting the scores of the iron courts. In addition to these people, many young people have gathered. These young people are old disciples in the 4 courtyards. Every year, new disciples are paid more attention, because the newcomer represents the future, and it also represents infinite possibilities. In your opinion, how many people will be qualified this year? The elders in the 4 courtyards are at the forefront, and the elders in the Baihu courtyard ask the other 3. The elder Chuan Gong of the Baihuayuan is a middle-aged man of short stature, named Duanmujin, who is from the Duanmu family. Chapter 46. Who is the newcomer king? The total score is 13,000. In theory, 1,300 people are qualified, but in reality, it is impossible for so many people to pass. The elder Chuan Kung of the Qinglong Academy said, there will definitely be some iron scores that have not been found, and there will be some people who have higher scores and some who have not scored very high, so I estimate that there can be 500. It's good to be qualified. I estimate that there are about 500 people. Xia Kuang nodded. According to past experience, probably this number, but I am curious, who will be the newcomer king this year? Zuan Wuyuan's Taoist elder said a question later. It goes without saying that this year's newcomer Wang must be the genius of my Duanmu family. Duan Mujin smiled and seemed very confident. Duanmujin, are you too confident? I am Topaz in the Qinglong Academy. I am very talented. I am awakened by the level 5 bloodline, and it has reached the 4th level of the martial arts. It is in no way worse than Duanmu. Nothing. The elder Taoist of Qinglongjuan. Xia Hong of my Xuanwu Academy, although she is a woman, but her talent is not bad. Perhaps, the newcomer king is Xia Hong of my Xuanwu Academy. Zuan Wuyuan preached the elders. I don't think so. Yin Kai from my Suzakuin is not too bad. This time, my Suzakurin will surely win the new king. Xia Kuang said. Duan Mujin patted his fat belly and said to himself, although Huang Yu and others are good, they are still better than Duan Muju. Also, Xia Kuang, you Suzakuin haven't got the newcomer king in 8 years. This time is also impossible, you don't have to dream. Xia Kuang's face sank, and said, Duanmu fat man, what do you mean? Look down on my Suzakuin or what? Yes, I just looked down on you Suzakuin. What's the matter with your Suzakusaku, and you want to seize the rookie king? It's impossible. If you don't agree, how about we gamble? Duan Mujin revealed a mocking look, said. Damn, bet on bets, I'm still afraid you won't succeed, Duanmu fat man, say, how do you want to bet? Xia Kuang said. Duan Mujin's eyes flashed, revealing a smile of excitement, said, so, just bet on which of the White Tiger House or Suzaku House won the Rookie King, and the bet is 30 pieces of spirit crystals. How? What? 30 spirit crystals? Xie Kuang was taken aback. The spirit crystal, which contains incomparably pure aura, is condensed from the heavens and the earth, and is extremely precious. Only warriors above the Grand Martial Master can be used for cultivation. On the market, a piece of spirit crystal can sell 10,000 or 2 silver. 30 pieces of spirit crystals are equivalent to 30,200 silver. A bet, just 30 pieces of spirit crystals, is really a gamble. Why? Xie Kuang, don't you dare to gamble 30 pieces of Lingjing? Duan Mujin gave a contemptuous smile. Hateful. Xie Kuang gritted his teeth and said, Duan Mujin, I bet, no one wants to be fooled by then. I'm still afraid that you're not paying. Duan Mujin sneered. A disciple came out. At this time, the elder Taoist of Qinglong Academy. Sure enough, from the Yi Mountain, a few young people came out. It's a disciple of Suzaquin. It came out very quickly, but I don't know how many points I got. Duan Mujin smiled contemptuously. Xie Kuang sullen his face, then looked at several young men and said, how many points do you get? Take it out and check it out. No, not much. A young man's face turned a little red, and he finally took out 2 iron cards with 1 point, while the others didn't have one. Obviously, all of them got the 2 points. Ha ha ha, a few talents are divided into 2, you Suzaquin have a great harvest. Duan Mujin laughed. The elders in the other 2 houses also smiled. The 4 courtyards are fiercely competitive with each other. The worse the other courtyards, the happier they are naturally. Xie Kuang's face was extremely gloomy. Since these young people came out, there are more and more young people coming out, of course, very few can get very qualified. Only 1 out of 10 people. Those who failed to pass the test were downcast one by one, while those who passed the test were elated. The qualified number is naturally the temporary advantage of Bai Huayuan, ranking first. King Glongyuan ranked second and Xuanwuyuan ranked third. Suzaquin, like in recent years, ranked last. This made Duan Mujin smile more cheerfully. Xie Kuang's face is getting ugly. Look, Xie Hong is out. Suddenly someone shouted. Xie Hong, the first master of Xuanwuyuan, walked out of the Ye Mountains. But Xie Hong's face was not good looking, and he looked a little gloomy. Hey, it seems that Xie Hong's nephew's score is not very satisfactory. Seeing Xie Hong's expression, Duan Mujin smiled. The elder Chuan Kung of Xuanwuyuan's face was sinking. 509. Finally, Xie Hong's score was 509 points. 509 points is already pretty good, but without that 500 points iron card, it is difficult to get the first place with this score. King Glongyuan preached the elders. That's not necessarily. If no one gets the 500 points iron medal this time, Honger's 509 points may get the first place. The elders of Xuanwuyuan's preaching were unwilling. This time, an iron card with 500 points was won. Xie Hong said suddenly. What? Who got the 500 points iron medal? The 4 elders of Gong Gong were surprised and asked quickly. Whoever gets the 500 points iron medal may be the first place, they naturally pay attention. Xie Hong shook his head without answering. Although Lu Ming was able to go back, Duan Mujue, Yin Kai, Huang Yu and others all followed Lu Ming's full efforts. A few days later, she didn't know who the 500 points iron card fell in. The eyes of several elders who passed the power flashed, hoping that the 500 points iron medal would be in the hands of their geniuses. And the old disciples nearby also had a lot of discussions, all guessing who would be the first. Yin Kai is out. And Topaz. Someone called. Xie Kuang jumped in his heart and hurried to see it. I saw that Yin Kai and Huang Yu took a group of people and walked out of the mountains and forests. Yin Kai, let's count it first. Huang Yu looked at Yin Kai Dao. Yin Kai's face was very gloomy. With a wave of his hand, there was a pile of points. Although storage rings are precious and rare, Yin Kai still has some geniuses of their level. 496 points. Yin Kai's score is 496, which is less than Xie Hong. Huh, Xie Kuang, it seems that your 30 pieces of spirit crystals have been defeated. Yin Kai has less points than Xie Hong, and it is impossible to get the first place. Duan Mujin laughed. Duan Mujin, don't be too happy. Yin Kai can't win, but Duan Mu may not be the first. Xie Kuang said. Really? I'm invincible anyway. Even if Duanmu is not the first, I won't lose anyway. Duanmu Jin sneered. At this time, Yin Kai's complexion was also ugly. Lu Ming, I hope your 500 points iron card has been taken away by Duanmu. Yin Kai shouted. He would rather Duanmu get the first place than Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming and Feng Wu came out of the Yi Yi Mountains. Chapter 47 Counting Points. Lu Ming and Feng Wu walked out and did not attract anyone's attention. The elders in the four courtyards, as well as those old disciples, just glanced at Will and skipped it. 3 of the 4 courtyards had already come out on their first day, and they wanted to see Duanmu Jue. But a small number of people's eyes fell on Lu Ming all at once. Those are the people who have participated in the 500-point iron medal competition before. Especially Yin Kai, his eyes gloomy. Lu Ming, you are not dead. Did Duanmu never find you? Yin Kai stared at Lu Ming and said. Yep. Yin Kai's words made everyone stunned. Listening to Yin Kai's tone, could this young man named Lu Ming fail to be the number 1 character? Why? I'm not dead, are you disappointed? Lu Ming's mouth showed a sneering smile. Lu Ming, since Duanmu never found you, it seems that the 500-point iron card is still on you. Aside, Huang Yu asked in a deep voice. What? Huang Yu's remarks shocked the audience. Suddenly looked at the landing sound. This is especially true of the 4 elders in the 4 courtyards. Who is this Lu Ming? Haven't heard of it, the 500 points iron card will actually be on him. How can that be? Many people have unbelievable expressions. Of course, last time, didn't you see it with your own eyes? Lu Ming smiled slightly, then moved his hand, and a purple gold iron card appeared in his hand. It was the iron card with 500 points. In an instant, all eyes of the audience gathered on the points iron card in Lu Ming's hands. Is it really an iron medal with 500 points? Who is this Lu Ming? I can actually get an iron medal of 500 points. Is this the newcomer king this time? After a shocking look at Landing Ming, there was a lot of discussion with each other. Ha ha ha, good, Lu Ming, good kind. Xia Kuang reacted and laughed. He is happy. Originally seeing Yin Kai only had more than 400 points, he thought that this time Suzakwin had no chance with the new king. At that time, it may not only lose 30 pieces of crystal to Duanmujin, but also be mocked by Duanmujin. But now that Lu Ming has earned 500 points, the newcomer Wang has hope. Lu Ming, this is Lu Ming, so many masters of my Duanmu family, did not kill this Lu Ming. Duanmujin's heart was the most shocking. He looked at the landing song inconceivably, and recovered after half a sneer. He sneered, Xia Kuang, what are you proud of? Maybe this Lu Ming just went bad luck and got an iron medal of 500 points, and the other iron cards didn't get much at all. Do you think you won by relying on an iron card with only 500 points? After the inventory, it is natural to know. Xia Kuang said. Lu Ming, although you got an iron medal of 500 points, do you think you can win me? Look good. At this time, Huang Yu said coldly, then he turned around and waved his hand, and a large pile of iron cards landed on the counting table. So much? Many people stared at each other and looked at the number. This topaz has more iron cards than Xie Hong's. 706 points. In the end, Topaz scored a terrifying 706. CC. The sound of inhaling cold breathed. Topaz actually got 706 points, which is terrifying. There is no 500 points iron card, actually reached this score, now who can ask the rookie king, it is hard to say. Yes, this Lu Ming, who was not well known before, is certainly not a big disciple. Not many people will help him collect points. He wants to get more than 200 points by himself. It is difficult. All around, there was a wave of discussion. Okay. The elder Chuanong of King Glanjuan laughed happily. Hey. Duanmu Jinfa sneered and said, Xie Kuang, I said you were too happy. What if you got an iron medal with 500 points? If you have good luck and get it by a waste, he will still not get the newcomer king. Humph, let's talk after we count. Xie Kuang sneered, but in fact, his heart was gone. The situation of the newly introduced disciples at Suzakwin still has some sense in his heart, but he really hasn't heard of Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming looked at all of this lightly, and his face was very calm. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he walked to the counter and looked at Huang Yu, saying, since you want to see it, then look good. With a wave of hands, a large pile of iron cards appeared on the counter. Looking at the volume, it seems more than the topaz. This, so much. Everyone's eyes widened at once, almost biting their tongues, all staring at the scoreboard on the counting platform. Even the wind dance is the same. She has always been with Lu Ming, but she never expected that Lu Ming actually won so many points. When was it obtained? This uncle, please take a count. Lu Ming reminded the deacon who counted the points. Because this deacon was still stunned there. After Lu Ming reminded, this deacon reacted. 724 points, plus 500 points iron, a total of 1,224 points, this is Lu Ming's total score. In the last 2 days, Lu Ming did not look for the points iron card, but has been practicing and consolidating his cultivation. 1,224 points, this number makes everyone open their mouths and stand there for a long time. This is too scary, even if there is no iron card with 500 points, Lu Ming's score is also on top of topaz. The newcomer king was born, this point, there is no suspense. How is it possible? How is this possible? I have mobilized hundreds of people from the Qinglong Academy with more than 700 points, and promised to pay a lot of money to buy from some people. How could Lu Ming get so many points? Huang Yu looked at all this in disbelief and roared inwardly. Damn it! Yin Kai squeezed his fist tightly, full of unwillingness. Ha ha ha, Duanyujin, I told you long ago, and wait until the count is over, and you see, the situation is clear now. Xia Kuang was so excited, he laughed, holding his beard with one hand. When he looked at Lu Ming, he suddenly felt that Lu Ming was so cute. Xia Kuang, Lu Ming. Duan Mujin's teeth clattered and his face was ugly. Also, Duan Mujin, that bet 30 spirit crystals, hurry and get it. Xia Kuang said. What are you in a hurry? Now that the people haven't come out completely, and the Duanmu of my Duanmu family hasn't come out yet, how do you know that Lu Ming won? Duan Mujin said unwillingly, he hoped that Duanmu could create miracles. Elder Jin, no good. At this moment, a few screams suddenly came from the Yi mountain range, and a dozen figures hurried out. These dozen people are all young geniuses of the Duanmu family. What's the matter? Being in such a hurry, as a member of the Duanmu family, a disciple of the Xianyuan Jian school, you should calm down when you encounter things. Do you understand? Duan Mujin's face sank and he shouted loudly, then asked, what about Duan Muju? Why didn't you come out with you? Chapter 48 Duan Mujia pressing step by step. Elder Jin, it's not good, Duanmu absolutely, he is dead. A young man of Duanmu's family said in a panic. What? Duanyujin's pupils suddenly widened and his face changed greatly, exclaiming in silence. Where can I remain calm? The faces of other people on the field also changed dramatically. Even the elder Chuan Gong's face in the other 3 courtyards changed slightly, and Xia Kuang's face showed a hint of joy. Duanmu is absolutely dead. How did you die? Among them, Yin Kai, Huang Yu and others looked at Lu Ming involuntarily. Where did Lu Ming get so many points? With him alone hunting monsters and beasts, absolutely not so much, is it Duan Muju? Say, how did Duanmu die? Duan Mujin's face sullenly cried. It was sealed with a sword. A youth said. A sword shuts the throat. Who killed? Duan Mujin asked out with a cold murder. I don't know. When we found the trace of Duan Mujia was already dead. Those who died with him, there are 2 martial disciples of the 2 martial arts masters at Baihuayuan. What? Don't know who it is. The murderer in Duan Mujin's eyes flickered, and then suddenly turned around to look at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, said, was Duanmu definitely the one you killed? Duan Mujin, what do you mean? Lu Ming hadn't answered yet, and Xia Kuang stood up with a change of face. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said, Elder Duanmu, which one of your eyes saw me killing Duan Muju? And you also heard that Duan Muju was followed by 2 masters of the Triple Master, you thought I killed him? As soon as this statement came out, many people showed their thoughts. Yeah, with Lu Ming, Duan Muju and the 2 Master Triple Masters. Impossible. Duanyujin sneered and said, how do you explain that you have so many points in your hand? I've concluded that you must have used any mean means to kill Duanmu absolutely, a mean and shameless person, now I will you're abolished. Bump. Then, Duan Mujin stepped out, and a huge breath rose from his body, like a mountain, pressing toward the landing. This pressure was too strong. Lu Ming felt like he was hit by a mountain. His body was shocked, and he retreated back, almost spitting out blood. Duanmujin, what are you doing? Xia frantically roared, stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Ming, also a strong breath sputtered out, blocking Duanmujin's breath. Xia Kuang, you get out of here. Duanmujin shouted. Duanmu fat man, do you think your brains are full of fat? Xianyuan Jianzong trial has always been the winner. Is there a rule that explains the reason for the points iron card? Have you lived on your dog? Lu Ming was not the loser, at this time anger started from the heart, and he yelled. This. The others on the field opened their mouths one by one. This Lu Ming was also too courageous, and it was so bold to actually criticize Duanmujin in public. Sure enough, Duanmujin trembles, raising his arms tremblingly, pointing at the landing, and saying, little beast, what do you say? It turns out that the ears are back, so he really lives on the dog. Lu Ming pouted. I killed you, little beast. Duanmujin's eyes were red, and his palm slammed forward. Stop me. Xia Kuang punched directly and blocked Duanmujin's palm. Boom. The wind screamed and the two retreated together. Xia Kuang, get away, or kill you together. Duanmujin shouted. I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Xia Kuang did not let it go. Boom. At this moment, a strong pressure suddenly pressed down in the sky. This pressure was as unfathomable as the sea. Xia Kuang and Duanmujin were shocked and could not move at all. Elder Yin Pao. The two were shocked. In the sky, an old man hovered there, with an unpleasant look in his eyes, shouting, the two of you, the elders who passed on the merits, killed in front of so many disciples, what is it like? Let the younger disciples read your jokes. Elder Wang, but this Lu Ming used despicable means to kill Duanmuju and others, must be punished. I propose to revoke his qualification for the first place. Duanmujin clenched his fists towards the silver-robed elder in the sky. Oh, Duanmujin, or that sentence, which I of you saw me killing Duanmuju and others by vile means, why did you say he didn't live on the dog? Anyway, the Duanmu family is already a mortal enemy. Lu Ming does not have the slightest suspicion. He can say whatever he wants, and he just scolds him. And he concluded that neither Elder Yin Pao nor Xia Kuan would make him anything wrong. Bold, brazen. You have no respect. Duanmujin shouted, trembling with fat flesh. In my heart, I wish I could slap Lu Ming into a puree. Duanmujin, what's your name? If you want to be accountable, just say that 30 crystals will make you spitting blood like this, slandering a newly introduced genius disciple. This is the first time I have seen such a person. Xia Kuang seized the opportunity and said ironically. You guys. Duanmujin almost vomited blood, his chest swelled rapidly, and a fat face turned red. Nearby, everyone else looked dumbfounded. Even geniuses like Topaz and Xia Hong have a different look at Landing Ming. Their identities are very unusual, but even they do not dare to scold a Duanmujia elder in public. This Lu Ming is almost lawless. Taking a few deep breaths, Duanmujin barely eased over and took a fist towards Elder Yin Pao, saying, Elder Wang, this Lu Ming, I dare to conclude that he must have obtained so many points by virtuous means. If you let him in this way, I won the first place. I am afraid that other new disciples will not be convinced. I propose to try his strength. If his strength is passable, then I will admit his ranking of first place. No, Elder Wang, since ancient times, newcomers have tried to rank based on their scores. As for how to get the iron points, there is never any limit. Xia Kuang quickly said. Duanmujin sneered and said, Xia Kuang, don't forget, the strength of the newcomer king in the past is well recognized. Even if you have good luck, your strength is not trivial, but this Lu Ming, where he came from of? What is the skill? The words are full of contempt. Oh. Elder Yin Pao thought for a while and said, Duanmujin, how do you want to test? It's simple, Duanmutao, you come out. Duanmujin waved his hand. Immediately, among the old disciples, a young man emerged. Duanmujin pointed at this young man and said, this time, among the newly introduced disciples, the strongest is the 4-level cultivation practice of the martial arts master, and Duanmutao's cultivation practice is also the 4-fold of the martial arts division. I will admit Lu Ming's first place, otherwise, I propose to cancel Lu Ming's first place. Xia Kuang's face changed and said, I object. This Duanmutao has been introductory for 3 years. Although he has been trained as a 4-tier martial artist, he has been practicing martial arts for 3 years. Where is the new introductory disciple comparable? This battle is unfair. Why? Just say that without strength, the rookie king is not so easy to take. Duan Mujin sneered. Okay, I agreed. Suddenly, Lu Ming spoke. Chapter 49 Sword Without Eyes. Lu Ming stepped out with a faint smile on his face. Xia Kuang's face changed again and said, Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. This time, Suzaquan rarely won a newcomer king, and his reputation will definitely rise in the future. Zonman will also tilt the resources of Suzaquan accordingly. He cannot watch Landing Ming lose his ranking because of his impulsiveness. Lu Ming smiled and said to Xia Kuang, Elder Xia, anyway, a disciple of a Duanmu family, who has been practicing for a few more years, what can I do? Then to Duanmu Jindao, Duanmujin, I agreed. It is good. Seeing Lu Ming agree, Duanmu Jin showed his ecstasy and clenched his fists to Elder Yin Pao, Elder Wang, Lu Ming himself has agreed, please permit. Elder Wang nodded and said, okay, since this is the case, then do as you wish. Thank you Elder Wang. Duanmu Jin forced Anna to live the ecstasy in her heart and looked at Duanmuto, saying, Duanmuto, do you understand? Lu Ming is a newcomer's candidate, very talented. Wait a moment, you have to do your best, you know. Understood, Elder Kim rest assured. Duanmutao's mouth was covered with a greasy smile, and he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you can still confess your defeat now. Wait a minute, and the sword is blind, hurting you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Duanmujin backed up a dozen meters and said, Duanmuto, despite your action, my Xuanyuanjian sent the newcomer king to ask for real materials, not waste by luck. You have no chance now. Duanmutao grinned abruptly, suddenly his figure moved, his long sword came out of the sheath, and he slammed toward the landing. Ah! Ah! The sword was swaying in the middle of the sword, and 9 sword flowers suddenly appeared. Each sword flower resembled a plum blossom, covering Lu Ming's whole body. This is Huang Level's high-grade martial arts, Tianmei swordsmanship, and Duanmutao's hard work for several years, and he has cultivated it to the 4th level. The eyes of the elders of the Chuanlong Academy Chuan Gong said. Yes, this is not very good for Duanmutao, and his understanding of martial arts is quite good. It is rare to be able to cultivate the yellow-level high-grade martial arts to this point in a few years. Duanmujin let Duanmutao shoot, and it is really a good abacus. I'm afraid that none of these newcomers are Duanmutao's opponents. Xuanwuyuan's Taoist elders. Mean. Xia Kuang clenched his fists, his eyes showing worry. Hey! Duanmujin sneered. But at this time, Lu Ming's face also sneered, his body motionless, only listening to the sound of Kang, a sword light burst out like lightning. Quick, too fast, the first came first, and immediately approached Duanmutao's face door. The cold sword edge made Duanmutao feel cold. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Duanmutao retreated crazy, and the sword flower disappeared without a trace. The smile on Duanmujin's face froze. Quick sword, this is also the Huanpin's top-grade swordsmanship. The expression of the elder Gong Qingyuan's face changed. Yes, this is the Huanguang top-grade swordsmanship streamer swordsmanship. I estimate that Lu Ming has at least cultivated it to the 4th level, or even the 5th level. Xuanwuyuan's Taoist elder said, a flash of glory in his eyes. Xia Kuang is ecstatic. Lu Ming was just getting started, but did not expect martial arts to be so high. Duanmutao, this is your martial arts for several years of hard work. Only after a few years of hard work, at this level, is it out of the way. Lu Ming said with a smile. Damn, take another trick. Duanmutao shouted, his figure swayed, and actually brought out a phantom of the road, attacking the landing. In the sword body, a powerful sword gas burst out. He chopped out 7 or 8 swords in a row and slashed toward the landing. What if the sword is fast? He wants to control Lu Ming with a strong true pressure. Not playing with you. Lu Ming whispered in his mouth, and the sword suddenly chopped out. Chant. A sharper sword spirit than Duanmutao swept through. Lu Ming broke through the triple of martial arts, and the quality of qi is already above Duanmutao. With a few pops, Duanmutao's sword gas was defeated, and then Lu Ming's left hand punched out. Flame Dragon Boxing. This punch directly hit Dan Tian of Duanmutao. Duanmutao screamed, his figure flew backwards, and fell heavily on the ground, his face pale, and heaved blood. Quiet. The audience fell into silence. 2 strokes, only 2 strokes were used before and after. Lu Ming defeated Duan Mutao. Is such a combat strength still a new entry disciple? My cyclone, my cultivation behavior, Lu Ming, did you abolish my cultivation behavior? Duan Mutao screamed mournfully. The punch just now, powerful punch, has destroyed the cyclone in Duan Muto Dan Tan. Boom! Lu Ming. Duan Mujin broke out with a cold killing opportunity, so he rushed to Lu Ming. But Xia Kuang stepped out and stopped in front of Duan Mujin. Xia Kuang, get out of here. I want to abolish this little beast and learn from the door. It is such a heavy hand, and the character is so low that I should kill it. Duan Mujin shouted. Duan Mujin, start with his hands, the sword has no eyes, but this is Duan Mutao's own words, I can control the power without killing him, it's already very good, even if you don't thank me, I also say that my character is low, I think it's you who have low character. Lu Ming shouted. Little beast, die. Duan Mujin couldn't bear it anymore, and his face was suffocated with pig liver color, and he almost suffered an internal injury. All right. Elder Yin Pao waved a powerful force, and Xia Kuang and Duan Mujin both retreated. Elder Wang, you have to decide for Duan Mutao. Duan Mujin cried. Elder Wang frowned, saying, Duan Mujin is enough, the two are fighting each other, the sword is blind, and injuries are inevitable, don't get rid of it. The elders in silver robe responsible for their supervision did not belong to one of the 4 courtyards, but were sent by the patriarch directly for fairness and not to favor one. He was also very happy to see Lu Ming's talented strength. After all, the Shenyuan Sword School has one more genius. But Duan Mujin wanted to kill Lu Ming for his own selfish desires, which made him unhappy. This battle has also proved Lu Ming's strength. Now people are almost out. I announced that the first name is Lu Ming. Elder Wang announced directly. Damn it. Duan Mujin's face was extremely ugly, he knew it was impossible to deal with Lu Ming today. Lu Ming, when do you think you can be arrogant? Offended my Duanmu family, it didn't end well. Duan Mujin shouted in his heart. Not far away, Huang Yu, Xia Hong and others looked at Lu Ming, full of complex colors. Lu Ming's strength exceeded their expectations, and they concluded that Duanmu was absolutely dead in Lu Ming's hands. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts that they did not catch Lu Ming in the Yi Mountains, otherwise they would be the ones who died. Duan Mujin, 30 spirit crystals, bring it. At this time, Xia Kuang walked to Duan Mujin and sneered. Giggle. Duan Mujin's teeth clattered, but all eyes were on him. He couldn't be fooled. He took out 30 pieces of spirit crystal with heartache and gave it to Xia Kuang. Xia Kuang laughed heartily. After a while, the time had come and Elder Wang began to announce his ranking. 2nd place, Topaz, 3rd place, Xia Hong. The rankings are announced one by one. Feng Wu won the 22nd place with 131 points. After the announcement of the ranking, Elder Wang continued, okay, this year's new entry discipleship trial, at this end, your disciples who have received awards, when they return to Zongmen and apply for the Zongmen Identity Jade card, will be awarded together. It's all gone. Elder Wang waved his hand. Chapter 50 Awards. Suzaquin, the martial arts arena, all the new disciples gathered this time. Above, in addition to the elder Xia Kuang, who passed the merits, there were several other elders, and even a silver robe elder from the Suzaquin. Every elder has a smile on his face. Now issue your Identity Jade card. This Identity Jade card contains not only your basic information, but also Zongmen contribution points. When you need to use Zongmen contribution points, you can directly use this Jade card to trade. A Jade card appeared in the hands of the elder Yin Pao, and then said, this time, although the overall performance of my Suzaquin was not very good, but Lu Ming won the newcomer king of the 4 courts, you know, my Suzaquin has already in 8 years, no one has won the newcomer king. This is the honor of my Suzaquin, so this time, the first place not only has the 5,000 contribution points rewarded by itself, but a condensed fruit, my Suzaquin also adds 2,000 contributions. Click, Lu Ming, come and receive your reward. As soon as this remark came out, a pair of eyes at the scene looked at Lu Ming. Full of envy, jealous look, and so on. Among them, Yin Kai's eyes were extremely cold, and he kept turning, not knowing what idea he was playing. Lu Ming stepped forward and took the Identity Jade card, as well as a jade box. Lu Ming's mind sank into the Identity Jade card, and he found a line of words appearing on the jade card. Lu Ming, 15 years old, from Fenghua City, is a bronze-level disciple of Xianxia School Suzaquin. Residence, 1 room in 29 courtyards. Contribution points, 7,000. The information inside is very comprehensive, and even the residence has been marked. In that jade box, it is Ning Lingguo. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming clenched his fists and saluted, then retreated. Next, it was the others who received the identity jade card. After receiving it, they dispersed. Lu Ming headed towards Zhuke Peak. Zhuke Peak is very majestic, soaring into the sky, and very broad. On the peak, ancient trees become forests, and birds scent and flowers, like a fairyland on earth. On the mountainside, there are chic courtyards, which are all dormitory of the disciples of Suzaquin. It's so rich in heaven and earth aura. This heaven and earth aura is several times stronger than the handy disciple area. No wonder everyone wants to be a bronze disciple. It is said that the silver-level disciples, as well as some elders and yard masters, live close to the top of the mountain, where the spirit of heaven and earth is stronger than here. Lu Ming thought while walking. These courtyards are marked with numbers on the doors. Soon, Lu Ming found 29 courtyards. The courtyard is quite wide, and there is a courtyard inside, which is convenient for practicing martial arts, and there are 3 other rooms. The room in the middle reads room number 1. Another room is the second and third rooms. Lu Ming walked directly into room 1. The room is very simple, with only 1 bed and 1 table. On the table, there is a booklet that introduces some basic conditions of Xianyuan Jianzong, and of course, also introduces some conditions of the Scorching Empire. Lu Ming glanced at random, then put away. At this time, footsteps sounded outside, and Lu Ming walked out of the door. A teenager, 15 or 16 years old, with a burly and sturdy body, thick eyebrows and big eyes, carrying a large sword wider than his slap on his back, walked in. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, he was shocked, and then he was overjoyed and said, "Brother Lu Ming, are you also assigned to the 29 courtyard?" "Huh, great, then we will be roommates in the future." The burly boy laughed. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said, "This brother is polite, don't know how to call it. My name is Pang Shi, a hunter in Fuhai City." The burly youth quickly and enthusiastically introduced it. After a brief introduction, Lu Ming learned that Pang Shi was originally the son of an Orion in Fuhai City. Due to his natural divine power, and when he was 14 years old, he awakened his bloodline, so his family sent him to Xianxia School to participate in the assessment, not only succeeded, but also became a bronze disciple in one fell swoop. Looking at this Orion boy, Lu Ming felt that his talent might not be easy. Otherwise, an ordinary Orion boy would not have passed the test so easily and had completed the trial. Brother Lu Ming will be asked to be more enlightened in the future, my person is stupid. Pang Shi touched his head and said. Please ask him to enlighten you. I think you will follow me afterwards. At this time, a handsome young man in a green robe walked into the courtyard. The teenager was fair-skinned, his eyes narrow and long, his eyes narrowed slightly, his figure was tall and thin, and there was an unabashed color between his eyebrows. After the young man in the green robe walked in, he looked at Landing Ming and sneered, Lu Ming, you remember, my name is Hua Qi. Although you got the newcomer king, this is nothing at all. Now you have just entered the Xianyuan sword, it's just that, after a year, I can surpass you. Flower idiot. What a strange name. Pang Shi directly ignored the other content, a little surprised. All of a sudden, Qingpao's face froze and shouted, You big man, idiot, what are you talking about? My name is Hua Qi, not an info. It's still an idiot, brother Lu Ming, isn't it? Pang Shi touched his head and asked a little puzzled. Lu Ming Renjun couldn't help but smiled, Pang Shi, you are right, I also heard it was an info. You two country gangsters, it's useless to rely on your mouth. You'll wait to see it well. It won't take long for me, the name of Hua Qi, to be named Xianyuan Sword School, and even the entire Scorching Empire. Hua Qi showed strong self-confidence in his eyes, and then snorted coldly, ignoring Lu Ming and Pang Shi, and walked into room 2. Lu Ming smiled, said to Pang Shi, and returned to the room. After returning to the room, Lu Ming began to practice the War Dragon. Since breaking through the martial arts realm, Lu Ming has engulfed his blood and cultivated soaring all the way. Now the foundation is a bit vain, and the true energy is full of impurities. We must stop and take the time to consolidate and condense. Unstable foundations are a big problem and will affect future practice. In the back, the cultivation base will even stop, making it difficult to improve. It is useless even if there is a blood bite of the spirit eater. The real trick of running the dragon, the cyclones in Dantian kept spinning, forming tiny dragon-shaped true chi, swimming in the meridians, shuttle, and constantly refine the impurities in the true chi. After 3 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. If you go on like this, there should be another 10 days or so, and cultivation can be fully consolidated, and then, it is the second layer of the true dragon war. In the martial arts realm, my advantage is weakening. Only by training the dragon skill to the second level, my strength can be greatly improved. 3 of the most important materials in the second layer of War Dragon's true secrets have been collected. Only the blood smoky stones are missing. After 2 days, go to the contribution hall to see if there are blood smoky stones in the contribution hall. Lu Ming kept thinking. Thinking about the course of this trial, summing up your own shortcomings, and then planning the direction of future practice. Chapter 51 Ning Feng came to the door. In a flash, 2 days passed. Lu Ming, get me out. On this day, Lu Ming was practicing, and suddenly, a roar came from outside. Ning Feng. Lu Ming remembered this voice very clearly. It was the old disciple who deliberately found him in trouble when he first started. This Ning Feng sent someone to kill me during the trial. I didn't go to you, you're looking for me first. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, got up and opened the door, and went out. Walking out of the room door, it was found that Pang Shi and Hua Qi also walked out of the door, obviously being alarmed. Brother Lu, what's going on? Pang Shi showed a trace of worry. Anyway. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, don't get out of me yet. Ning Feng's voice rang again, and the voice rolled far away. Creak. Lu Ming opened the gate of the courtyard and went out. 7 or 8 young people stood outside the courtyard. It was Ning Feng who headed it, and beside it, Yin Kai was standing. As for the others, all of them are full of breath, obviously all old disciples of Suzaquin. Lu Ming, you finally came out, I thought you were going to be a tortoise. Ning Feng looked at the landing cry coldly, deep in his eyes, the murder flashed. This Lu Ming was too unexpected for him. When the newcomer tried, he arranged a master of the martial arts realm, and also cooperated with the Duanmu family to intercept Lu Ming. In this case, Lu Ming was not killed. Even Lu Ming got the position of newcomer king, which is incredible. When he first heard the news, he jumped up in shock. Lu Ming's talent is beyond his imagination and must be strangled in the cradle. Shrink the tortoise. Ning Feng, with you, is it also suitable? Lu Ming looked at Ning Feng lightly. Hee. Lu Ming, don't think that you get the name of a newcomer king, you can be arrogant, in my eyes, you are nothing. Moreover, you newcomer king, but only through despicable means, Lu Ming, do you know? You have committed a huge crime, and you have not knelt down to lead the crime. Ning Feng shouted. At this time, this area was already disturbed, and each figure came out of the courtyards. There are not only new disciples, but also more old disciples. Looking at this one by one, there was a lot of discussion. How did Ning Feng find Lu Ming? Do they have hatred? I don't know, but Ning Feng's father is the chief elder of Suzaquin. In the power of his father, he has always been arrogant and bullying people are used to bullying, but I did not expect this bullying to be on Lu Ming's head. I heard that the day Lu Ming just got started, he did not give Ning Feng a face, and made Ning Feng shame in public. No wonder. Ning Feng was fierce, but Lu Mingxi was not afraid. He said, Ning Feng, you don't have to spit people on blood. Why do I blame? What a sin. I asked you, during the trial, that 500 points iron card was originally obtained by Brother Yin Kai, but for your own selfish desires, together with the disciples of other courtyards, you intercepted Brother Yin Kai halfway, causing Yin Brother Kai lost an iron medal of 500 points. Brother Yin Kai was originally the new king. Not only that, but in order to win the 500 points iron medal, you brutally murdered my genius disciple Yuan Lang in Suzaquin. Such a behavior is so terrifying that it is a sin that should be mortal. Now, don't you kneel down to lead the crime? Ning Feng shouted, and his momentum was pressing. This Ning Feng will be able to buckle his hat. Is not that right? Not far away, there were old disciples talking. In the Xianyuan sword school, there are rules, between the same door, you can't kill each other. But in some cases, there are exceptions. Like a battle platform for life and death, or like, a newcomer to try. For newcomers to try, the Xianyuan sword school has been inherited for a long time. In fact, everyone knows well. Trial is to test a person's comprehensive ability. In the trial, no matter what means is available, including killing. But this is an unspoken rule, which cannot be said clearly. If it is said clearly, there is indeed a crime of killing the same class. But which rookie king did not kill in the trial? Impossible. This is clearly the sin of wanting to add to it. Ning Feng, this is what you are talking about. Just use this idiot reason. I don't have time to accompany you here nonsense. After talking, Lu Ming turned and walked inside. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ning Feng. Hateful. Lu Ming's attitude made Ning Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bold Lu Ming, do you still have a rule in your eyes? Kneel down for me." Ah. Ning Feng gave a palm and shot towards the landing. The palm wind roared, "If this palm is real, Lu Ming will be seriously injured if he does not die. Brother Lu Ming, be careful." Pang Shi reminded. Boom. At a critical moment, Lu Ming turned around quickly, and the Yanlong fist bombarded him. Bump. Lu Ming's fist collided with Ning Feng's palm. With a roar, Lu Ming's teng 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 stepped back 5 times, his body trembling, and a spit of blood spewed out. "What newcomer king, one waste, I will waste you today," and then slowly interrogate. Ning Feng's face was cold and disdainful, and then stepped out, photographed with a palm to the landing. "Want to scrap me? I will make you pay a terrible price." Lu Ming held the sword in his hand, and his eyes shone fiercely. He intends to explode his blood and fight Ning Feng, but also to make Ning Feng pay the price. Stop. But at this moment, a sweet drink sounded, a figure rushed like lightning, and a strong palm wind struck Ning Feng. The fierce palm wind is no weaker than Ning Feng. Helpless, Ning Feng can only turn back to face up. Bump. The two palms intersect, and Ning Feng sways slightly. "Yuan Hui, it's you. Why are you blocking me?" Seeing the person coming, Ning Feng changed his face. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. She shot a young woman who was 18 or 9 years old, and she was pretty. But Lu Ming didn't know her, why did he help him? But immediately, he understood. Another figure flew by, and it was Wind Dance. "Lu Ming, are you okay?" "Rest assured, the sister of the institute is the sister of Mulan, and will not let Ning Feng do whatever he wants." Feng Wu watched the landing sound, a flash of concern flashed in his eyes. "I'm fine." Lu Ming smiled and smiled. At this time, Yuan Hui said, "Ning Feng, may I tell you that Lu Ming is the person introduced by Elder Mulan. Now, you know why I blocked you." "What? Elder Mulan?" Ning Feng's face suddenly became dignified when he heard Muran's name. Aside, Yin Kai's face also gloomy. "This Lu Ming, how could you be so lucky, hateful?" Yin Kai gritted his teeth. Originally he saw Lu Ming being injured by Ning Feng, but he secretly happily, but unexpectedly killed Yuan Hui. "I see, I haven't left quickly." Yuan Hui stared at Ning Feng. Ning Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he was ruthless, saying, "Yuan Hui, even if Lu Ming was introduced by Elder Muran. Lu Ming's killing of his fellow students, means, must be severely punished, otherwise everyone will be unpredictable, isn't it messy?" Chapter 52 1 month later. "Ning Feng, do you want to deal with me, using such inferior reasons? Should we go to the law enforcement elders to see if I am guilty?" Lu Ming looked at Ning Feng disdainfully and said. "Why do you need to find law enforcement elders for these little things?" Ning Feng sneered. "Brother Ning, this is your fault. I am also a new entry disciple. I just participated in the trial. During the trial, it was normal to kill each other. I saw a brother killed by the Duanmu family. Why didn't Brother Ning take someone to capture the disciple of the Duanmu family?" At this point, Pang Shi walked out, touched his head, and said with a straight face. "Yeah, Ning Feng, you are so awe-inspiring, to catch people from the Duanmu family, only to yell here, isn't it embarrassing?" Feng Wu stood beside Lu Ming and smirked. This made Ning Feng look ugly and asked him to catch the disciples of the Duanmu family. How is this possible? Suddenly, he looked at Pang Shi with some bad feelings and scolded, "What are you? Dare to talk to me like this? Go away." Then he looked at Yuan Hui and shouted, "Yuan Hui, give me a break. Ning Feng, if he has the ability, defeat me, otherwise, do not want to move Lu Ming's hair." Yuan Hui is very determined. Yuan Hui's attitude was so firm that Ning Feng's face was uncertain for a while, and he looked at Lu Ming again, saying, Lu Ming, what kind of rookie king do you only hide behind women? Ning Feng, have you been getting started for 4 or 5 years? You are also embarrassed to say, it is better to do this. How about you and Lu Ming fighting 1 year later? Ruan Huidao. Sister Ruan, why 1 year? 1 month is enough. Lu Ming stepped out and faced Ning Feng directly, saying, Ning Feng, I am challenging you now. A month later, on the stage of Suzaku, are you fighting, are you dare? Lu Ming's clear voice spread far away, but caused an uproar. What? Lu Ming wants to challenge Ning Feng. And after a month, isn't he looking for death? Ning Feng has reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial master. It is said that it is only 1 step away from the 7th level of the warrior, and nearly 5 years of hard work on a yellow level high-grade martial arts has reached the 5th level. How dare Ming dare to challenge Ning Feng after January? Yeah, this Lu Ming's 4-layer training practice is the most. He wanted to defeat Ning Feng within a month. It is impossible, too arrogant. I think he is the new queen, and he is a bit blind and confident. Do not control yourself. Most of the people who talked about it were old disciples and felt that Lu Ming was too arrogant. Ning Feng's eyes flashed, revealing a beam of joy, said, Lu Ming, will you challenge me in a month? Good, you dare. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, there is nothing to dare, I took it. Ning Feng laughed. With Lu Ming's talent, perhaps a year later, surpassing him is definitely not a problem, but if you want to fight him after a month, it is impossible. Lu Ming is looking for death. Since he was blocked by Ruan today, it would be better to promise first. He will kill Lu Ming in public 1 month later. The thought of being able to kill a newcomer king, he was very excited. Lu Ming, I hope you don't hide as a tortoise after a month. Ning Feng said. This sentence is exactly what I want to give you. Lu Ming said. Humph, it's useless to rely on your mouth, let's go. Ning Feng waved his hand and turned away with many old disciples. Lu Ming, you are too impulsive, how can you challenge Ning Feng, and still a month later? After Ning Feng and others left, Feng Wu said a little worried. Yes, you can promise to fight him a year later, even half a year. With me in, Ning Feng can't help you today. Ruan Hui frowned. She also feels that Lu Ming is too arrogant. This character, she doesn't like it, will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Lu Ming smiled and said, it's okay, but today I would like to thank Sister Ruan for your help. You don't have to thank me, I also pay attention to Elder Muran, I hope you can do it yourself. Afterwards, Ruan Hui turned away. Lu Ming, you should practice well during this time. If you need help, please come to me. Wind Dance Road.